Pum 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 param pum param pum 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 param pum param pum pa 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 pum 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 param pum param pum pa da du 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 dun 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 da 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 Why is that Yoshi's Island song still stuck in my head after all this time? Alright. Busy punching stuff in the factory today. I almost punched a hole through my wall. Have I watched Peak Ball Run yet? Nope, I haven't watched it yet. I've read it twice. I think 3 times. I'll be fine. Usually when it comes to like the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure series on Netflix, they like to separate it into like 2 or 3 parts. So I figured, what's the point of me watching part... What the fuck? Imperial Reincarnation. How to be my best friend... I don't know. Virgin Ventures is crazy name. And what's this one? Black Knight Parade. Brunchild the Dragon Slayer and Murcielago. What the fuck? Guys, SBR is out. It's peak gooning material. Gyro too hot, I imagine. Thoughts on the latest One Piece chapter? Without posting it up fully, there were a lot of things about this chapter that I genuinely did enjoy. Hey, Eid Mubarak. I don't personally celebrate it, but I hope that everybody who does is having a good time. I know that, I think people fast during this, right? They do, right? I think that, you know, I hope that your people's fasting goes great. But I know that sometimes it can be very hard. How's everyone doing? What's up, Zoramoon? How's everybody doing today, though? We got about 5 minutes worth of content done yesterday. I filled out this entire portion of the video so far. I filled out, I think it was about here-ish to about here, so that's a good chunk that I got rid of. One Piece legit mind-bending because of Tony, of course. Usopp proving dudes wrong as usual. Okay, so starting off from the top, I like the fact that we now have at least a legitimate height for how big Chopper should be. He's at least as big as Oimo. Chopper, while in Monster Point, is at least as big as Oimo. Or was it Kashi? I think it was Oimo. So he's literally about as big as Gamabunta. Chopper is probably about as big as Gamabunta. Was it Oimo or Kashi? I think it was in the first few pages. I'm just going to skip by some of these. There's something to do here with one of the... What excuses? Kashi. No, he's as big as Kashi. Chopper is about as big as Kashi, who is the same size as Gamabunta. Okay, so Kashi is the same size as Gamabunta. Chopper could literally tussle with a tailed beast. Chopper can literally tussle with one of them. Yeah, right here. You can see that he's actually... We'll say that Kashi is slightly in the background, so we'll say that he's not actually this small in comparison. But yeah, Chopper is basically bigger. Like, imagine Gamabunta traveling at light speed, and then imagine that, but in terms of a One Piece character. Something that big in terms of One Piece. I'll show you guys real quick without spoiling too much. This right here is my favorite panel of One Piece yet. This is just so funny to me up here. I think this is way too fucking funny. Like, out of everything I could have seen in this fucking chapter, this was the best part to me. I just love Luffy standing there looking all all like he just got scolded crazy. It's too funny. He seems so sad. Even Ragnir has to like pat him on the back. But anyway, have Canon hide in Monster Point before? Nope, he did not. I've checked it out multiple times. How big is Chopper Monster Point? Some people said around 60 feet tall, which was around 18 meters, which is actually not too far off since he's about the same size as Kashi, who is 17 meters tall canonically. The panel's so simple, but that's all it needs to be, right? Okay. Let me find my headphones, and then we'll begin, because I just want to go through editing today. I want to focus as much on editing as possible. I've done a timeline, and I think I can get the video done by at least Monday of next week. So the video should be out by, if anything, the weekend of next week. If I just decide to put in time into my my weekend, which I might end up doing just to get it out by like Saturday if I really feel like it. If it's not out by next week Saturday, probably Monday. Do you think Emu meant by this will divide the world? Probably it'll separate the world into, okay. The world is used in multiple different contexts within One Piece, right? The world can refer to the entire planet, the world can refer to the world government, and the world can essentially refer to not so much the world government, but as Rox has compared it before, Emu himself, as Emu being the world itself, since Emu is essentially like the god of this world, so to speak, right? So it kind of creates a bit of a dilemma, right? What is the interpretation being used for dividing the world? Well, we know it doesn't pertain to Emu himself, because in this case, Emu himself is not saying that he's going to be divided. So then it kind of brings us into the next point. Well, what could the world in this case necessarily mean? I don't think they mean the actual physical planet themselves, because dividing the world would essentially mean that like this clash will literally split the planet in half, and I don't think we're there yet in terms of the actual scaling of the story. So if it's not Emu, it's not the planet physically itself, then it'll split apart the world as in civilization itself, right? What I mean by this is more so you have to think about it logistically, right? The world government essentially pertains to a vast majority of the countries throughout the One Piece verse. It's not just the world government as in the actual like body of government, more so the kings and nations that actually partake in it, right? You have Luffy and Loki, who are Nika and Nidhogg, which are essentially two of the prime forces that seem to have taken place, or seem to have had some kind of a, how do I explain it, a paramount position within the previous war that Joy Boy lost, right? Within the context of the First and Second World, right? So they are two figures that had some level of massive involvement within those events, right? Emu has essentially declared war against Elbaf itself. Emu has essentially declared war on Elbaf itself. Now that Loki is essentially, the strongest of Elbaf, and he might basically be boiled down to their leader. Now you have a situation where Luffy and Loki, who are essentially the two legitimate opposing forces now against Emu, and who could potentially be the catalyst towards the incoming massive war that we will see within the context of One Piece throughout the next few arcs. Whether it's the Laugh Tale arc, whether it's the Defeat of the World Government arc, whether it's both of them combined and we have like another arc or two, or however much you want to describe it, this is currently where we are at in terms of the story itself. I have no clue. Normal editing tool. I have no clue in what sense Oda will choose to move the story along in, but I do know that by split the world itself will mean that now will divide the world will essentially now boil down to the following. whoever chooses to ally themselves with Emu and whoever chooses to ally themselves with Nika and Nidhogg. I'm sure that Emu is well aware at this point in the story that Nidhogg is not on his side. He has, unless he Dami reverse-eyes them, I don't think that Emu will have a single way of... Why the fuck is it doing this shit, man? Sorry. Okay, you guys see how, like, this line is expanding this way? Why the fuck is it doing that, dude? Elbaf is not planned after all. It will go on for 4 more years. Dude, what the fuck? And why is this opening like this? Dude, what the fuck? No, because, like, I'm actually getting pissed off now. Why the fuck is this opening up like this, dude? Creating 2 opposing sides or armies, white world government and the other side. Exactly. And obviously, you can definitely make the argument that within the context of the quote-unquote other side, you can also describe the obvious potential allies in the Revolutionary Army, the potential division now with the separation of power, since we knew that the world government essentially needed the power of the warlords in order to sort of balance out the power between them and the Yonko. Now, you have a position where now the Yonko can also divide themselves between working with the world government or working with, let's say, the Straw Hats, which they don't particularly have to necessarily take a part in this debate, in this debacle, but we know for a fact that the red-haired pirates, the Cross Guild, and the Cross Guild, by sheer virtue of them antagonizing the Marines, and Blackbeard, or the Blackbeard pirates, are essentially going to be like the biggest black sheep in terms of the entirety of the war, simply because we don't know who they'll ally themselves with. We understand and know that Blackbeard is the kind of character that will likely have some effect in taking down Emu. I myself have said before that I think Blackbeard, if I had to give him every benefit of doubt, and I do think, and as much as I don't want him to be the final villain, might likely be the final villain in taking Emu's Devil Fruit, I do also see this as a situation where there is a potential argument to be made that, knowing how conniving and evil Blackbeard is, he might actually try to side with Emu for sheer sake of, like, you know, getting himself as close to him as possible. I know what you're referencing, Drachno, but you gotta take into consideration that in this case, Oimo does seem to be behind this dust cloud, which Chopper is ahead of. So he might just be in the background, making him look slightly smaller. Would bring him close to Pirates of the Caribbean character in sense of using magic? Yep. I think Oda's writing has dulled a bit in Elbaf. I would disagree with that. I would probably disagree with that, but I'd love for you to like maybe go a bit more in depth into that. I'm open to at least hearing where you're coming from with that. The ideology and culture, perhaps, and the camaraderie of people. You think it's peak One Piece? I think it's good. I think Elbaf is good for the most part. I don't really have any massive complaints. But now, chatting aside, also, how far is Law versus Naruto video? We are 27 minutes done. We are a little over halfway through. I ended up having to take out a little chunk off the video, specifically because there was a portion that I did get wrong. There was a portion that I got wrong that I simply had to say, like, you know what? Yeah, no, I can't use this whatsoever. It doesn't really change any of the arguments whatsoever, but besides one singular interaction with Edo Tensei, but besides that, I simply just ripped out the little chunk and I was like, you know what? I can't put that out. That's just me being factually incorrect. Some of the best writing since the start of Post Time Skip, in your opinion? That's the thing. Like, I don't want to hype up Elbaf too much either. I think that certain things could have probably been handled better, but overall, I'm fine with it. Both are instantaneous teleportation, but the difference here is that one of them requires locations that are marked, meanwhile the other one for just a second. Both are Shambles and Flying Raijin for just a second. Both are instantaneous teleportation, but both are that one of them requires locations that are marked, meanwhile the other one allows you to teleport, meanwhile but the difference here is that one of them requires right here. while the other one allows you to... Meanwhile, the... By the way, I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel today. Dude, I was so fucking livid today. I played against... I ranked down from the Duelist Cup back down to rank 17. I got so fucking upset. And the reason why I ranked down was because I was playing against a Cyber Dark player using K9. I'll say this right now, they just banned the K9 cards outright. Ban Izuna, ban Ripper, I don't know, I don't give a fuck, I don't know what it is, dude. Ban those fucking cards, I hate that fucking engine, dude. I can't bring yourself to play Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Good, don't. It's fucking terrible. There are decks like Radiant Typhoon, which allows Mystical Space Typhoon to negate, but at the same time, it's like, it still feels fair in comparison to the bullshit that is K9 Vanquish Soul, and just anything with K9 in it, dude. K9 is so fucking terrible. I lost the game today, not even because of my own, I did misplay at one point, but I lost the game because I fucking timed out. I broke through multiple board signs of interaction, I broke through a Book of Moon on a monster, a Cyber Dragon Infinity, which is an Omni negate, a fucking hand trap negate in Ripper, and a Regulus, which is another Omni negate, and a card that prevents all their cards from like being destroyed by battle or card effect. I broke through everything. I just needed to summon my fucking monster, start doing my searching. Nah, it just wasn't it, man. It just wasn't it. No matter what I chose to do, the game just did not, under any circumstance, want me to fucking... My internet clunked out on me. I lost because my internet clunked out on me. I almost broke my phone. I hate K9 so much, and losing through that, I legitimately crashed out, like, this morning, dude. Do you have a guess on when this video is gonna come out? I said it earlier, Lazarus. If I edit 5 minutes a day every single day, including today, including next week, I should be done by Thursday, and then I can probably put it out by Saturday of next week or Monday of next week, depending on whether or not I choose to work on Saturday. It's 5 minutes at least worth of editing every single day. Let's see, I usually play against bots to have some fun with my favorite decks like Wing Dragon of Ra. Oh, yeah. You want to go hyper casual. I don't mind playing some competitive. I don't mind playing some decks that are like meta viable, but like, dude, when it goes to like decks like Vanquish Soul K9, which just do whatever the fuck they want, just can play all the hand traps, and then just bonus off of the hand traps and do all the bullshit. It's just not fun. The game isn't fun when your opponent just plays a deck that plays on your turn, even if you're going first, and also just has every little bit of hand trap interaction on the planet. It's just complete gas. It's just all gas, dude. This also solo Boruto. I cannot think of a single person within the entire context of Boruto besides Damon who can potentially beat Law, and Damon only if Law goes in with any kind of killing intent. If he chooses to simply bisect Damon and cut him up, I don't think that, especially if he does it without any killing intent or harming intent, I think Damon loses. We talking Draco Tail just joined. Yeah, Draco Tail does not play through everything. Draco Tail is, if anything, a little too fair, especially in the Duelist Cup. All it really has is a targeted destruction in Gulamel if you don't get chain blocked with any of your Draco Tail effects, if you don't have 5 mana already in hand, and basically all you have to do is really just play through like Flame and Horn. That's really just it. Damon's weakness was just told to us. It makes no sense. It's way too weak to a chain block of Ash and Nib. Yeah. Draco Tail is a fine deck. I personally find it to be a very boring deck as someone who did play it for a little bit. I do think that Draco Tail is just boring. And Branded as well, dude. Branded is such a fucking boring deck. You've been playing the same deck for the last 4 fucking years, dude. Prime Malice clears. I hate Malice so much, man. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has like this really weird, like, the developers, the R&D for the card game has like this really inconsistent, like, in-between ground of either making decks that play through everything and are just not fun to play against because they play through everything, set up so much fucking advantage, draw on your opponent's turn and do so much shit, even while you're the one going first, or they make things like Draco Tail, which it has very low to the ground but very fair targeted, disruption that is capable of playing through, but it still offers enough of a ceiling that it can still slow down another deck and also win in the grind game. Those are my favorite kind of decks. That, Radiant Typhoon are some of my favorite decks in recent memory. As much as boring as I think Draco Tail is, because it really just is. Get to 5 mana, or get to Malulu, fusion summon, then you get all your card effects. That's basically it. Regular, pure Draco Tail is a fine deck. I legitimately considered breaking apart my Dark Magician deck, my Dark Magician of Destruction deck, my DDD deck, and a Doom Z deck that I was planning on building. I was planning on breaking them apart just to build yummy Sulfa Cord, because I'm so fucking tired of playing against... I'm so fucking tired. You convinced me you don't think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is fun, and you're being held at gunpoint by Konami. And you're being held at gunpoint by Nintendo. What's your point? What's your fucking point, buddy? You're being held at gunpoint by Nintendo, and I'm being held at gunpoint by Konami. We are both fucking victims of billion-dollar corporations, which we refuse to remove our mouth from their suckling teat. Everyone has an issue with these. Everyone has an issue with a company that they refuse to go away from, and we're all aware of it, and we all are just not brave enough, except for me, to say that, yeah, we have a problem. Anyway, back to this. Damon needs to have both of his hands to touching someone, and it can only reflect harmful intent, which Amputate doesn't do. Remember, his harmless claws are also reflected by Damon. Yeah, but that's also dependent on whether or not the guy was trying to use his claws for the effect of actually damaging him. Law's Amputate doesn't damage at all. I think my message got 8. Let me swap it out. Right here. Did you hear that Chuck Norris fucking died? Yeah, Michael over here and I, made 2 smart-ass remarks about it earlier. I do think, I will say condolences to the family, though, but hey, you play DDD like top 3 decks of all time? No, DDD was never top 3 decks of all time. It was good in the TCG. Tastes like Marina. I don't know what that is. DDD was like top 3. DDD was like hardest decks of all time. It's not really that hard. It's not really the spit your shit, brother. Ursardic Mog's your favorite. Yeah, Ursardic, the deck that has a draw 7 in a built-in searchable card within the archetype, and it does absolutely nothing for the deck. Marinara. Oh yeah, Marinara. Yeah. We're just suckling Marinara off the teats of Nintendo and Konami at 2 separate points in time. It's fucking crazy, dude. What the fuck do I need for this, man? Okay, I need something that shows... Instantaneous teleportation. Okay, instantaneous teleportation. Let me think. Let me think. Didn't die, he transcended life itself, I suppose. What's a good thing I could use for this? What's a good image that I could use for this? I guess I could use Shambles from, like, the early portion right here and just have them both lined up next to each other.
Jutsu. Meanwhile, all he has to do is use room and swing his blade a few times. Now, just to be clear, this also includes... It could even be directly...
No. Right here, right here. That's the point. Right there. Yeah. That's... Yeah. Oh, right here. I'll take this one. Copy. Delete that, put it here, and I think I'll reset them and then put them right next to one another. I think I'll separate this one over here, so that way I can throw this right here. I will expand this over here, and then... And then we'll bring this down to about here, and we'll increase this to about here. Actually, we'll do this, and yeah, we'll do this.
Not to mention, Law can always just pick up the kunais and just throw them all together in one singular spot. Let's compare Shambles and Flying Raijin for just a second. Both are instantaneous.
Okay, so we'll move this up. We'll stretch this out. I'll fix these later.
But the difference here is that one of them requires locations that are marked, meanwhile the other...
Yeah, one of them definitely requires locations that are marked.
Raijin would
Yeah, Flying Raijin really just is not... Yeah.
But Law already does that, and he can also just rip out all of the pieces out of the ground and just hurl them back at Kabuto. It's not like Kabuto can just manipulate them mid-air anyway. Moving on to characters like the Intellect, along with his instantaneous teleportation, Minato consistently shows...
Yeah, I need this. Upgraded Naruto speed scaling again. How did you do it? Concerning Damon, if the old bastard tree was not fast enough to hit a non-combatant body with a ninja body inside him, he'd still kill Damon. Nah, threats a law. Yeah. So we're not going to call out Law's weaknesses. What are Law's weaknesses? Explain to me right now what Law's weaknesses are, since you seem to know better than I do. What's his biggest weakness? Are you referencing reaction speed? Because you can't tell me that a Naruto character... Damon wanted Mamushi to focus on Damon because Damon could have his hands free if he didn't have to share his reflection ability with Data. Probably talking stamina, if anything. Ocean water and his stamina. You mean his stamina, which he mentions right here, that it removes a massive amount of... That using his awakening alone, after doing multiple teleportations throughout Wano, fighting Big Mom and Kaido, picking up massive slabs out of the ground, tossing them at them, fighting Big Mom, basically solo because Eustace Kid was having his head slammed in by Hawkins for a portion of the fight, taking extra hits from Big Mom. Let's see... it was somewhere around here. Let's see. He says right here, a last resort, but the stamina consumption is extreme and it ensures I'll lose the battle. Yeah, I'm still not used to it. I'll do it if I'm on my last legs, which he just starts to use his K-Room. Used it once. Mind you, he says that it is exhausting and yet he's still able to use his K-Room once. Let's keep moving. One second. K-Room. This is just the Zoro stuff. Yeah, it's Luffy. Oh yeah, using K-Room at least once while already exhausted, then getting beat up by Big Mom, then getting blasted by her again, then using K-Room again for a second time, blasting her. Let's see. Throws a giant building on top of Big Mom while already using his awakening twice, slams it on top of her, uses K-Room for a third time. Big Mom punches the shit out of him, continuously punches the shit out of him, punctures her right through, creating a massive hole in the ground. Did all of that while low on stamina. Let's see. Evades Eustace Kid's attack by teleporting, which means he also used Shambles to teleport away from the attack. Then uses Re-Room again to prevent Big Mom from doing anything, while also slashing her living... I don't even know what this is at this point. Because we know for a fact that Mother's Misery is the combination of Hera, Prometheus, and Napoleon. So if they are immune to physical blows and Law is somehow still able to slash them, something I didn't even bother bringing up, but yeah, he did slash her completely. Yeah, you tell me. Oh, and then he was going to get up and fight Kaido right afterwards, even while exhausted. So yeah, no. You tell me right now how that even remotely matters. For hours while exhausted. That's what I'm saying. Law was fighting for a while. Wasn't it chain scaling from the Raikage and Naruto dodging the light fang? What are you guys talking about? But I'm gonna be dead ass. I don't know where this light speed scaling for Naruto even comes from, considering how Zetsu takes time to literally explain why lightning is undodgeable. Oh, I agree with you. But, you have to sort of just give him. What do you think about chapter 1177? I'll give you just my brief, just some basic thoughts. We now have a confirmed height. We now at least have a confirmed height for Chopper's monster point, which is about as big as Gamabunta at 17 meters tall, since he seems to be at least as tall, if not bigger than extended things. That's the thing. So if Oda extended things, then it's still part of the canon. Your argument is still bad, Bogetsu. You make bad arguments. How about give me an objective argument? How about not just some excuse? Because I could just time you out again, Bogetsu. I really don't feel like dealing with you people. I really don't.
Meanwhile,
anyway, we have a confirmed height for Chopper. I did like the interaction where, like, Ragnar's patting Luffy on his back. Next chapter is gonna be crazy. Let me actually just bring this up real quick. Is next week... Oh, we're gonna have a chapter next week. Okay, so it's gonna be crazy. Next week is gonna be crazy. Luffy and, Loki finally meet, or at least finally speak to Imu for the first time, which is definitely a way to go about things. I do respect Usopp a lot more now, and it's definitely good to show consistent growth within his character for as much as he hasn't done things right now. But Oda's also the type of guy that likes to build things up, so even if he doesn't do something in Elbaf, he will get something later on, and I still wholeheartedly believe it. The real scaling people don't want to hear is that a base ninja is slower than sound and can be faster only through jutsu. Naruto is in base slower than sound, faster than the Raikage while using flicker. Yeah.
Meanwhile, the other one allows you to teleport any two objects, including yourself.
Screw you, continue your bias and hating on Naruto. Oh, screw me? Yeah, okay. Here you go. I'm not a coward. You didn't make a point, and I'm not a coward. You just cannot make an argument. I am not being biased. I just keep countering every single thing you say, because everything you say is either an opinion, a lie, or mental gymnastics. Have a good day, Bogetsu. One Piece has by far the most lightspeed feats and statements in the big three, but people try to call it the slowest because they don't like the idea of One Piece actually being better than their stories, especially from a power scaling perspective, when they've already lost in every other fucking... They've already lost by every other metric. If we're going sales, One Piece clears negative difficulty. If we're going popularity, One Piece clears negative difficulty. If we're going, I don't know... what, effects on actual real-world politics, etc. They're an entire nation quite literally held up the flag while usurping their government, their corrupt government. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, screw me? Yeah, sure. Always lovely to get these people out of here as quickly as possible. Always lovely. So my upgrade for Naruto scaling is Sakura Retsuden. She reacted to a beam that came from another dimension within seconds. Why would a beam coming in from another dimension be MFTL? I need some more explanation on this, because this lacks a lot of I feel like this is lacking a lot of context. I don't know, man. Bonnie Blue is making Ichigo. I don't know who the fuck Bonnie Blue is. I'm gonna be so honest with you. Or is it... They were talking about dividing the world before this chapter, most likely term. Yeah. It's already divided politically, though. Oh, it is 100%. I don't know everything else, but I'd screw Eon. That's crazy.
Meanwhile, the other one allows you to teleport any two objects, including yourself, anywhere inside of said massive room.
Okay, I'm gonna split this up into multiple...
Any two objects in...
Let me think this one through. Okay, that...
To teleport any two objects, including yourself, anywhere inside of said including yourself, anywhere in... Including yourself...
Okay, we'll do it there.
Anywhere inside of said massive room. All of said massive room. All inside of said...
Okay, so we'll split it up to 3. We will do...
Meanwhile, the other one allows you to teleport any two objects in...
Sorry, I'm just thinking right now. What's a good? Bonnie Blue is the person that screwed 1,000 men in a single day. That's who the fuck that is. I was wondering. I was like, that name sounds so fucking familiar. I think I saw somebody about her on one of those commentary channels on YouTube. Yeah, she's kind of gross. I'm not gonna lie. She said something about like screwing guys as soon as they turn 18. Like, listen, I get it, legal or whatever, but I'm like, bro, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know, dude. Any two objects. Any two objects. I do need the law teleporting multiple times. She's a predator. I had this... Okay, so basically they're polar particles. You're saying polar particles. Which, when she summoned them from a dying star, they came almost instantly from a dying star in space to her in an instant, which would be millions of times FTL. You're saying they're polar particles. Is that stated verbatim and a dying star? Is all that stated verbatim in the Retsuden? Retsuden polar particles. The fuck are polar particles? Thousands of years later, a mysterious substance mentioned in one of the legends surrounding the because of the times of the Jinchuriki developed a disease caused his chakra network to start deteriorating, threatening the ability to continue using chakra. The sage traveled to the land of Ridaku, began charting the heavens in search of a cure. He even met Janmaru Tataru, founder of the Astronomy Research Institute. One day the sage, under the turn, passed the sky, caught the meteor, and carefully cut it in two with only his chakra. One of these halves immediately dissolved into dust, dubbed the polar particles. The dust enveloped the sage and healed his body. The sage hid some of the leftover in the lake near the institute, leaving the institute to retrieve the guys called Hoshinarabe. Thousands of years later, Sakura and Shazzy acquired the polar particle in order to give him the Naruto. Okay, so the polar particles have nothing to do with speed. That has nothing to do with speed. Gigi also thought or sought the for some unknown reason. So that they have nothing to do with speed then. Is it stated how far the dying star was from Earth? Because if it's teleporting through unsealing, what the fuck is this? Where protoparticles are healing, a sky that fell to the Earth, yeah. Fell to Earth, performs a hand seals required. Tower of Light will burst from the ground and grains within the light. The polar particles are stored and contained in a sealing tag. The beam of light consisted of polar particles, okay? And how does that help out their speed? It just says within the light. So how does that help out the speed? Currently can compete with Jack? I don't know, man. I mean, he slapped Queen, so probably.
A 0 out of 100 chance for the shinobi alive during this same and over a larger quantifiable area. Different objects while also...
Okay. Need this.
Meanwhile, the other one allows you to teleport any two objects, including yourself, anywhere inside of said massive room. All of Minato's win...
No, I can't use this then. Can't believe I said this. Chopper smacked the evil out of the giant. Oh yeah, he did do that. Yeah, he did do that, didn't he? Is that a chopper upscale? I mean, he could literally kill a giant. Within the context of this fight recently, he can literally kill a giant.
Meanwhile, the other one allows... you to teleport any two objects.
I need this. They may scale to her reaction time and her combat speed, it depends. She was able to instantly after they came down, and the speed they came down kind of proves the light where MFTL lowballed. Why does it prove it? You haven't given me an objective reason why I should even remotely consider it MFTL. Like, just saying that they are MFTL gives me absolutely nothing. Why is the beam of light that came down MFTL in the first place? Because reacting to light doesn't make you MFTL. Done anything, even Chopper has done something. You guys gotta just relax on Usopp. I get you guys want Usopp to do something, just give it time. Chopper has Haki. You don't need Haki to beat a giant. You don't need Haki to kill someone. If it bursts out of the ground, then where did they get the traveled from a dying star? They may scale to her reaction speed and combat speed. TSO doesn't travel as fast as light. Doesn't those TSO... No, the TSO are not as fast as light. You have to genuinely believe Kakashi can throw a kunai at FTL speeds to even remotely believe that. Yeah, and that's also Sakura and post time skip out of Shippuden, bruh. That doesn't help out Naruto scaling within part 1 because there's no definable bridge to her from part 1 unless there's a statement that says she is just as fast as she was and just as strong as she was in part 1. Sorry, in part, prior to the end of the series.
Including yourself anywhere inside of said massive room. Including yourself. But the difference here is that one of them requires locations that are marked. Meanwhile, the other one allows you to teleport any two objects, including yourself, anywhere inside. Allows you to teleport any two.
Copy. Hey Eon, I would like to thank you for being one of the few channels I've seen that is neutral when power scaling using sources to back it up. I really enjoy this channel. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much, man. People count this time because he had the whole speech standing up to Imunko talking about pride or something. I think that's actually a very good moment for Usopp. I don't know why people see that and be like, oh no, Usopp needs to do more. Like, I get it, you want Usopp to do more. I'm not gonna tell you you should stop wanting that, and I don't think you should have to stop wanting it. I'm not saying either of those things, but like, come on now. You gotta give Oda and the character some time to cook. You know what I mean? You gotta give them some time to cook. Usopp's already showing that even in front of the potential strongest character in the verse, he's not willing to stand down, especially when they're acting like fucking cowards by essentially having other people fight for them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, is Oda a bad writer for not having Usopp solo Imu right there? Like, come on, guys. Usopp is going to get Ragnar. Usopp is going to get his moment. But he's also one of the Straw Hats that you have to give them a moment of time to actually build up for before they actually does something, because otherwise it just doesn't make any sense. Having Usopp literally just start acting like crazy, just speed blitzing and doing all these other crazy things and blah 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 blah. You can't do that without giving Usopp at least time to like build up. He needed, for example, in order to even fucking get his first like big, in order to even like remotely start becoming like somewhat of a threat as far as like the Grand Line went, he needed to first move up in weaponry. What did he do? He got a new slingshot. He started working in better tandem with like a lot of the tools that he had. Then he got his pop greens. Then he got XYZ until we got it, man. People are hating on Usopp because of Freyrin having a much better version of Usopp and Stark without the incredibly poor pacing for his character development. That's fine, but I don't know if like, here's the thing, I don't know if that's everybody's problem, and I'm also not gonna sit here and say that like I would think it's because of Freyrin when, like, I don't know how many people necessarily watch Freyrin and One Piece at the same time. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things where, like, I don't know, dude. It just feels like one of those things where, like, we're kind of now trying to find a reason to, like, justify people hating on Usopp, and it's like, well, it's because of Freyrin. Like, I don't know what exactly Freyrin has to do with any of it. Oh, I can't make it any smaller than this. Sure.
anywhere inside of said massive room. All of Minato's win conditions rely around him landing.
It's an incredible moment, but some people lack comprehension and just want constant fighting. Those of the ones complaining about Usopp expected God Valley flashback to be full fights. That's what I'm saying. Like when people are watching God's Valley, I'm sure they were like, "Yo, why? Oh, we're gonna see Whitebeard go all out. We're gonna see Rayleigh have his moments. We're gonna see how crazy Rayleigh is. He's probably Yonko level. Blah 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 blah." It's like, bro, just enjoy the story. Hasn't even ditched the plant mechanic. I'm not mad that he hasn't. I mean, there's nothing wrong with him not ditching it. The plant mechanic is good. Him having pop greens is good. It gives him one of the more interesting move sets within the Straw Hats because it allows Usopp to now have different kinds of pop greens that can go for any kind of situation and not just for combat roles, like the banana fruit that he used to travel across the boiling seas of Punk Hazard. Should be faster than regular light because even a beam of light coming from the closest star to Earth should take 4,000 to 4,000 years. Where is it stated to be coming from a star that far away? And this beam came from a dying star to Sakura within seconds. Cool. How far was the star? I don't have to agree with you if I don't know exactly how far the star was, because at that point it's just sheer speculation. Usopp was supposed to have some level of connection to Ragnar and Thor to an extent, but this still has the plant arsenal. Okay, he can have both. Who's telling you that he can't have both? Usopp actually calls Dimu to regen while Brook didn't. Black man can't have nothing. He's not Uryu, guys. Don't expect him to be. That's what I'm saying.
All of Minato's win conditions rely around him landing some kind of sealing jutsu or physical blow through either a kunai stab or a Rasengan. Neither of these options could really help him out since
Okay.
all of Minato's win conditions rely around him landing some kind of sealing jutsu or physical blow through sealing.
Okay. We'll move this here.
Sealing jutsu or physical blow through either a kunai stab or physical blow through either a kunai stab or a Rasengan. Physical blow through either a kunai jutsu or physical blow.
Okay. So right here. Or physical blow. Kunai stab.
Or physical blow through either a kunai stab or a Rasengan. Neither.
If we take in real life terms, I don't take in real life terms because comparing it because trying to give these characters, oh, well, the nearest star is 50 billion light years away or blah, 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 just obviously adheres that the Naruto universe lives within the exact same confines of our universe. I don't have to even remotely consider that as canon. Isn't Kaguya just using her dimensions to basically teleport the light? I don't know what you're referring to. So double standards, gas up Usopp for nothing but diss Sakura for trying her best. Who gives a shit about that dog shit Raiden-ass character? I will never respect Sakura in the slightest bit. There is literally a double standard, yes, but it's not against Sakura. It's literally every character versus Sakura. I do not like that character. I will never give her dues. She is dog shit. It's bigger than our universe, and why is it bigger than our universe? Why is the Naruto universe bigger than ours?
All of Minato's win conditions rely around him landing some kind of sealing jutsu or physical blow.
Jesus Christ. Not this one. This one. Not this one. No, this one.
Of them have a single answer for laws and
Sakura is meant to be one of the three members, while Usopp is one of the crew, and he still has better moments than she does. Yeah. And he's a lot easier to like than she is. You have to forgive so much that the character does, while the only thing you really have to forgive Usopp for is just, oh man, he kind of crashed out about the Mary because he was also feeling self-conscious about not even being able to protect his own fucking friend's money from the goddamn, a bunch of thugs. Which, to be fair, was bad on him. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that it wasn't, but either way. Where the fuck did I put that? Oh, right here. Right here. Jesus Christ. People are acting like double standard. People are actually out here acting like you have to like every single fucking character. I'm not giving any dog shit character their fucking dues, Bran. And if I have to, It certainly won't be Sakura unless I have to talk about her within the context of a video. Wait, no, I need it a little bit farther up in this. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we need this point right here. Okay. Let me see. Dude. Okay, there we go. He disrespected his own captain, by the way. Yes, and he apologized. Something that Sakura has never done. How can you even consider likable? And no, she was not. She was not. She was not a day one friend to Naruto. She did not like Naruto. You are absolutely lying to yourself. Objectively, if you think that Sakura was a day one friend to Naruto. She talked shit behind his back. Usopp disrespected his captain, and then you know what Usopp did? Something that fucking walking pick, and I'm sorry to say this, cumrag, that walking pick cumrag didn't even fucking bother doing once within the entire context of the story. You want me to show you something funny? Here, something that this bitch is simply incapable of doing. Let me show you something crazy. Yeah, let me show you something. Where the fuck is it? Where's the moment where Usopp is literally begging his friends to fucking forgive him? I'm sorry. Look at that. In big bolded words, I'm sorry. That bitch cannot even remotely take accountability for talking shit about an orphan behind his back about him not having any parents, but he can apologize to his captain after defending him literally 3 days afterwards, dude. Don't fuck with me, man. Seriously. Jesus Christ. Let me get some water. Jesus Christ. Literally have to wait over 245 chapters? Bro, I didn't rage quit. I just needed to take some fucking water. And I was kind of thirsty. Your goat is bawling his eyes out on his nose, by the way. Yeah, men can cry. What kind of toxic masculinity bullshit are you trying to push on people? Making a mistake? Yeah, I would cry too. If I insulted my friends, tried to act off like it wasn't anything crazy, and then they sail off without me because guess what? Like he says, he's being pathetic. He's admitting it. That's called accountability. Something most people are seriously incapable of having. I don't know about you guys, but I've never fucked with the idea of talking shit or saying something about a person or I don't know, acting like a fucking total brat and insulting people and then never even remotely apologizing for it. Just moving past it. I don't fuck with that, no. You don't just get to move past you treating somebody like shit. You don't just get to move past that shit, bro. I don't care if they forgive you. I don't have to. Naruto is certainly a better man than I am, to be fair. But then again, it doesn't make you a better person just for simply choosing to forgive somebody without them actually ever even remotely trying to apologize. That's more on the person rather than the person that... That's more rather on the person that's forgiving rather than on a person that needed to be forgiven. And we'll probably have an Usopp Future Sight battle. I think Usopp will have a really good fight with, what's his face?
Landing some kind of sealing jutsu or...
If you're curious about the particle stuff, chapter 641, I'm really not that interested. I gotta edit it up to like 32 minutes and 30 seconds, dude. I'm more than focused on this.
Minato's win conditions rely around him landing some kind of... Minato's win conditions...
Okay, so we'll separate it right here. In One Piece, damage works differently. It's more comical. One Piece is more real. Naruto's more realistic. Yeah, Naruto, if you get your heart taken out, you'd fucking die, dude.
Minato's win conditions rely around him... All of Minato's win conditions rely around him landing some kind of sealing jutsu.
Okay, so we got that. I need the moment. I'll take this one right here. Stretch this out completely. Yeah, well, we're gonna get the B moment. Yeah, we need the B moment. Okay, we need that. Jesus Christ. Okay. And do that. Can you even call something a win condition if you actually achieving that win condition is borderline impossible? It is still a win condition, it is just one that is next to impossible to obtain. Kind of sealing jutsu. I'm also gonna need the one where Minato... Is this the same episode where Minato dies? Disagree hard. Sakura and Naruto were unironically on a route to be the best couple in Shonen, and Kishimoto's assassin has shafted them both. Sakura, housewife to her abuser, and Naruto married to a wet towel. Here's the thing. If I were the writer, if I were Kishimoto, well, for starters, if I were Kishimoto for a second, I would never have written Sakura to be as bad as she is. Personally, I would never have written Sakura to be as bad as she is. Even if I had to keep most of the stuff for the character, I would have taken out moments like her, quote-unquote, lying and trying to manipulate Naruto's feelings. But anyway, going back to that, though, personally, my best headcanon was always just gonna be like Sakura quite literally ends up alone and lonely inside of her fucking house. No one married her. No one wanted anything to do with her. That was personally, that would personally have been my favorite canon. But yeah, I guess Sasuke is also allowed to have a good life after all the shit that he did. So, you know, that's him. The setup was 75% there. If only he followed up to the confession scene. No, I think the confession scene was absolute bullshit, bro. Absolute horseshit. That's no different from Water 7 feud to Straw Hats. That's not if they was worse because they fought over nonsense. No, they didn't fight over nonsense. They were literally losing a crewmate of theirs. The Going Merry was quite literally a part of the crew. And Usopp was going through his own personal turmoil of, once again, not being strong enough to take down a couple of guys who tried to steal their money. So when Luffy says we have to get rid of the Going Merry, he also takes that as, if we have to get rid of the Going Merry, then you're eventually going to get rid of me too. And again, accountability, apologize.
Rely around him landing some kind of sealing jutsu or physical... Rely around him landing some kind of sealing jutsu or physical...
Okay, what episode... If you genuinely cannot understand the difference between people... between having accountability for a situation... between having an accountability for a situation and simply talking shit and never even remotely bringing it up, talking about it, or especially coming up to your friend and saying, hey, listen, I said some things in the past, I know it was wrong of me, I looked at you as a completely different person back then, I was young and mature, etc. The difference is staggering. If you cannot understand that, I feel like that kind of goes to show a bit of a lack in terms of maturity. Yeah, I hate her. I hate this fucking bitch. I actively call her in front of my friends Sasuke's walking cum rag. I do not view her as anything other than the mother of Sasuke's child. She does quite literally nothing for me. I cannot give her any kind of benefit of doubt or any kind of flowers within the entire context of the verse because the bitch is one of the main three protagonists of the story, the main female lead, and she only does 2 things in 2 fucking arcs. I'm not even gonna give her saving Kankuro because Kankuro quite literally adds nothing. That's not the job of a man in life. The world moves on. How is it no matter what's the duty for us men? On how it is. That's not the job of a man. The job of a man is to... It's not the job of a man, it's the job of a person. You're looking at this, okay, again, the difference in maturity. You're looking at things from men and women, blah, 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 blah. I'm looking at it, I don't give a fuck about any of those, what a man has to do and what a woman has to do. I view it as people. At the end of the day, there is no difference between most people besides the fact that women can give birth and men don't. But either way, you're not gonna sit here and feed me some bullshit like a woman is able to just get away with talking shit behind a guy's back, blah, 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 whatever, but a guy can't even get any kind of flowers for saying, yo, I'm sorry, I was pathetic, I got mad over something stupid. Accountability knows no gender, my guy. Accountability and maturity know no gender. If you cannot take that, if you cannot accept that, I'm not even going to remotely. If you can't even understand it, there's no point in us having a conversation. Does Obito absorb the 10 tails? This is Obi. By the way, I'm not referencing to you, Marcos. I'm not really. I really wasn't responding to anything you said. I'm not defending Sakura at the end. Just her setup as Naruto's partner. I wasn't really referencing you. What episode is this? Chapter 683. Chapter 683. Anime 378. Got it. I wasn't really referencing you, by the way. Where is Sakura in this current situation with Mamushi? That's what I'm saying, bro. If she was so powerful, why isn't she showing up for any of this stuff? Saying that she's MFTL when all these characters are literally getting speedless by those dudes, great. You're another one of those toxic people who don't even bother knowing about women's struggles. No, I don't know about women's struggles because I'm not a woman. Female struggles, the most I can tell you about women's struggles are the fact that they do feel uncomfortable around men at times. The fact, but at the end of the day, I'm not a guy. I have no semblance of knowing what it's like that a woman is, but I can still have sympathy for them. The difference here is that Sakura not apologizing about being an absolute bitch towards Naruto is not a female struggle. Anyone can be a brat. Anyone can be an asshole. The fact that you're trying to now make this into some, oh, I'm a toxic misogynist when I've never once even remotely came at her for being a woman, more so her on her actions, is again telling that you cannot comprehend the words that are coming out of my mouth. So once again, there's no point in us having a conversation. Shit was gas last JJK chapter? Oh, episode. Okay. I haven't checked it out, man. Even with men and women being different and having different incentives and realities doesn't mean one gender or the other gets to have no accountability. That's what I'm saying. She is an adult, a grown-ass woman, or at least within the context of, what, 16 or 17? Yeah, she's a grown-ass adult by Japanese standards. Yeah, no, I'm not. Nor Sasuke knew that light was coming down, nor do they scale to it. Yeah, so how does this come back to Sakura being an asshole to Naruto?
He's become...
Okay. Over here. Okay. Now we need this. The fuck was the thing that somebody said? Yeah, no. Listen, I don't know about you guys. I hold accountability, especially as I am closer to my 30s than I am to my 20s at this point. I'm gonna be honest with you. You get to a certain point, especially in life, where you're just like, I'm just not dealing with people's lack of accountability at this point, especially in certain things. Sakura attempting to 1v1 Sasuke is hardcore. Not really. The example of why men today in US grow weaker and weaker each generation. No, that's just that you're just following traits of toxic masculinity, my guy. You're just following traits of toxic masculinity. If a guy can't simply cry, share his feelings, and I don't know, essentially hold himself accountable for the things he says and does. Apparently apparently the US is weak. Apparently men in society are growing to be weak. What kind of backwards ass logic is that? There's no issue with men, young boys being told, hey, you can feel the things that you are feeling. You don't have to suck up everything and eat it out and be a fucking man about everything. That's actually toxic. That's actually very negative in terms of psychology. I know this because I've been going to I've been attending psychological help with my therapist for the last almost 9 years, dude. I can tell you right now, that's nothing more than toxic masculinity at its works. That's the type of shit that somebody like Andrew Tate or fucking, I don't know, those red pill motherfuckers on YouTube are willing to tell you. Are the bullshit that they're willing to feed you. That's some fresh and fit shit. I'm gonna be honest with you, my guy. Men are allowed to cry and ask for forgiveness. If you can't comprehend that, I don't know, dude. You might need to grow up a little. Just don't entertain them in brainless. It's like, no, because you know what? I don't feel like having somebody sit here and build up some rhetoric that men are weak just because of that shit. If anything, it takes a lot for a man to actually be strong and be honest about his feelings. I would say if anything, it takes more effort to be strong and genuine about your feelings. Like, real talk. If any of you... Something I did over my vacation was that I had a conversation with my mom and my niece, and I told them, no, we are going to have a discussion about these things. You two are going to chat with each other about the issues that you guys are having, and I'm going to simply sit here and mediate it. And you know what? They went through it, and it was a healthier relationship for it, man. Back at clip farming? Not really. Emotions is what makes us humans. Exactly. We're not robots. We're not just out here to get money, impregnate women, and have multiple girlfriends, as some men seem to believe that we have. Not saying that the dude believes that. I'm just saying in general, there are people out there who genuinely believe that our only job in society is to essentially procreate and that's it. Everything else is just extra bullshit. Build up your money, which I mean is not a bad thing to do, but build it up in such a way that essentially it's the only thing that matters, dude. People obviously don't care about that kind of shit, dude. I don't know what to tell you. But anyway. Okay, so it's right here. And right here. I don't need this. Let's go here. Toxic masculinity is crazy. I know, right? I forgot he fought a lightning band, which is also immune to. Mary couldn't go on. Luffy, Usopp was insecure about himself. In the One Piece cast? Oh, you're referencing couples, dude. I'm fine with that. Watch DB use that argument to scale Naruto speed even when the feat doesn't apply to anyone and the particles are basically transported through the light. Not what it is. Got you.
Without marking the locations, and I have no reason to believe...
Oh, wait. Let me see. What exactly did I have here? Why did everything shift over? Hold on.
Or a Rasengan.
Okay, no. Oh! Okay.
Or physical blow through either a kunai stab or a Rasengan.
Okay, this is what I wanted. Okay. This was confusing me. By the way, still a badass moment in my opinion. Let's just close this off. And then just throw this in here. These guys are the saddest men on earth. They believe that they are some isekai protect that gets a harem without even trying, when in reality they're afraid to talk to women. I don't even know if it's like they're afraid to talk to women. They're just afraid of treating women as if they were their fucking equals, dude. I don't know, dude. These people actually sound like full-blooded Viltrumites with these takes. Rah, procreate, get up, son. It's a guy's duty to keep moving. Red pill, yeah. Do nothing but earn money. If you're having any kind of issues whatsoever, don't talk about them. Bury them deep down, and then use that to fuel you to do something else. If you make any kind of mistake, don't apologize for it. It's weakness of the highest order. 1 second. I need a napkin. It's weakness of the highest order to apologize and cry. To make yourself accountable for the things that you said and did. I don't know, man. I find it crazy, but you know what? It's okay. It's also crazy for people to say shit like that when, like, bro, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Neither of these options could really help him out, since Law would always know his intent through observation haki. You could throw KCM2 and always know his intent.
Okay, so I'm going to open up. I remember listening to Tate like content creators in my teens. God damn it, it made me such a sad and honest and lonely loser. I'm glad I grew out of that. Yeah, so there was a point in time where I did actually watch, and if you guys are putting things up, my bad, I just need to see exactly what I need. I need this, so War Arc. Okay, so we always open up the War Arc. We just always guaranteed need the War Arc. And the defeat of that happened in pre-war. Yeah, it happened in pre-war. Anyway, I remember back in like the early 2020s when like Andrew Tate first like came on. This was like mid-pandemic. He said something a long time ago about like men inherently offer no value to the world because of the sheer simple fact that, like, for example, women can procreate, women can give birth, obviously giving them innate value and all that crap. And I'm just like, yeah, no. And for the longest time, I did believe men do not inherently hold any value. But as time went on, as my prefrontal cortex started to actually, you know, fully develop, and as I got older and, you know, got a bit more life experience around the world, etc., I kind of came into a conclusion that, like, A, that was a total bullshit, but B, and more importantly, it's a toxic mentality that essentially says that, like, men have to be and act a certain way when it's not even remotely true. At the end of the day, everybody's just going through the things that they have to go through, and everybody's just trying to do their best to get through each and every single day. Life isn't always easy, especially for everyone, and everyone has a different level of Every single person on this planet has a different level of problems that they have to go through that nobody will ever hear of in some cases. And it's kind of sad because in some cases, it could have actually have helped the person that, if anything, could have probably have made it out or even, you know, saved her, help themselves if they would have simply have spoken about it. But it's not even just that. It's the fact that you as an individual, and this counts for every single one of you, including the people there that have toxic mentalities, or people there that disagree with me in terms of this Sakura or law or whatever the fuck we're talking about in power scaling. The simple fact that you have an effect on every single person that you ever met's life, the fact that you have an effect on your mother, the fact that you can bring happiness to others in any way, shape, or form, whether it's a family member, an uncle, an aunt, whether it's a cousin, a little brother, a big sister, whether it's your parents, etc., or whether it's a fucking friend or even a teacher. The fact that you can have some kind of a positive effect on anybody's life already inherently means that you offer some kind of a value to this world. So don't ever have anybody tell you otherwise. Everyone in this world does matter to an extent, except that motherfucker Donald Trump. But besides that, dude, yeah, no, everybody. So you're saying Sakura is an Andrew Tate fan? I kind of see it. Yeah, no, 100%. She's an Andrew Tate fan. I would 100% believe her. I would 100% believe the idea that Andrew Tate would 100% have Sakura on a podcast and have her tell everyone about how great it is to be a submissive woman to a guy that is as toxic as Sasuke was. That's all I'm saying. Tate, he looked up to his father, even though all the stories he told him was him being an asshole, so I thought he had parental issues, yeah.
Always know his intent through observation. Really help him out, since Law would always know his intent through observation hockey. You could throw KCM2 into the equation, but Minato still can't teleport. Neither of these options could really...
And I have no reason to believe... Yeah.
Him out, since Law would always know his intent through observation hockey. Since Law...
But anyway, all I'm saying is take care of yourselves, take care of the loved ones around you, and if anyone ever tells you that you don't matter, that's a fucking lie. You matter to your friends, you matter to your family, you matter in this community. That's all I'm saying, dude. Don't listen to anybody's bullshit, and hold people accountable for shit, bro. If you're an answer, but no, I have not watched Steel Ball Run anime. I haven't watched it. And you don't have to apologize for asking a question. Many people here asking questions that I have to like repeat myself on a couple of times. I don't mind. Hey guys, what if we labeled weakness the absolute normal and biological reaction that is crying? I'm sure it won't be a problematic at all. Type shit. And for anybody, but by the way, how far are you into editing this video? I'm 27 minutes in. I'm over halfway done with the editing of the video. I'll have it out by... I'm just going to type this in. The video, if I am... Get 5 minutes done... every day, I'll have it out by the Monday of the following week. There you go. You guys can just have that up there. So I need as little distractions as possible because I'm still at 27 minutes. I am still at 27 minutes. When are you going to read the chapters again? Whenever I'm done with this video, we'll get back to reading chapters, and this time I'll be a little bit faster. Being empathetic is not being weak. Correct. You can be
Law would always know his intent through observation hockey. You could throw KCM...
Yeah, you could throw KCM2 Minato into the mix, and it doesn't really mean anything. Observation hockey, Foxy Light stuff. I should probably like detail some of these out so it's easier for me to like go through. Yada mirror, stuff like that. Yeah, all that crap. Yada mirror, yeah, sample text. Where the fuck do I talk about observation hockey, dude? Oh, right here. I'm gonna copy this, but where the fuck? Oh, over here.
Sender Sonia, and even another.
What chapter is that? 519. Observation hacky. Okay, let's keep moving on. This, I definitely don't think I need to even remotely add it up. Yeah. All right, 519. 519, 519, 519, right here.
Always know his intent through observation hockey. You could throw KCM2 into the equation, but Minato still can't teleport without marking the locations, and I have no reason to believe that you could throw
that the amp is big enough to make up the speed difference. Do I have an image of KCM2 Minato? Yes, I do.
them requires locations that here is that one of them requires location.
Yeah, still needs these.
Still can't teleport without marking the locations, and I have no reason to believe that the KCM amp would make up the speed difference, even if I were to agree.
You have to believe that it's like over a 9,000 times amp. What are your thoughts on the Sada.ftl stuff? The Sada.ftl stuff just kind of boils down to whether or not you genuinely believe that Sarada is essentially faster than every single character in Naruto Part 1, including the Raikage and everyone else.
Still can't teleport without marking the locations, and I have no reason.
Observation hockey is weirdly broken across verse if you're faster than your opponent. It's very broken. I think Elbaf is falling off. That's what I see people saying. People are saying that Elbaf is falling off because the things that they wanted Oda to have the characters do isn't happening.
And I have no reason to believe that the KCM amp would make up the speed difference, even if I were to agree that it is a 90 to 100 times amp. Each tail from would make up the speed difference, even if I were to agree that it is a 90 to 100 times amp. Each tail from the Ninetales cloak seems to offer at least a 10 times amp, and I don't believe this to be exponential, or else a sick Orochimaru whose body is rejecting him is. Each tail from the Ninetales cloak seems to offer at least a 10 times amp, and I don't believe this to be exponential.
Going off of the criteria. Okay, so for that we need part 1. We need not tuning exams. We need Sasuke retrieval. Loki find a bubber. Next thing we need Usopp. He gets no diff by Emu, but there's still hope. I mean, I don't know if it was... I mean, yes, it was a no. It was a no diff for Emu, but like Usopp did kind of take the blow from his own attack, to be fair. To be fair, it was a blow from his own attack. I need the Kiba chapters. Shit, I think I have to go back. That's Tayuya. That's the Rock Lee stuff. What does Unagi say here? I need Kiba stuff. Oh, right here. What, didn't these fuckers say something about... In fact, you know that the Keirakuke through the chakra network, where the chakra flows, is intertwined with each internal organ, don't you? But to go into a little more detail, the Keirakuke is also involved with the system that control the functioning of the organs. It's related to the cells and even affects the proteins of which the cells are made. It's intricate, complicated. In second state, it can dissolve and reform the cells into proteins at will using chakra. There was also a statement that implied that they had an increase of over 10 times in their chakra, but I think I'm going to have to... Well, let's... Yeah, we're gonna have to go to some old Naruto. Sorry about that. What are you guys talking about? To be fair, it's Oda's fault for him not taking any criticisms or following what the fans think. That's blatantly very close-minded. So now an author has to do exactly what the fans want in order for the story to be good. Because Oda wrote the most popular manga of all time that outsold Superman without really having to listen to the fans. And he does listen to the fans, actually. Because Oda literally makes some of the characters' birthdays... Literally makes some of the characters' birthdays whatever the fans ask him. So, you know... I don't know here, man. It kind of sounds like you're just kind of saying shit to try and, you know, get a dig at Oda for no reason. It's coming across as it. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Kind of coming across as that. But hey, you have every right to believe whatever you want to believe. It is not my prerogative to change your mind on whether or not you think Oda's being a poo-poo head because he doesn't do exactly what the fans want him to do, as if that's something that any writer actually goes out of their way to do. Yeah, people have some of the worst takes, dude. I don't know, bro. Some of these takes are fucking terrible. Really weird generalizations, too. Oda didn't listen to the fans. Oh, man, he's close-minded. He's very blatantly close-minded because he didn't do what the fans said when, oh, man, they wanted Usopp to be already the strongest character in the series. Give us God D. Usopp. Fuck the jokes, fuck all that shit. Just make Usopp top one of the verse right now, this instant, for no narrative reason. Yeah, if you're gonna keep running back for more mediocrity, I mean, it can't be mediocre if it is quite literally the best-selling series of all time. Be my guest. You people don't complain. You eat, yum, 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 consume. Yeah, Oda writes a very good story that is very consistent. Yeah, why wouldn't I be happy that Oda is writing a good story? Why wouldn't I continue to eat that up? And whenever he does something that I don't like, I will call him out on it. But right now, I don't really have a massive complaint to give against Oda. What's the big complaint that I have to give him? Chill, Law does not solo Naruto. In fact, he does. They have no answers for Room. Room is that freaking busted. I am like 99% sure there is a statement somewhere that says that the curse mark amps like 10 times or some shit. Where the fuck is it? A series cannot outsell Superman with a 50-year lead, with at least a 50-year lead. If it's mediocre, that's just not how it works. I know what you're referencing. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a different moment where... I'm talking about a different moment where the character, where Sakon and Ukon these nuts, basically state that, like, their chakras, like, increased tenfold. Their chakra quantities also increased, like, tenfold when using the curse mark. Alright, I think I just need to look up the curse mark. Cursed mark. User receives increased chakra capabilities when sealed. The sales are probably mostly little kids. Doesn't matter. Sales are sales. Nobody gives a shit if the person that bought the sales is a man, a woman, an adult with their own money, or a child. It's one of the reasons why Pokemon refuses to improve their fucking games. Because they don't care where the money's coming from. They genuinely don't give a shit. No one cares where the sales are coming from. They only care about whether or not the sale was made. Jesus Christ, the mental gymnastics for some people. I'll give you 2 examples of Amon and listening to their fans. Gege making Majuro because the ending of Kubo and Kubo working on the anime for the fans. No. Kubo's not working on the anime for the fans. Kubo's fixing the anime because he didn't get an opportunity to finish it the way that he wanted to. And unless you have some kind of a statement that verbatim says, Yo, Gege Akutami, what was it again? Oh, yeah. He made an entire new mangas just specifically for the fans. And even then, Marathon, even then with your flawed-ass logic, here is where you're wrong. Just because one author decides to simply get the opportunity, just because one author decides to start up a manga, to start up a secondary manga does not mean that he's listening to the fans. Second, just because another author finally gets the chance to finish off their series the way they wanted to in the first place, not even because of the fans. And 3, just because 2 authors decided to do it in the first place, or quote unquote listen to fans, doesn't mean every single guy needs to fucking do it. It makes absolutely no sense. Oh, these 2 guys did it, therefore now every single other author needs to do it. Dude, get out of here with your bullshit ass logic, man. People have some real bullshit ass logic. Jesus Christ. I'll just use the one statement. I swear, dude, some of these arguments are just fucking abysmally terrible.
Tail from the Ninetales cloak seems to offer at least a 10 times amp, and
Is this the new bait of the day? That's what I'm saying, dude. Now 2 other authors did it, so now Oda has to, man. The series is bad because Oda, the writer of One Piece, for whatever reason, chose not to give the fans, Usopp being top 1 of the verse. Maybe. It's not even invalid because Bleach is mid. Bleach is going to be mid regardless of what Kubo adds.
And I don't believe this to be exponential or else a sick...
Essentially, each tale has to be a...
Or else a sick Orochimaru whose body is rejecting him is... Or else a
hey, what's
sick
up, Axis?
Orochimaru whose body is rejecting him is 10,000 times stronger than post-time skip Naruto. Hiruzen has nothing... is 10,000...
Okay, so that's that, and then I move this up here. Cool. Okay, let's see. Who dares message me on Facebook? I don't know. Oh, what's up, bro? Damn. Alright, I'm gonna mute my phone, though. I don't really want to get any more distractions. Bleach not mid. Bleach is definitely mid, but anyway.
And I don't believe this to be exponential or...
Dude, I read through the entirety of the Bleach manga. That shit was mid, bro. I'm sorry. That shit was so mid. It goes Naruto, Bleach, then One Piece in terms of writing might be stronger, but not better. No, it is better. It definitely has, consistently speaking, the best form of writing. If there's one thing that nobody ever tries to dispute is that, yeah, if there's nothing that anybody ever tries to dispute, if they're actually trying to not be biased here, is saying that Naruto or Bleach, either of those series have better writing than One Piece. And in truth, it's One Piece, Naruto, then Bleach. And you know why Bleach is at the bottom? Simply because of how inconsistent the story is through and throughout. Again, not trying to start anything, just saying. Yeah, no, it's cold as fuck. The characters are cool as fuck. They have badass designs, but the writing is terrible. I'm sorry. The writing is just so fucking terrible. It is literally just aura farming the anime, and that's okay. Got cool character designs and aura. That's it. Yeah, no, 100%. The characters are cold. The names of the attacks are badass. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Bankai isn't one of the coldest fucking words in the Japanese dictionary, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the writing in Bleach is even remotely good.
And I don't believe this to be exponential.
But the villains are bad compared to theirs? Who cares about the villains? And that's subjective. Sure, I could give you Naruto having good villains. What makes them better than One Piece villains? What, they're more realistic? That doesn't inherently make them better. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna just time you out for 24 hours. I'm just gonna time you out for 24 hours because I don't feel like having you now do the whole consolation prize thing where you're trying to just get me to say or agree to like, oh, one of these series is a little bit better in some instance. I don't have to do that for you.
And I don't believe this to be exponential, or else
It would make. Might I remind you, Bleach is a grandstanding global icon. So is One Piece and Naruto. Here, let me just get you out of the way right now. So is Naruto and so is One Piece. One Piece even more so, because again, outsold Superman and Dragon Ball. Has a parade in the Macy's float. Yeah. Yeah, when Ichigo gets his own parade float in Macy's, yeah, then we'll talk about Icon. Then we'll talk about Icon, bro. When you put Ichigo on the same pedestal as Pikachu and Goku, yeah, then grandstanding icon. It's just some bullshit for them to try to make Bleach sound like it's better than it actually is. It's a cool series that came out at a right time where if it had come out 5 or 10 years later, it would not even be remotely looked upon as anything decent because everyone would be like, yeah, no, the writing for this is kind of ass.
And I don't believe this to be exponential, or else
If each tale were exponential, text media. If each tale were exponential, if it was an exponential increase, then each tale would be a 10 times amp, so 4 tails Naruto.
Or else a sick Orochimaru.
Okay, that is the Rasen, no, that is the Tenchi Bridge. That is Tenchi Bridge. Yeah, Tenchi Bridge. Orochimaru. Orochi... Can we talk about how Dragon Ball franchise has just been mismanaged? Yeah, 100%. We're getting a whole fucking remake of Super, my guy. And sure, Super could do with a bit of a comeback in some senses, but I'm gonna be so fucking honest with you. I am so fucking tired of Dragon Ball doing this bullshit where they have to revamp every single arc over and over and over and over and over again, and you gotta see the same bullshit over and over and over again just to get something new within the context of the story. I am so fucking tired of that, dude.
Believe this to be exponential, or else a sick Orochimaru whose body is rejecting him is 10,000 times stronger than post-time skip Naruto. Hiruzen has nothing in his arsenal that even remotely...
Sample text! Yeah, type shit. Where is Orochimaru's body acting the fucking fool? I've reached my biddy. This body continues to reject me. This is far from over. Wait, we actually getting a DB remake, not the Moro arc? We're getting the DBS remake, and then we're getting the Moro arc. So we have to watch through the entirety of Super again. We gotta go through all those fuck-ass arcs first. Either I do my thumbnails or I pay a guy to do them online. If you guys know anybody that can do thumbnails with, like, cool anime motifs, I'd be down to look into them. I mostly just go into Fiverr, though. Seems I've reached my limit, although this body continues to reject me. Yeah, you have to just believe that this version of Orochimaru is just straight up 10,000 times stronger than Naruto. Who didn't really do much, either, mind you. He never punched... Oh, yeah, he does.
Is 10,000 times stronger than post-time skip Naruto. Hiruzen has nothing in his arsenal that even remotely makes me believe that he could take out Law. Even looking through the list of jutsu that he does have and the hypothetical jutsu that he should have, since he's stated to know every single jutsu in the league.
So you apparently have an issue with Dragon Ball Super doing that, but not One Piece had been doing it for years and you didn't notice? I don't watch anime primarily, A. B. When did One Piece redo all of their arcs over and over again for the sake of you having to then get to the next arc or to the next point in the series? When did One Piece do that? Can you give me an example, Uzumaki Blend? Because just because I have an issue with Dragon Ball wouldn't mean that I wouldn't have an issue with One Piece either. And to add on to that, I also don't really watch One Piece. I read the manga. Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds was goated. I can. Oh, you're a digital painter. Yo, easy access. Do you have a Discord? If you put up your Discord, I can add you and you can send me some of your work. I wouldn't mind checking out some of your stuff, man. How much do you go for? Because, like, I usually paid the guy to do, like, $30 for a thumbnail, so... I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind looking into it if, like, you know, your stuff is just as good, if not better. Most of the One Piece anime is hot ass. Yeah, and I don't disagree with the idea that the One Piece anime has fucking terrible ass pacing. I've never once said, oh yeah, no, the One Piece anime is great. The pacing isn't an issue. I've never said that in my life.
Even looking through the list of jutsu that he does
I've never once said that. People will find whatever it is to try and fucking come at you, dude. People hear you say something and then completely misinterpret what it is, dude. That is so fascinating to me. Human psychology is so fucking fascinating to me, dude. Like, just the way that some people's brains work. Naruto slams comp One Piece axiomatic. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Lirin. I feel like I've seen this name before. Oh well.
Even looking through the list of jutsu that he...
What the fuck is a comp? Slams composite One Piece, so like everything? How the fuck does Naruto beat... How the fuck does Naruto beat... What's his face? Taught Musica. How the fuck does Naruto beat Uda? Ha! Most of them are rinse and repeat. Go to an island adventure, look around. No. I see what the problem is. So, instead of talking about whether or not One Piece is taking the chapters, the islands that we've already been to, and simply making us watch it all over again, literally, not in a figurative sense, like, oh, they go to an island, save the place, go to the next one. No. Just because One Piece has a consistent theming with what happens between each island, you're comparing that to Dragon Ball. Literally replaying the Saiyan, Namek, Android, and Buu saga over and over and over again on repeat for every video game, every show, every fucking piece of media that they have over and over again besides Dragon Ball Heroes. You're comparing that? And then sitting here and telling me that Dragon Ball Super finally bringing out the Moro arc, but only after we have to rewatch the entirety of Super, which is every single arc, including Battle of Gods, which we've already seen, Resurrection F, which we've already seen, Tournament 6, which we've already seen, the Future Trunks arc, which we've already seen, and the Tournament of Power, having to go through those 5 arcs all over again before we get to a brand new piece of content in the Moro arc. Yeah, no, you're just arguing for the sake of arguing. You're just arguing for the sake of arguing, dude. Luffy doesn't get a new gear in every single Luffy quite literally does not get a new gear every single island. They have to go on an adventure. It's a fucking odyssey. Have you ever seen what an odyssey is? It's a culmination of adventures. The world is literally derived around islands. Where are they gonna go? Where are they gonna go other than an island? Jesus Christ, the fucking takes these people have. How about this? How about if you're not going to add anything to this discussion and you're just going to try to make some inconsistent, incoherent comparisons, how about I just time you out for 24 hours? How about that? How about you just talk about the grandfather of Shonen? What did I even remotely say negatively about Dragon Ball? They simply rinse and repeat, and that's in terms of the management, not even of the quality of the series. Fuck's wrong with you, dude? I swear to God, some people really just take everything to heart. Oh, he said that he doesn't like the mismanagement of Dragon Ball. He's talking shit about Goku. He's talking shit about Toriyama. He said Toriyama's mom smells like piss. He talks shit about Dragon Ball's pacing. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ, my guy. God damn. God damn, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. What kind of backwards ass logic is that? We talk about the mismanagement of the fucking franchise, and people are out here bringing up some random bullshit like, oh, you're out here trashing the Godfather. My guy, me trashing fucking Toye is not trashing Dragon Ball. God damn.
Even looking through the list
Jesus
of jutsu
fucking Christ, dude. I swear to God, dude. I swear to God, people quite literally have a lack of reading and listening comprehension. They quite literally cannot understand the words that come out of your mouth, even whether or not they speak English or they don't, man. I swear. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. What was I gonna look up? This is a certified I think Coolsville sucks moment. That's what I'm saying, bruh.
Even looking through the list of jutsu that he does have and the hypothetical jutsu that he should have.
Okay. I need Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Hiruzen. Yes, this is a list of all the canon jutsu that he has used within the context of the anime and manga. Jesus Christ, people will get upset with you about saying anything and just completely misinterpret your words and then start bitching about something that you didn't even remotely bring up. I swear to God, you people need help. Anyway, yo, what's up, realness? Well, we're just chilling. We're chilling on stream right now. I say as I just crashed out about somebody saying some dumb shit is a mess, and it's like they don't understand that they're sitting on gold. They have an IP that can print money, and they just don't do anything that's worth the damn. What they should be doing, adapting the super manga. They should be adapting the super manga. And Toyotaro, I'm sorry, but it's been a couple of years now, buddy. Get the fuck back into the fucking mines and start drawing up more chapters. It's like ever since Toriyama died, and rip to the man, but it's like ever since Toriyama died, They just don't want to put anything out. It's like, oh, if Toyotaro puts anything out that wasn't inherently written by Toriyama, it's gonna be a fucking issue, bro. This is the waffles and pancakes thing all over again. That's what I'm saying, bro. This is the bean soup theory. Is lazy as fuck. I don't know about him being lazy as fuck. I don't know about him being lazy or anything. Hiruzen. Jutsu list. I don't know him about, like, him being lazy as fuck, but I do think that, like, listen, I don't keep up with this stuff, so I'm not going to speak on whether or not the guy has been doing any work. I can't speak on that because I don't know what works Toyotaro puts time into, and whether or not he's been working on his own manga or whatever. But, like, dude, it's been 3 fucking years already. What was it, 2023? Since we got the last chapter, 2024? It's been like 2-3 years, bro. Put out a fucking super chapter, man. It's annoying as fuck, dude. Like, just put something out. It's Dragon Ball. You don't need to think up of anything crazy. People will quite literally eat up anything that happens in Dragon Ball. It is just one of those series that has enough, theoretically, Eon... That's a 1-minute timeout. I hear y'all, but he's slacking. I don't know, man. All I'm saying is, it's Dragon Ball. It's just one of those series where the characters can consistently do nothing or do something, and everyone will be like, more. Please, give me as much as possible. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, data books. Just give me everything. Just slobber me down with all of the Dragon Ball nonsense that you can throw in. Listen, bro, they literally have a universe where the characters can essentially go to any fucking planet in any kind of environment, where Goku could be called in to do whatever the fuck, where a new villain shows up every other fucking week. Just write up a new villain and then just write a story beat around the stuff that's already happened, bro. Throw in Broly into the shit, and I promise you will print money. SSJ4 or MUI? MUI because it's more canon. I don't really like the new SSJ4. I think it's fine. For the people that like SSJ4, I think it's fine. I personally don't care if they bring it back into Super, though. I literally could not care if they did. I need this, and I need the data books. Defeated a god, woman, god in this context, pure as... Oh, so now we're using the ontological definition of god, even though, by the pretext, she, as references to the word of a god, would still be much weaker than any other god across literally any other... religious text. Yeah, that's a very weak armor. Or that's an, objectively speaking, a very weak argument. Yeah, that is a very weak argument. Because last time I checked, Noragami. Last time I checked, this dude is a god. Last time I checked, this guy right here is technically a god. Last time I checked, sorry, not Kami One Piece. Kami Dragon Ball. Last time I checked, he's a god. Last time I checked, he is a god. Last time I checked, Enel is a god. Is literally stated to be a god. Yeah, like Yagami is stated to be a god, bro. I guess just having the term god written in, yeah, I did like it. I very much did enjoy it. Being a god doesn't scale you anywhere in any media. Kami a god, bro? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Kami's a god. You have King Kai, who's a god, who's above Kami. You have Supreme Kai, who's a god. Heroes in Sarutobi. I need data books. What's this one say? Faulty translation. Debunking. I'm not doing that. Unofficial data book. Showcase, just like me, inherited the will of people, gazing to the fire. Intellect analysis invokes various techniques to deal with the professor. Training rigorously under the first sergeant. Shinobi. From mastering the fighting jutsu to secret techniques in genjutsu, he took the name of the professor because he explained all the jutsu that Konoha exists. Alright, I need that data book statement, but I need it. What is that? Chapter what? 2, 1. When does he summon? Yeah, this is around where the time where it happens. They do the jutsu. Oh, right here. Can perform all existing jutsu in Konoha. But she matches the definition due to her actions, which are manipulating reality and rewriting it. She doesn't rewrite reality. She just has a jutsu that has 5 different dimensions in it. She's not all reality. Quite literally not so. And also, she lost to getting punched in the face and touched in the chest. Yeah. You want my Discord in the chat? If you want to, or if you want, post it in the comment section of the Discord after the stream is done. And you can like delete it 10 minutes after if you want. If you don't want to post your Discord here in chat. I wouldn't want you to do it if you're not comfortable with it. Okay, so we do have it. 120. Naruto. No. We need here. Tuning exams. And then it was 120, right? Yeah, 120. If you don't feel comfortable with it, you can just post it on any one of my videos. Just comment it on one of my videos and I'll reply. She also does not destroy the dimensions. That the programmer has lost his mind. Yeah, she never destroyed the dimensions, and even if she could have, the amount of time that it would have taken likely would have been a massive amount of time, considering... Yeah, I'll just post it here. Don't worry, man. Okay, lovely.
Through the list of jutsu.
Okay, and then, we needed to go back, go here, rewrite this. What was this again? Eternal gravity. Yeah. Okay, don't need that. TSO, Naruto Planetary Heroes and Jutsu List. There we go. That's exactly what I need. No, don't do that. Why does it shrink down to that point? Then again, wizards in D&D can do practically anything. I've heard. So I've heard. I was having a conversation with our mod 6 yesterday about Expedition 33 scaling. I can't wait to bring it up for you guys in chat. Oh, it's right here. Sweet. If Kaguya was a goddess in any meaningful sense, would it have lost? That's what I'm saying. God, admit Sakura's multiversal or something BS just to get Kaguya that high. Yeah. Did One Piece just hit level 600 million manga copies sold? Type shit. The thing is, the Naruto Sasuke transcended to higher ontological status. How did they do that? Akin to Hinens that's beyond intelligibility, and being hence they won against a woman. Okay, and what about Sakura? Because she didn't gain any kind of grace or power. How do you explain Sakura?
And the hypothetical jutsu that he should have, since he's stated to know every single jutsu in the leaf, there really isn't anything
Just read it.
that either helps him.
This is all substantiated in the manga? No, it's not all substantiated in the manga. That's just your interpretation by reading into things, Lirin. It's just because you chose to read into things instead of any of that even remotely being stated, and you still haven't answered my question, so why did Sakura hurt her? Because if everything you said was true, how the fuck did that walking pink cum rag do that?
Or bypass laws, color of observation, make up the speed difference, or bypass isn't anything that either helps him make up the speed difference, thing that either helps him make up the speed difference, or bypass laws, color of observation. The Reaper Death Seal, which only he and Minato know,
Makes up the speed difference. It just makes no sense for Kaguya to be or higher in arts and Sakura can harm. She did. She's just bored, hence she's mid. Is this powerful even though Momoshiki was literally getting... Sakura's pretty strong, yeah, but Sakura, you cannot argue under any context or line of logic that she can punch with greater than continental amounts of force, let alone country levels of force, let alone island levels of force. There's no argument. As a matter of fact, you can't even really argue that Sakura punches with greater than mountain levels of force. Anyway, yeah. Could not split Dressrosa like Luffy, who didn't even punch the ground directly. But she did an ouchie on her, yeah. For real, Naruto gods are just wizards. They're all just wizards. One Piece has wizards too. You ever seen a Devil Fruit user? They're just wizards. Mihawk, he's not a swordsman. He's a wizard who swings a very pointy wand. A very sharp wand, one could say.
Either helps him make up the speed difference, or bypass laws, color of observation. The Reaper Death Seal, which only he and Minato know, would also either helps him make up the speed difference, or bypass laws, color of observation. The Reaper Death color of observation. The Reaper Death Seal, which only he and Minato know, would also be the last resort that you would genuinely have to believe Law stands there and simply gets hit by.
Mihawk's like stone wood level at best. He's only shown cutting woods and stones. That's objectively incorrect because we literally saw him slice a giant iceberg that was larger than an entire island with a single swing of his blade. So, what do you want me to do for you? Broken, if he realizes he has the powers of a god, Sakura really shouldn't have been able to harm her off guard, especially since Kakashi needed an amp. But she did, which means Kaguya is not as tough as people think she is. Nothing more ontologically impressive than what's shown in Naruto. You keep saying ontological as if you're making an argument for yourself. Anyway. But Buffy would ruffle stomp Luffy. Scales above the Beedra, she scales above Tsunade, who scales above A, who goes even with the A-Tails. No, the A-Tails was stronger than A, and the only thing Tsunade has above A is raw attack potency. And also, that's under the assumption that A's punches are as powerful as a tailed beast bomb, which there is no direct comparison to. So, once again, objectively untrue. Reaper Death Seal. You know what? Oh, wait, no, I don't need this right now.
The Reaper Death Seal, which only he and Minato know, would also be the last resort that you would genuinely...
No, genuinely, Law couldn't even one-shot Big Mom and needed help from Kid of all people. Correct! Because Big Mom has very powerful hockey. They do not have hockey, therefore I don't have to entertain the idea that they can tank his attacks. There you go, King. Where'd you put it? Did you put it somewhere? Did you... idea... Okay, no, you haven't posted it yet. Yeah. Yes, because what matters is ontology, what exists, and its nature. I dropped the user ID. Where'd you drop it? I didn't see it. Did you drop it? I'm sorry. I didn't see it. I don't see it. No, I don't see it, dude. Did you post it? I'm sorry if there you go, King. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, Axis. I didn't get a chance to... I don't see it, man. Oh, maybe you commented it on a video. Let me just check my, thing. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Oh, it's cool on my end. It's not posting. Oh. Damn. That's weird. I don't know why. Is there any way to join the Discord? Just support $2 one time on my Ko-Fi or $4 on YouTube. I'm gonna be honest with you, just do the Ko-Fi. It's way easier. The YouTube, basically give you, like, the video slightly early, but it's, like, a day early.
The Reaper Death Seal, which only he and Minato know, would also...
Okay, Reaper Death Seal, Reaper Death Seal, Reaper Death Seal, Reaper Death Seal, Reaper Death Seal. That's what I need. Reaper Death Seal. Okay. The Reaper Death Seal is in the tuning exams. Okay, it's in the tuning exams, and it is also in the pre-war arc, right? This is Water 7. Yeah, we were in pre-war, because Minato used it around this point in the series. Yeah. Reaper Death Seals so slow. It is a very slow jutsu. A jutsu so slow, so very, very slow. A jutsu that would never land on Trafalgar Law. So goddamn slow. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Oh, this is your ID. Okay. Got you. Let me type it in on my phone. A certain verse characters means he can't one-shot anyone in Naruto. Crazy with some people. Yep. I'm gonna type it in on my phone. There we go. How do I add people again? It's like add friend, and then we do... Is it add by username or find friend? Okay. No. One second. Okay, let me just double check to see if I have it right. Nine. I wrote... Okay. How do I add somebody through that on Discord? Through, like, that ID stuff. Email. Dude, how the fuck do I add a person through Discord like that? How do I go about it? Dude, I have no fucking clue how to add you through that number. Okay, if Naruto and Luffy and Naruto got swapped at the beginning of each of their series, how would survive the longest? Luffy 100,000%. Naruto, even if you give him every single benefit of doubt and give him his higher interpretations, he's still going to lose at least by the time of Enel. He has no arguments for Enel as a character. But that's just talking about Enel specifically, right? If we're talking Luffy, he basically curb stomps his way through the entirety of like the first portion of the series. Especially pre-time skip Naruto. Yeah, no, Luffy literally grabs Shukaku by the throat and starts hurling him around. Shukaku can't crush Luffy either, since Luffy quite literally cannot be crushed even when turned into a tiny little box. Where the fuck? Yo, where? Okay. I need the Reaper Death Seal, man. Where the fuck's the Reaper Death Seal? Okay, there we go. Do I have this? Chunin exams. Claim to I added due to her set of actions. She matches ontological perfection. No, the fuck she does not. Naruto and Sasuke transcended that since they defeated her. That simple. Yeah, okay. So none of that is even remotely canon, but okay. If you can't convince me that Law cannot one-shot Big Mom right away, why would you do the same for the Naruto-verse? Because Big Mom has Haki. And if you cannot comprehend that Haki is the very reason why Law cannot one-shot Big Mom or Kaido, I have nothing else to say to you. There is quite literally no reason for me to even remotely entertain a conversation with you if you cannot comprehend that it's because of the very... Is there another way to do Discord? You know what? I got you right now. Axis. I'd rather not post my Discord. My Discord access is this, real quick. Here's my Discord. Let me know. Equalization of the verse. No, I don't ever take that in consideration because it is a disingenuous way of trying to give Naruto some kind of a defense for characters that they have no defense against in the first place. Chakra does not work inherently the same as Haki. It does not have the same rules. It does not have the same mechanics. It does not have the same functions. I have no objective reason under any verse equalization mentioned. Yeah, I have no reason even remotely entertain the idea that I have to use verse equalization under any pretext. There's no rule, no law that forces me to do this, so why do I have to even remotely entertain the idea that Naruto, under the effects of verse equalization, would be capable of doing it? But anyway. I put out my Discord. You can just send me an invite whenever... You can send me a friend request when you can. Here's my Discord on the thing. Just send me... just add me through name. Oh, wait, right. What were the recent chapters that I added? What's up, Aster? How you doing, man? History, tabs, downloads, sure.
Death Seal, which only he and Minato know, would also be the last resort that you would genuinely have to believe Law stands there and simply gets hit by. Tobirama teaming up with Minato.
In addition, you have to... What does your 12-year-old do in Naruto's position? I don't know how strong 12-year-old Luffy is because we've never seen 12-year-old Luffy. We said swap their positions. We never said Luffy's going to be brought down to the age of 12. So, just back home after your trip to Monaco. How was Monaco, dude? How was it, man? Was it nice? Because that makes it more of a playing field? No, it doesn't. If I have to give Naruto an entire immunity to Law's Devil Fruit ability, then that should already tell you. Then that should already objectively tell you who would have won the exchange without it. It's not about evening the playing field. Why do you have to even the playing field? I thought Naruto characters were so strong they didn't need it to even the playing field. What happened there? Does Law solo Shibai? I cannot answer that because I do not know what Shibai can do within the context of the story. I don't know how fast it is. I don't know how powerful Shibai truly is. And just going off of the couple of abilities of certain characters, I'm not going to just make an assumption. I don't like making assumptions unless I have the character out, present, and with enough stuff for me to make an actual educated guess on. That isn't just Shibai solos because of reflection and blah 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 and love and all that crap and omnipotence. Definitely cooking an L. No, he's not. How does he land a hit? How does he land a hit on an L? How does he hurt him? How does he hurt an L in the slightest bit? Under what line of reason and logic do I have to entertain the idea that he does in the first place? I'll just throw one more out here. This is also in addition to the fact that you have to believe they can perform these hand signs at faster than light speeds, summon the Reaper, and then Loth simply stands there and takes the hit. Yeah, 122. Reload. 122. Right here. Cool, food was good, and it was nice to visit a city that wasn't really busy or chaotic. I imagine. Verse equalization is so Mickey because it favors only Naruto. Yeah, only Naruto gets it. Chakra could be used against Logias. Why would Chakra be able to be used against Logias? Can you tell me where it's stated in either Naruto or One Piece that Chakra works on Logia users? I didn't know that Chakra existed in One Piece, man. I didn't know that it was the third power system in One Piece.
Tobirama teaming up with Minato might seem like a saving grace for the Naruto-verse, but the truth is that they can only really tag themselves to swap their locations instantly. Naruto-verse, but the truth is that they...
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Here.
But the truth is that they can only really tag themselves to swap their
It can't be a fact if you're bringing up an argument that doesn't actually follow real statements, feats, or narrative. So, yeah.
Swap their locations
That's actually your loss on your part, sir. It's something that's always required. No, it's not. That's unfairly uneven as well. Example, Logia with Cursed Energy, Reiatsu, and Kino. Why would I give Asta the capacity? Why would I give Asta, who has anti-magic, the capacity to affect people that don't use magic? Why would I allow a Logia user to be affected by cursed energy? Why would I allow a Naruto character to defeat a curse when they need specifically cursed energy to actually exercise a curse? Why would I have to give verses since Chakra spiritual? I'd imagine it would work on Logias, except Haki isn't spiritual. Haki simply allows a person to sense the spiritual energy of others. It is not inherently stated to be spiritual. Isn't doing shit against an Eldo. Yeah, but that's the thing. Just because it says spiritual energy doesn't mean anything. Haki is specifically stated to counter Devil Fruit users. Unless it's not because it's spiritual in nature. That is not the reason why it works, so I have no reason to entertain the idea that any chakra attack would work against the Logia user unless it's specifically water style.
Their locations instantly, and even then that only really tag themselves to swap their locations instantly, and even then that requires them to first mark each other, which they would have to either choose between that or setting up their own markers before Law simply sets up a room and starts
which I don't believe they can do in the first place.
Before Law simply sets up a room and starts swinging.
Yeah. Though on the way home I ate at McDonald's for the first time in 5 years, and it reminded me of why you stopped eating there. Dude, the only thing about McDonald's that I like are snack wraps. I probably can't stomach most of the food that they put out. I really can't stomach the food that they put out mostly. I mean, I can. It's just not great. McDonald's is great for, like, a food that you just need, like, right now if you need to eat something. Or if you're, like, in a country where, like, either the food's too expensive or it has certain spices and stuff that you can't personally do.
Tobirama teaming up with Minato might seem like a saving grace for the Naruto-verse, but
let's see. Dude, it's very well hinted in One Piece. It's a magical world. You have giants, dragons. Asta could negate all of that, except guess what? They don't have mana. They don't use mana. You could try to wrap your mind around it all you want. I have no reason to believe that Asta would just automatically hurt a Logia user just because he has anti-magic. What is the speed of Law's room rising in the battlefield? If we used in anime visuals, I think it's avoidable, except here's the thing. You have one of two things. Let me just... Give me 1 second, because now I have to go all the way back to the start. I might have to start, like, actually typing out, like, which of these things...
The ability to anything...
Or is it?
Entire context of the story that can be... create an Law's devil fruit is for any object within the broad stroke and without the person or object being capable
right here.
of doing anything about it. Law can essentially sever body parts and reconfigure them to put them back together in other orientations or locations, and sometimes
here, let me
even
show you
other
something.
bodies. If these abilities already
Okay, you see this? Okay, let me just stretch this out so it's not as fast. Okay, you see this?
considering that he can cover the entirety of Onigashima since he can teleport.
Okay, so the Pacifista charges up a light beam. Then that's your loss and mine. I'm just relieved myself that I know what I'm doing is correct, except, I mean, I'm not going to tell you what you're doing is incorrect, but it's also not objectively correct. Power scaling is all about interpretation, and it's all about how you choose to make up a matchup. There is no stated rule book that says you have to verse equalize in every single matchup or else you're not doing power scaling correctly. And even then, that's not written anywhere. Yeah, what do you think I'm bringing up anti-magic now? Because 6 isn't here. I don't feel like dealing with him. But anyway, at least with that bit specifically. So, you see this part right here? Okay, so Law does not have a room active throughout this entire part. There is no room active. There is no blue dome. Watch this.
Since he can teleport anywhere.
That's a beam of light that was shot at Law. You see, he does not do anything as the beam of light is shot, right? It destroys the stone, and then afterwards Law walks right out completely unscathed. So one of two things happens. Either Law created a room right after that beam of light was shot and teleported himself, or he blatantly blitzed a beam of light and the entire area that it blew up without a single scratch and casually. I'll show you again. There is no room active by this point. It shoots a beam of light. Law does not react until the beam of light is already about to fire. As a matter of fact, it's already firing right there. Beam of light is shooting. Destroyed the stone, Law walks away. Yeah, he can spawn rooms at faster than light speeds. Be fast open. He could have fast opened a room or dodged it normally. Either one works. I can't tell you whether it's one or the other, but what I can tell you is that each interpretation still works because Law being physically faster than light is consistent with other One Piece speed scaling, and Law spawning a room at light speed is also consistent with One Piece speed scaling. Both are consistent regardless, so whether or not you think...
Tobirama teaming up with Minato.
Oh, that's what I was looking for. Tobirama and Minato. That's what I was looking for. How's it going? Hey, what's up, Thor's Hammer? How you been, man? By the way, but been meaning to ask, what are the conditions of Law's battle? Is the idea that he beats all of Naruto in a 1v1, or you're just having them all jump him at him at once? It's gonna be different rounds of different characters. I just threw the whole Shinobi Alliance at once. I threw the Six Paths characters. I threw Madara, Obito, and I think DMS Kakashi together. I threw Naruto and Sasuke together. I threw Kaguya alone, because that's the only one that's kind of like... That's the only one where I was like, okay, that was the rest of the verse. She's the last one left. I threw, actually, Hagoromo and Hamura in there as well, but they don't really have anything at all. Like, those two quite literally are basically featless besides defeating Kaguya. Which, to be fair, took them months. I think Law's still winning against the whole versus fighting him. I mean, the whole verse doesn't take up a multiple mountain-size worth of space, and he just puts up a room. Does almost convincing you to scale Fairy Tail with sheer perseverance scale me? Not necessarily. More so that you're bringing up a lot of, like, shit about Fairy Tail, and I'm sometimes a masochist, so sometimes I just want to sit through shit that I hate, just for the sake of seeing it through and through. Like I did with Bleach. I meant, is Law's room covering an entire battlefield at light speed? I don't think it's really objective even using this scene. I mean, he's able to spawn a room large enough that Doflamingo couldn't see him spawn the room, and he can make the border so large that Doflamingo couldn't see it at all. So, probably. I'm not wavy with Discord. The username didn't work. Ah, shit. Damn. What's, Well, this fucking blows. Here, let me see something. Add friend. Copy link. Wait, let me just make sure. Something... Let me see. If I do... Add a friend, and then copy a link, then I go to my YouTube, Let me find my own thing. Try this. Click this link and send me a... Click this link, Axis, and send me the friend request through that. I think that link should work. Oh, I need Minato and I need Hiruzen. I need Minato and I need Tobirama. I will copy these two. Copy. Damn. You guys, this is only for Access, nobody else. Are you Zoromoon? Because I'm pretty sure I know who Zoromoon is, since he's literally one of our members. Guys, if any of you send me if any of you accept that friend request, that it isn't... Oh, the username is Steegi? Okay. You did wankathons, but have you ever done an unwankathon where people explain why they think characters are weaker than people think? I think that would be pretty funny. We could do that too. Tempting me, are you? Alright, so since it's not you... Sorry, Zoromoon. How do I remove a friend? I don't know how to do that. Oh, wait. Yeah, there we go. Just send me... Just click on the link, dude. It should work. Back to this. Wait, water style is the only way Logias are forced in Naruto, or did I hear you wrong? There's an argument to be made that water style can work since all forms of the ocean and water should work, but the issue with water style is that it has to specifically cover their entire bodies. It has to not only cover their entire bodies, and it also has to, like, stay there. It can't just, like, wash away. If it washes away, then they'll gain their strength back.
But the truth is that they can only really tag themselves to swap their locations instantly, and even then, that requires them to first mark each other, which they would have to either choose between that or setting up their own markers before Law simply sets up a room and starts swinging.
It's not exactly salt water. It's anything could be considered the ocean, including a bath and rivers.
But the truth is that they can only really tag themselves.
Okay, so it was only that they can really tag themselves. That was 4th Great Ninja War. Part... No, not this one. Part 2. I'm still not getting a... Let me know when you send the request, dude. Okay. Obito did the thing. Okay, when do they mark themselves? You can have this back. Don't worry, I marked him that last time. I only teleported. Okay, so we're gonna use this one. We're gonna use that one. Eon, why? If you want to torture yourself, just read the Viernes arc. Worst manga arc I've ever read. That's funny. Is that one prior to, like, the Fairy Tail Grand Magic games? Okay, doppelgangers are slow. Okay, this is what I need. Okay, this is what I need.
They can only really tag themselves to swap their locations instantly, and even then, that requires them to first mark each other, which they would have to either choose between that or setting up their own markers before Law simply sets up a room and starts swinging.
Before they have to set up markers, correct. Yep, they have to set up markers. Copy. If Kisame used his massive water blast, it might be a problem for a Devil Fruit user, but that's a Kage level guy. It's not just that, Kisame thought that, what's his face? It's in the 100-year quest? Okay, so then I've definitely never seen it.
Or setting up their own markers before Law simply sets up a room and starts swinging.
Okay.
raises his hand and puts...
Copy. Paste.
Before Law simply sets up a room and starts swinging. Edo's room and starts swinging. And starts swinging. Before Law simply sets up a room and starts swinging.
Yeah, as Jeff said, extending bodies of water like an ocean, sea, bath, moving water doesn't really do that much. It can weaken them for like a moment, but moving water doesn't really like weaken them that much. Where is the right here? By the way, if any case anybody needs to see them right here, these are the conditions for the fight. Law is going to end the fight as quickly as possible. That is the... that is effectively what I'm doing for the context of the video. Right here. Right here. If I'm mistaken, it should be around chapter 80 to 100. So they have like multiple arcs already by that time. It's like the second arc, I'm assuming. It's like the second arc, dude. Copy. Paste. There's no way I can scrunch this out. Ooh, I can. Before Law sets up a room. Okay, what? Okay. There we go. Doesn't matter. There we go.
Room and starts swinging. Edo Tensei is also not up for discussion.
Got there in the end. Sweet! Lovely. Oh. I'll hit you up later. We can talk, we can chat later. I do need to focus on this right now, and I'm going to remove that post right there, just for sake of clarity. Have you seen those Lightning Sun's Bleach subject videos I mentioned yet? Nope, haven't had the chance yet, dude. I basically worked until like 7 p.m. yesterday on my own time. I was tired, dude. I don't really give myself a chance to like do anything after I'm done like editing and like streaming. I usually just start cooking or doing whatever it is that I need to do to like get through like the rest of the day, whether it's cooking, maybe some laundry, etc. And then I just kind of just like durdle in bed. Stein. I think I'm... Ah! Yes. This, I did see him pull out these videos. I did not see this one. Granted, I must have been on my trip when that happened, so he put that out in between my trip, and then the multipliers video. I'll put it in. I don't think water from other verses will work on One Piece. I think their specific ocean hates them. Nah, it's just any and all water. No moving water like raindrops, nothing. Even seawater once it's running does nothing like Zunesha's bath itself. Yeah, but wasn't there like an OVA where like Luffy threw some water on himself and he got like felt a little weak from that? Oh, that's a pity. Yeah. I'll check them out. Don't worry about it. I'll give myself some time this weekend to give them a watch. I would say the second arc after the first one is also divided in parts. I don't know if it's the Ferris arc or the Maze arc or all part of the Selene arc. Got you. Is it like so you say it's like an East Blue type of thing where like they're going to different locations and stuff like that within the context of like the 100-year quest, but it's like all still encompassing the same area? Cloud water also affects them. How fast do you think Law actually is? If I have to give you an actual value quantitatively, he's at least as fast as not Conquerors, as Rooftop Luffy with Gear 4, since he's capable of keeping up in speed using tact along with Luffy in terms of movement speed and clearly combat speed, since he's clearly able to like follow up on them, attack them, and do all those things. 9,000 times FTL, bare minimum. 9,000 times FTL, bare minimum, if I don't give Luffy any benefit of doubt with any of his Gear 4 multipliers. Naruto, at best, 2,000. With Naruto, at best, 2,000 times. Lovely.
Edo Tensei is also not up for discussion since we don't know who Tobirama can summon with it, and either way, the jutsu has a certain amount of necessary prep. Edo Tensei is also not up for discussion since we don't know who Tobirama can summon with it, and either way...
Back here. We're going back here. I created the Edo Tensei Jutsu plus Insulary Jutsu to go with it. Though this is my first time using it on myself, I suspect that it might not be able to kill you. Each tag summons more tags, resulting in continuous explosions, focally concentrated executive explosions. Yeah. Uh-huh. Funny how Obito had to block that. Interesting. It's got to be some powerful ass paper bombs. No, they're separate, having different villains, each one behind them, and always Celine till the... But the one behind everything is always Celine till the end of the maze arc. Yeah, so it could be like the... It could be like East Blue, because they also had like different villains for each one. The beach are still mount level. Mount level on a bare minimum with island level if you just genuinely have to use real world scaling and logic.
And either way, the jutsu... Edo Tensei...
It was pre-war arc, right? That he did the thing. He showed him how to do it. No, it was not. It was not. Let's do part 1. You will spill all your chicken. If I say no, you surely reach that desired something else. Taking on the Rinnegan here won't help me, but I've got plans and I need to get the secrets. So now the Edo Tensei is categorized as a type of summoning jutsu involving it in order to achieve it. Okay. So we kind of have an idea of how it works right here. And then go away if I could, dude, you know what? I'm moving you all the way over there. I don't want you anywhere near me. Okay. Edo Tensei. Put you down. Edo Tensei, no risk. It's true, it has no risk except for one. It's a powerful jutsu. Oh, 520. So I do have to go back and type him in 520. Yeah, Luffy splashing himself is a plot inconsistency in the anime. In the manga, not so much. Uda splashed Luffy with a bucket of water and he was done, but when that literally never happened. You could, and I'm not saying this, and I'm not saying that this is necessarily canon because it is technically from a movie, because it is from the movie, but you could also argue that someone like Oda, one second. Here, done the prep work, now recall their souls, now that I've killed them. The tissue, yeah. And now we don't save this here, we save this in the 4th Grade Shinobi War, Part 1. Okay, now we got some stuff here.
Of necessary prep. Tobirama would also immediately have to go for water-style jutsu, and he, objectively speaking, does not have a single feat or statement within the entire context of the story that implies his water-style jutsu is faster than the speed of light.
Because it curves, even if it's called light. Let me ask you this. Within the context of Fairy Tail, there's two questions that you kind of have to ask yourself, Aster, because it is holy light, which I don't know if that actually has anything to if that has anything to do with it, but or is it holy white magic, right? It's holy white, or is it legitimately like light magic? I forgot. Let me look up Sting real quick. There's two criteria that I feel like first must be considered, at least if you're going to come down to a conclusion on your own, and the following are, one second, Sting, Fairy Tail. What is this magic considered? Twin Dragons of Sabretooth, White Dragon Slayer magic. White Dragon Slayer magic, Dude, I don't care. Alright. Is a form of dragon stem biology instead of a white dragon, allowing him to manipulate light everywhere it goes. Okay, so gotta leave for dinner. Might be back soon. Before you go, Aster. Before you go, let me just hear out these criteria real quick. The first is magic within the context of fairy tale? Is magic stated or implied within the entire context of fairy tale to be equivalent or similar enough to real world elements? A. And B, are there examples of other types of elemental magic that don't necessarily follow the same exact properties of their elemental type, right? They just call it light, but not based on the context. It's holy magic. Got you. So for the context of like fairy tale, if there is any indication within the context of the verse that, for example, let's say fire magic is literally actual flames, literal flames of fire. It has all the same properties as fire. It simply is just, fire made from Natsu, for example. If that's the case, yeah, it could be considered light, depending on how consistently it's referred to as light within the context of the story. I think it would be fine to reference it as such.
Tobirama would also immediately have to go for water-style jutsu, and he...
Which we only canonically know as Fora. How much water-style jutsu does Tobirama... when I was a kid, I thought that Tobirama, Hashirama, and Hiruzen were all brothers. I legitimately thought they were all just fucking brothers. Water bullet, colliding, wave, dragon bullet, technique, water fang bullet, anime only, water formation wall, water severing wave. What about light speed Seros? Within the context of Bleach, they are stated to be spiritual light. Spiritual light is never once referenced as anything close to real light. Spiritual light within the context of Bleach is never once referenced as real light, and furthermore, we know for a fact that the particles that they make their stuff out of are different than normal world particles. I have an answer. 1 second. Holy magic is depraved from light magic, but doesn't mean light speed. But I saw a panel of Wendy fighting a guy who made light speed claims on 100-year quest, apparently. Okay. I have an answer. Fire magic are distinguished from one another. Natsu can't eat regular fire. I thought he could. I thought Natsu could eat all fire but his own. Are you sure about that? I've ever seen, there's an example of alternate elements, like a bunch of different fires, and Natsu cannot recover energy from eating flames he creates. Yeah, I know that. Hey, what's good, Six? Why would he not have them making their own claims to discredit them? There's an argument for why Natsu's flames don't count as natural fire. Okay. Okay, so it is an argument. I don't think that they ever say it's different, but they also never say it's the same. We've seen different lightning magic attacks with different speeds. Oh, have different speeds? No, I have to go back, but I might give some chapters. Alright. Pretty sure, the Bleach DB says the material elements or Keto are supposed to be elements like SP fire is the same as natural fire. Can you give me the data book that says that? Can you tell me how to look that up? Okay, now we do library, Naruto, data book, and then we do Tobirama Jutsu. Okay, let's go back. Data book. The data book. And then we just throw it here.
Tobirama would also immediately have to go for water-style jutsu, and he, objectively speaking, does not have a single feat or statement within the entire context of the story that implies his water-style jutsu is faster than the speed of light. Believe it or not, Hashirama, his water-style jutsu is faster than the speed. Objectively speaking, does not.
Also, he only has like 4. This apparent god of. Right here, copy, paste.
That implies his water-style jutsu is faster than the speed of light. Believe it or not, Hashirama doesn't fare. That implies his water. His water style.
What's the convo and why does Asta slam? We've had a couple of convos right now. One of them was about like fairy tale magic and whether or not it actually pertains to like real world elements or not. Natsu can eat all fire except the one he starts with his own. Yeah, because it's just him, the strong. Okay, I don't know.
His water style jutsu is faster than the speed of light. Believe it or not, Hashirama doesn't fare any.
Some people usually automatically go to the Water Fang bullet, as some of you may have read in the... as some of you may have noticed, he does have the Water Fang bullet jutsu, in the anime at least, but that jutsu does not... is... This statement right here is a mistranslation. Water Fang bullet. The light speed version of this, the light speed statement iteration is not correct because it completely contradicts the scaling up until this point with Kakashi having a massively hypersonic. Why was I timed out before pointing out the sage animals aren't confirmed by the author to have nodes? Because they do. Because you were lying. You were lying. Like, actually lying. Here, let me just point it out real quick. And you wouldn't accept the fact that you were wrong. But anyway, let me... Where the fuck is it? Hawk, right here. Sasuke summons a hawk. This is his summoning animal. You see this? My hawk's chakra points. Kaguya hits... No, it is confirmed by the author. Right here, the hawk. Hit its chakra points. Byakugan, damn it, my hawk's chakra points have been hit. How do you have chakra points as a summoning animal if you don't have a chakra network? Right here. So between Manda being put into Genjutsu, between Sasuke literally stating verbatim that his summoning animal has chakra points, which only exist within the chakra network, so switch laws Kikoku with a TSO. His blade? What do you mean by Kikoku? His blade? Law could teleport first before Sasuke. That's also not a strategy they've ever used. All you know is that Natsu slams Asta's bum ass. His sword. Yeah, the sword. That's also predicated on whether or not Naruto decides to... Why is the hawk a sage animal? It is a summoning animal. It is a summoning animal. Where the hawk talks... it's a summoning creature. It's a giant fucking hawk, dude. Now this. Now actually this. You realize that the slugs... You realize there's no slug sage mode, right? You realize there's no such thing as a slug sage mode either. I guess only frogs and snakes don't have chakra network, even though, once again, since you want to lie to yourself, I'll just bring it up. Right here. Right here. Sasuke, put Manda into Genjutsu. You cannot put Manda into Genjutsu if Manda does not have a chakra network. It's really not rocket science, my guy. It really fucking isn't. You're just being stubborn at this point. Those eyes, they hypnotized me. You ought to treat animals better and not force genjutsu on them. There you go. They have chakra. They have chakra network. Have their own kind of spin on it? No, they don't. No, they don't. They do not have their own spin on it. Tsunade does not have Sage Mode. Stop making things up. Just accept that summoning animals have chakra or a chakra network. And if you can't accept it, provide evidence. Otherwise, stop pushing the point and stop trying to debate it. The conversation is over. It does not matter how you choose to interpret it. It does not matter how you choose to believe it. If you are not going to agree after me showing you objective evidence that they do have a chakra network, then simply stop talking about it because I'm not... Was the only one of those three with no sage energy? Yes, she was the, objectively speaking, the only one of her friends that does not have sage mode. Sasuke also does not have sage mode. She does not... Neither of them know how to manipulate natural energy. Neither of them know how to. You're just making it up. Water Fang Bullet Mistranslation. No, you didn't just compare the 1000 healings to Sage Mode. Yeah. This is like some guy saying people with chakra components, like, things make up chakra but not chakra itself. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Style jutsu is faster than the speed of light. Believe it or not, Hashirama doesn't fare any better either. Creating a giant forest is kind of meaningless.
If it still has to go within the boundaries of Law's room.
Doesn't fare any better either. Creating a giant forest is...
There is no reason for me to entertain the idea that Hashirama wouldn't try to summon a forest on top of Law. Especially when it's in character for him to literally summon a forest around every single one of his opponents. Yeah, he doesn't want to listen, and I don't personally care if he doesn't want to listen. You can either choose to be wrong, or you can either choose to be wrong, you can either choose to simply say I was wrong, or you can just simply try to leave the conversation there because I don't want to push it any farther than that. Like, it's fine. It's fine. You learned something new today. Summoning animals do have chakra and a chakra network. It's okay. It's not a big deal. I don't even remember what the fuck the point from yesterday was about why they needed to not have chakra network. It was something like, what? They can be caught in genjutsu or something? It was something dumb. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Just move past it, dude. It's okay. It's okay. I don't personally care. I don't need to bring it up again. It's irrelevant to the conversation that we're having right now. And I'm not even really having a conversation. I'm just sitting here and trying to edit. 29 minutes. That's 2 minutes in. We got to do at least 3 more.
Creating a giant forest is kind of meaningless if the giant forest is still an object within Law's room. Whether or not Hashirama can create a forest that is larger than the entirety of room doesn't really matter because he can't forcefully drag Law.
If we lowball Law's unquantifiable room speed to something below light speed, then I believe Sasuke could use Ame no Tejikara with his TSO. Except you would also be believing that Sasuke would perform Ame no Tejikara with a TSO, which is a technique that he's never done before. So your argument there is essentially Sasuke would plug a control. You were essentially shoving a controller up Sasuke's ass and having him perform a technique that he's never even remotely tried to do before. He swapped himself with a TSO, and that is basically it. Also, no, there's no agree to disagree. There is no agree to disagree. You are objectively wrong. You can use whatever type of logic you want to say that you are right, you are objectively wrong. I proved that summoning animals have chakra. I proved that a summoning snake has chakra. I have no reason to entertain the ridiculous idea that they don't because of some mental gymnastics that you're trying to prove onto yourself. And if you're going to keep trying to jump to some mental gymnastics and trying to say that you are right in some way, shape, or form, I'm simply going to time you out again. I really don't feel like dealing with people that are genuinely just going out of their way to now literally do the craziest gymnastics on the planet just to try and be like, yeah, you know what, maybe I wasn't right about that one specific thing. If all living things are stated to have chakra and a summoning beast are a living thing, connect the dots yourself. That's what I'm saying, dude. You get one more chance here. Stop saying agree to disagree. Stop saying, okay, well, I'll give you this one. Don't say anything like that. Just say, you know what? You know what? Leave it there. Anyway, yeah. Shoving a controller up Law's ass. If you take Natsu or anyone outside of FT Planet, they no longer have magic. They had an entire arc about it. There are also no natural fire, just fire magic, but he can eat natural fire. Okay.
Creating a giant forest...
When does Hashirama... What chapter... Going back to this. I really don't think this strategy is that much of a stretch, but anyway, I mean, it's a bit of a stretch if the characters have never literally performed that within the entire context of their story, and you're saying that they would just do this to counter Law specifically. Either way, there's no way to quantify the room to be lower than light speed in the first place. There's no way to do it. Also, just to point something out, you see this scene right here? You see this scene right here?
Let's compare.
You see the scene where Law literally swaps the samurai right out of... This is the scene where Law literally swaps the samurai right out of Onigashima. Do you see a room in there? Do you see, like, Law create a room at all during any of this point? He can make rooms either so fast or maintain them for so long that within the entire context of a fight, he doesn't actually need to make another one. That's so incredibly childish. Time me out over that? No, I'm timing you out because you're being annoying and you don't even... And you want to keep saying that you're right in some semblance of a way without even remotely bringing up the fact that... By the way, since you're talking about Sage Jutsu, since you want to talk about Sage Jutsu, let me just prove you wrong one more time, objectively speaking. Let me show you something. In training Sage mode. Let me show you something because apparently you just don't understand what Sage mode even is in the first place. Here. It's all about balance between mental energy, physical energy, and nature energy. Mental and physical energy combine to create chakra. Sage mode is nothing more than manipulating these three together. You can produce Sage Jutsu chakra. For any Sage character, including Gamabunta, Gamakichi, what's his face, this dude, they all have to combine and balance mental energy, physical energy in order to create ninjutsu chakra. You're used to doing it for regular ninjutsu chakra, but then combining nature energy harmoniously from outside the body is the most difficult part. That is how you get Sage energy. That is how you get it. You cannot have chakra. You cannot have ninjutsu. You cannot have Sage Jutsu without combining mental and physical energy in order to create regular ninjutsu chakra. And Sage energy is those two plus this energy, which means they have to have chakra, which means they have to have a chakra network. Yes! Chakra existed before Kaguya! We know this because of fucking Boruto! Jesus Christ, dude. Sorry if I yelled in anybody's ear. God damn, you know what? You know what? Here it is. There you go. There you go. Just time the dude out. Just time the dude out. Just time the dude out. He can only be fucking caught off. He can only be wrong so many times before, oh, but I guess the information that I thought was right wasn't right. Oh, but that means Sage Chakra existed. Yes, it existed beforehand because Chakra always existed before that fucking white bitch came into the Naruto verse. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. You think Usopp can get his power up like the Monster Trio? Probably. I don't know if he's ever going to be as strong as Zoro or Sanji, but that's probably an argument for it. Jesus fucking Christ. My God. Just time to do it out for 24 hours already. No, stamina didn't exist before Kaguya. Your mental energy is not part of your physical stamina. Jesus fucking Christ. Chakra objectively existed before and just nobody knew how to use it. Jesus Christ. The amount of mental gymnastics that you people have to go through just to get just one argument out of the way is absolutely fucking mind-boggling. My guy.
Creating a giant forest is kind of meaningless.
What the fuck was I looking for? When did Madara fight Hashirama in the past? When did they fight Hashirama in the flashback? When did, what chapter, what episode did Madara and Hashirama fight before the Leaf Village was made? 367. Cool. 367. Cool. Was Kaguya the one who simply taught people? No, it was Hagoromo. Hagoromo was the one who taught them how to use it, dude. Hagoromo simply told them how to use it. When it says he shared chakra, it wasn't that he literally shared chakra with them. It wasn't that he gave them chakra. It's just that he said, yo, so you see this thing right here? This is the power I can use. You people can technically use it as well. But nobody knew how to use chakra. And if you look at the Naruto fucking flashback, you see that literally Indra learns how to create the hand signs so that they can then learn how to manipulate chakra. Jesus Christ. Okay, it was this one. Yeah, this is the time where they fight each other after Madara got the majestic attire Susanoo. Save video as, what is this, 368? 68. Dude, my cortisol is at an all-time fucking high. I can literally feel it on the side of my fucking throat. Wait, the shinobi have their counters for Trafalgar Law, and what are their counters? What are their counters? Because I've already talked about basically every jutsu that could even remotely come up, and they're all way too slow. Anyway, you get the Hashirama thing, I do it up to here.
Giant forest is still an object within Law's room. Whether or not object within Law's room, still an object with forest is still an object,
Okay, so we're just gonna put one right here. So I have to make the... by the way, sorry about the crash out. Sorry about that. I shouldn't have gotten that loud. One, the speed. Nope, speed is not even remotely in your favor. Water jutsu, no one has any water jutsu that is light speed. The ceiling jutsu, Law literally just removes all of their capacity to move ceiling jutsu by simply taking away their items. Kurama, too weak to even remotely matter. Particle style jutsu will never land. It's chakra, and mental energy is chakra. No, both combined are chakra. They are not independently chakra. That is an objective lie. That is an objective lie. One Smart, don't do this, One Smart. Don't try to just start making things up. Don't just try to make things up, dude. I'm not doing this right now, One Smart. I'll time you out for 24 hours too. I will time you out for 24 hours too. Don't do that, dude. Don't try to just start pushing in some bullshit logic like, oh yeah, mental energy and physical energy, they're all separate. It actually is all different. Don't do that, dude. I'm asking you nicely. Together, those two forms of energy are what make up the chakras. Those two are the forms of energy that make up the chakra. You have to manipulate these three together to create Sage Jutsu. It's easy to balance mental energy and physical energy because you're used to doing it for regular ninjutsu chakra. There you go. It's understandable when annoying fools spreading their bullshit. Yeah. I don't call them fools, but yeah. I want to argue for Naruto, but I don't want to get timed out. You can argue for Naruto. You're not going to get timed out for trying to have a conversation with me. You're going to get timed out if you're trying to feed me some bullshit logic, and then you're not even remotely trying to accept the fact that there might be something that might be off. The reason why I timed out that other dude was because he was going out of his way to say, oh, these characters already have chakra. The sage creatures don't have a chakra network, when I objectively proved to them that they did multiple times. That's why he got timed out. If you're just trying to have a legitimate conversation, I'm not going to time you out. I don't time out people for just trying to have a conversation. But Kurama is relative to wiping out landmarks off the map. No, it wipes out mountains. It wipes out mountains specifically, which is not even remotely impressive by One Piece standards. Wiping out mountains is not impressive by One Piece standards, Minato Goat. Mina Goat. Oh, this, I don't think I need this anymore. Let's see. I'll probably just take out this small portion. Law isn't that impressive either. He's just like a glass cannon. No, he's not. Quite literally not. He took multiple punches from Big Mom, who's stronger than Gear 4 Luffy from Dressrosa. Tanked multiple punches from her, unguarded, and ate them.
I can bring up the scene if you need me to. Just straight up ate those hits while trying to prepare an attack of his own. Literally not a glass cannon. Objectively speaking, not a glass cannon. You have to give me something better than that. You have to give me something way better than that. Mind you, Gear 4 Luffy is above Continental in attack potency. Yeah, no, Gear 4 Luffy is above Continental in terms of attack potency. I have no reason to entertain that. Literally calls the chakras at the beginning of the series and checks first use of the Lines Barrage. His opponent absorbs both, as Orochimaru and Sasuke specifically mentioned them. The fuck are you talking about? Let's see. Chakras are, to put it simple, the energies of a shinobi required to form ninjutsu. Right, that's chakra, to form ninjutsu. Those of the body drawn in, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you mix these energies of what makes up chakras. Yeah. Are you saying because of the specific wording here that she's saying that mental and physical energies are separate types of chakras? Now you're just wrong. One Smart, I'm going to give you one more chance. Keep pushing this fucking point. I am going to time you out, One Smart. Keep pushing this point. I'm going to time you out again, One Smart. You're not going to convince me. You're not going to convince me, especially when, right here, Old Man Toad literally calls them something else. Literally says, right here, mental energy, physical energy. When she's referring to the chakras, she's simply referring to the energies. She's not referencing that actual chakra that they use for shinobi to create ninjutsu, XYZ, XYZ. No, you're not going to sit here and tell me that they are separate forms of chakra. No, that's not even remotely true. You can choose to interpret it as such. Don't try to push that on. Don't try to keep pushing that shit here, man. I'm not doing that. I'm really not here for that. Okay. We're going to do this. The flowers also don't do anything. I'm going to do this because I need this specifically right here. And does he keep spreading out? What the fuck? Naruto's definitely planetary by Boruto. There's no reason not to give Naruto planetary. Ugh. Fuck. Somewhere around 78, injures Law severely, landed 3 hits or so, and Law was already on the ground. Yeah. Same for chapter 1039 in Wano. Wano. Where the fuck is Wano? Ah, shit. That was Water 7 ending slab. It's fine. You said 139? Let's see the context. When were they down? 3 hits, you said? They were not 3 hits. Was already on the ground? You say in 139? Where in 139? This is 138. Shock veils her. She shents out more conquerors, Haki. Cracks some ribs too. Gives her bones back. Breaks it. When did they take damage throughout the entirety of this? Throws an entire building on her, stabs her, and then she's continuously punching her as he's going deeper. Yeah, when is he down through any of this? And then he teleports himself out of the way while taking massive damage. So unless they're planetary now, I don't think he solos. The Ten Tails is not planetary. Jubito is definitely not planetary. Jubito with Kamui, he doesn't have Kamui, so why would I entertain that? Is seemingly doing all the work there? No, he's not. No, he is not. No, he is not. That's not from him. Now you're saying that, no, he did not do the exact same amount. As a matter of fact, you want to know what's crazy? I literally counted the number of hits that they landed on a video. I literally counted the number of hits that they landed on a video. Yeah, no. The number of hits, you would actually be objectively incorrect in telling me that they don't have a very similar number of hits. The both of them. Blasted my ears mid-procedure. My bad, bro. My bad, dude. Check out the first fight. Sasuke uses Line Barrage and Shikamaru versus Tayuya. Not trying to convince you, just sharing my observation. Uses the Lines Barrage.
You know what? I'm not doing this. Give me the fucking chapters. You give me the fucking chapters, dude. I'm not doing this. I'm not looking up for some shit that I don't have to even remotely entertain. You give me the chapters, then I'll look it up. That shit is a fucking waste of my time, man. Looking that shit up is honestly a fucking waste of my time. Okay, now he's doing the thing. Yada, yada, yada. Madara, who also overpowers it by raw physical will. Okay, I need this. This. And then... Kid fired the last attack. Okay, and? Cool. And? What's your point? Kaguya with the 10 tails was going to destroy her little universe thing. I don't know what it's called. Yeah, after she absorbed chakra from the entirety of the planet. Which is something that she wouldn't necessarily have right there. Okay, we'll need that. I don't think I need this. Do I need anything else from here? He summons the perfect Susanoo. Yeah. Summons the perfect Susanoo. Summons his wood golem. Okay, don't need any of that then. And I don't need... You're fine. It was funny as shit. Even the nightmares on Elbeth are planetary. I don't know about that. You could even argue now it was planetary off the moon feed alone. And she wouldn't scale to physically only with the ETSO. Not to mention it was her chakra in the first place. And it was under... So it's called a pocket dimension. The Ten Tails had planetary chakra. Small planet's worth of chakra to begin with. That doesn't mean that its chakra quantity equates to attack potency, or else every single one of its jutsu would be planetary by that logic, which bigger than all the human chakra at that point. Not necessarily, because its orb was smaller than literally the rest of the planet, so not larger than the planet itself. I'm mainly saying Law in a 1v1, he is objectively losing. He never won in a 1v1 without the help and lost to Blackbeard, who turned off his powers. Blackbeard literally turned off his powers. They were fighting against a character like Big Mom, who was unaffected by most of his abilities that weren't directly damaging her, so he couldn't out-hacks her. And if we're talking, what, Doflamingo? Doflamingo was simply stronger at the time. Law got stronger. Big whoop. That's like saying Naruto is still as strong as he was back in the Rasen Shuriken training arc. You're not really giving me an objective argument as to why Law loses. You're just saying he lost in One Piece, therefore he has to lose in Naruto, which is not a good argument in the slightest bit. It doesn't help promote your stance at all because it's not objectively giving me any feats or statements to go off of. You're just basically just saying, and you're also ignoring the fact that Law loses some of those fights with context within the context of the series. There is context behind the reason why he loses those fights. Law, as a matter of fact, was having a pretty decent time against Blackbeard before Blackbeard turned off his chakra. Or do we agree that full-powered Spirit Bomb Kaguya wins? I don't agree that full-powered Spirit Bomb Kaguya wins because he still turns her into, he still dices her up into pieces. That would also be under the condition that she, for whatever reason, just gets the chakra of the entire planet and just immediately goes for an ETSO, which she wouldn't do in person. She only performed the jutsu because Naruto destabilized her tailed beast chakra. Naruto literally destabilized it when he hit her with the flavor of the month Rasen Shuriken barrage. So no, I don't have a reason to even remotely agree with that. You have to basically give Kaguya the infinite Tsukuyomi, and you also have to give her an entire planet's worth of people that are all caught under the infinite Tsukuyomi for me to agree with that she can just pull out the ETSO for no fucking reason at the start of the fight. Nah, she loses every time, dude. He puts up a room and literally dices her into pieces. That is my argument. If you cannot counter that argument, I have nothing else to say.
Doesn't really matter because he can't. Whether or not Hashi Forest is still.
If you don't have hockey, Law is basically a god to you. Basically. I'll start from here. Actually, I'll start from here just to cut it up a little bit. After me explaining, what do you think it stacks against other verses as of now? I don't really care about where it stacks up against other verses, but they certainly Maybe not in terms of speed. Actually, no, you said immeasurable speed. They can work. Well, it's all within the context of the painting. If they're not within the context of a painting, it becomes a little bit weird because we never see them fight outside of a painting. If you put any character with them inside of a painting, they probably do solo a lot of verses, including One Piece, Naruto, and definitely Bleach. I guess you're saying that Kaguya is like, do you know Fuse a monster from DF is in ugly form? Is that a Kaguya situation? Like only those situations make that possible? Well, Zamasu was literally transforming to that purple form specifically because his body was destabilizing. But his body was destabilizing naturally because he had a half-mortal body within him, which was giving him his disgusting appearance. It wasn't necessarily just because he was attacked or anything. It's consistent in both the manga and the anime that Zamasu has an issue regarding his godlike body because half of it comes from Goku. So again, no, it's not a similar situation to Kaguya in the slightest bit. Them having reality over fiction scaling usually means they're just as strong in the real world, to be honest. I don't know if they would be able to pull off the same things that they can do in the outside world that they would within the context of a painting. I'm just not convinced by that yet without anything to actually happen. You can believe it. I just don't know if I'm really there yet myself. Like how people say no only destroyed Skypiea with the Arc Massum, even though I'm using the exact logic for Kaguya as well. What are you saying? It's also a feat you can't perform without getting all the chakra. Yeah, like I don't think that Enel's just wiping out Skypiea on his own without the Arc Maxim. I've never made that claim. But if he were to, let's say, constantly drop lightning bolts off of his own volition, I do think he's basically wiping out a large portion of it. No shot you put Kaido over Madara, never in my days. Yeah, easily. He literally swings his club at Madara and he turns into a splatter of blood. And I have no reason to believe Madara can grow back from being... 1 second. Can I shrink this down? No way.
Meaningless if the giant forest is still an object within Law's room. Whether or not Hashirama can creating a giant forest is kind of meaningless if the giant forest is still an object within Law's room. Whether or not...
Only verse I think Expedition 33 loses to a story code, but even that's iffy. That's fair. Yeah. Can you explain to me why Madara wins that? Because if you say Limbo clones, they cannot hurt Kaido. And if you say, I don't know, dropping meteors, yeah, those meteors are very tiny. Dang, my only argument for Full Power Ten Tails, does Full Power Ten Tails have access to the final Truth-Seeking Orb attack? It does not. It does not have access to that technique, and I don't have to entertain the idea that it would. And secondly, the Ten Tails never once threatens to blow up the entire planet in one shot. Never once threatens to blow up the planet over a period of time. And as a matter of fact, just to give you a bit of context, because I feel like this is one of those things that people just legitimately overlook. This is just one of those things that people legitimately overlook, which is not to say that it's because anyone's disingenuous. It's not to say that anyone's disingenuous, but if you stick with me for a second, I can show you something that's actually very damning within the context of this. And that is, ooh, wait, I have 2 war arcs, so I only need this one. It's this. This, and, Edo Tensei 570 something. Yeah, right here. Let me show you something. This area right here is this area right here is where the battlefield specifically of the Shinobi War takes place in. We know this because we see it spread out throughout this area of land right here, right? So we know that the entirety of the Shinobi War battlefield is inside this small heap of land in comparison to the rest of the verse, right? Secondly, we know for a fact that the location where the final part of the 4th Great Shinobi War happens is in this tiny portion plot of land right here in this tiny area of land over here in comparison to the rest of the planet. And the Ten Tails shot is basically only about this big right here, which would mean that the Ten Tails blast off of an eyeball is only about this big of a blast right here. Only this big right here if I give it every benefit of doubt. Like zooming in, this is about how big the Ten Tails blast is if I give it just off of looks. It's about this big. So, if in a tiny country within the context of the Narutoverse, if in a tiny country the Ten Tails can't even wipe out an entire country, why would I entertain the idea that it can blow up the entire planet? Madara's relative to a person who can create a dimension. Who can create a dimension? Kaguya, creation feats do not even remotely scale to hacks.
Sorry, creation feats do not even remotely scale to attack potency, A. B. The Limbo clones do not hit with continental amounts of force. You have no statement or implication within the entire context of One Piece that implies, Naruto, that implies that the Ten Tails hits with, that the Ten Tails, Madara, or Kaguya punch with beyond continental amounts of force. And just for context, just because I really need to drive this point home here, just because I genuinely need to drive this point home here, Kaido took beyond continental punches from Gear 4 Luffy and walked away without a scratch after one-shotting him. I can unironically tell you that Kaido could walk up slowly to Madara. The Light Fang as a light speed jutsu is A, too slow, and B, is relative to a guy who creates dimensions. Who is the guy who creates dimensions? Who created dimensions? The Light Fang and the Susanoo. Yeah, what about them? So unless you can prove to me that a Limbo clone can punch with beyond continental amounts of force when the Ten Tails with its tailed beast bomb can't blow up a continent, if, again, scaling to Obito did not create the dimension. Obito's dimension comes from his Mangekyo Sharingan. He did not create the dimension, it just comes naturally with it. You cannot quantify to me how powerful Obito's dimension even is in the first place. Jesus, I'm getting some fucking crazy ass deja vu here. And 3, and most importantly, Light Fang is objectively speaking way too slow to even remotely be an issue for Kaido. Way too slow. Light Fang is way too fucking slow for Kaido. Literally too slow. Not even remotely in context of the fight. Also, you have to make me believe that the Light Fang can just hurt Kaido in the first place. Dimension is about the size of a Naruto galaxy. Where is that stated and why does that equate to attack potency? You still haven't explained to me why that equates to attack potency. Explain to me why that does. Because you're just saying things right now and you're not actually, you're not actually weaving an actual thing. Yeah, like Kaguya creates a dimension. Obviously, like many scales down over bloodlines. Is like little room dimension, but it doesn't matter because creating a dimension does not equate to attack potency. Just because you make a dimension does not mean that you can hit so hard that that dimension is just automatic, that you can just create a dimension by hitting. That's not how that works.
Whether or not Hashirama can create a forest that is larger than the entirety of Room doesn't really matter because he can't forcefully drag Law out of Room without getting inside of its range. Virtually every single shinobi, whether or not Hashirama can...
I have no reason to believe that any of this. Kishimoto must have told him last night. I don't know, man. A galaxy? I never heard of that one. I don't know, man. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Yeah. It can like in Dragon Ball, but Dragon Ball works to explain why that's the case. No, Drake, I guess it means that low-level wizards in D&D are automatically the power of attack potency is in reference to both attack and creation. If you create something with pure power, you would obviously scale to it. And when did they create something with pure power? When did they just raw create something with just raw force? Because there's a because here's the thing. If I were to see a character literally grab celestial bodies and weave them all together and just forcibly create different celestial bodies. If I saw them literally grab the very heavens themselves, the stars, create stars out of sheer force, and then just pawn them all over the place off of just their raw capabilities, grab atoms and create and expand them into stars and shit like that, sure, I could say, yeah, they can probably scale to their own creation. But with Kaguya, nah, that shit just said Ameno Minaka. No, those dimensions literally just came from her fucking Edo... Oh, wait. Obito explained the pocket dimension is impossible. Is possible by him, which Obio specific what the fuck are you talking about? Alright. You said 609? Sure. That's definitely 4th grade Shinobi War Part 2. 609. Sure. Current Naruto. Enemies careful. Sharingan relying. Lightning Blade. You really own and master that left eye of yours even though Mangekyo. Even awakening them. However, you can return... Can you return from the other plane one more time in your current condition? I've got to do something about Master Kakashi, that's for sure. He's completely drained from overusing his Sharingan. Then he sends him in, leaving Naruto, blah. Now it works as a counter. You certainly seen paste, Obito? Yeah, the difference, I can give chakra voluntarily. He can use Kamui to come out when I grabbed him. Yeah, when it Obito state that in chapter 609. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? He's creating it? Dude, yeah, no, you're just making shit up at this point. You're actually just making shit up at this point. Did I miss something important while you were away? Not necessarily. We were talking about that. Somebody did mention that, like, Natsu's fire is stated to be, like, different than, like, regular fire. But besides that, I don't know, dude. I think we've just been having, like, the same conversations. Yet even then, all of this just loses to to amputate. All of this, by the way, loses to amputate. Yeah.
Whether or not...
How am I? I've seen the show probably more than you. No, it's not. No, it's not. What you just stated right now is nowhere near. You said, explain the pocket space-time is only possible by him, which being Obito's specific eye, so he's creating it. He did not say that at all. You're literally jumping through mental hoops just to say it. He says, you've really honed and mastered that left eye, even awakening the Mangekyo. However, ellipses, can you return from the other plane one more time in your current condition? How the fuck does that equate to him creating the universe? Creating a dimension? Explain that shit to me, real quick. Explain that shit to me, because it's not stated anywhere in chapter 609, which you told me to look up. Not stated anywhere. Look at that. All chapters are right here. Every single chapter without missing a beat. Yeah, every single chapter without missing a beat. Every single page. Yeah, you're making shit up. Also, you have not seen the show more than me. I've literally sat down and read it twice. Technically more than twice if I throw in all the sessions where I've literally sat down to look for chapters in the last 2 years. Not even the last 2 years, in the last year. I've sat down and read the series twice. I'm not going to sit here and entertain that.
Whether or not Hashirama can create a forest that is larger than the entirety of room doesn't really matter because he can't forcefully drag Law out of room without getting inside of its range. Whether or not Hashirama can create a forest that is larger than the entirety of room doesn't really matter because he can't forcefully drag Law out of room without getting inside of its range. Virtually
so has the sanity to deal with the same
Shinobi
arguments
can't
all the
escape.
time. It's not sanity. I wouldn't call it sanity per se. But, it is what it is. It's just tiring, dude. It really just is tiring. It's just that. It's not about him doing his research. It's just about him not trying to read into things and trying to be like, oh yeah, well, this statement right here specifies that, yeah, for the light magic, there's a statement that says in the time frame for a specific lightning spell that puts lightning below lightning speed, though I don't know how consistent it is since it show below the speed of a car. I don't know, man. It just sounds like that's inconsistent. Are you caught up with Boruto? Is it disingenuous to put out Boruto points to use Boruto points to bolster Shippuden? You can use Boruto points to bolster Shippuden as much as you want, but to be clear about a couple of things, A, the context of this video is not within Boruto, so it doesn't really matter to me if you want to bring it up. And B, and more importantly, it confirms that the space he uses isn't just a void, it's physical. No, it doesn't. That's not even remotely implied in any of the text I just read. It parallels the real world. The evidence when Kakashi warps a kunai, it appears inside the dimension where Obito is. Fantastic. Fantastic. How does that equate to Obito or Madara punching with the force of a fucking dimension? How does that equate to it? Explain to me. Explain how that dimension equates to Obito punching, Obito striking, kicking, fireball jutsuing with the force of a dimension. Explain that shit to me real quick. Because by your logic, right here, by your logic, oh man, yo, Guys, I guess all the way back in Water 7, I guess all the way back in Water 7, I guess Luffy was a dimensional threat. I guess Luffy was a dimensional threat because the door dimension that just is a parallel world to our world it just makes Blue no dimensional. Just a thought experiment. In your opinion, does Law really need his Ope Ope no Mi powers to win? Yes, he needs that is the crux of his powers. Law without that specific devil fruit is basically has above average hockey and just has above average hockey. That's all I can really give you. Do I genuinely have to? Yes. I expect you to do your homework if you're going to try. I expect you to do a little bit of work and research if you're going to try and compare one thing to another in such a blatantly disingenuous way. I expect you to do that much if you're trying to give me such a blasphemy is what it is. Such a blasphemous take like, oh, Obito scales to the creation of his dimension. Yeah, sure. Because by this logic, I guess Bluno does that. I guess Bluno, look at that. A parallel world. Yo, look at that. You can even see the parallel dimension of the other world right there. It's parallel. Crazy. There are worlds that legitimately have. There are verses that legitimately have universal scaling. There are verses that objectively have universal scaling. Naruto is not one of them. Yeah, I expect you to do that much work if you're gonna hit me with some blasphemy. I do. Not even remotely kidding. I don't like entertaining the idea that, oh, characters all of a sudden are more powerful than what we think, or should I say what we know that they are. Alright, best multi-solar system. I guess Bluno's multi-solar system then. I guess, by that logic, I guess Bluno's multi-solar system. Wow, and Luffy outscales that by multiple arcs. By like 11 arcs. Man. Crazy. Let me lower this down to that and put it here. Okay.
A forest that is larger than the entirety of Room doesn't really matter because he can't forcefully drag Law out of Room without getting inside of its range. Virtually.
Don't forget Best Girl Brûlée. Yeah, I guess because Brûlée made an entire dimension, I guess they just scaled that. Do you believe that hacks like Amputate will work on somebody who has universal durability? There is an argument that higher dimensional beings do beat out Law because of the Taught Musica stuff that we saw from Film Red. Though if you don't want to use Film Red, then it's probably not. Split up in Boruto, but because they can think they're soloing Kuro and Sasuke with help because they can actually learn. Cool, I guess. Honestly, Boruto scaling comes across to me as very inconsistent considering that so many characters are able to just one-shot the Mamushi clones as well. So, for as powerful as they are, I guess they just don't have any durability to them.
Virtually every single shinobi can't escape this location because Law can always just teleport them back in by swapping them out with a random pebble on the ground. Room can cover the range of Virtually every single shinobi can't escape this location because Law can always just teleport them back in by swapping them out with a random
Bro, too, with her mirror dimension. Yeah, Brûlée, too. Yeah, you said Broly. I'm crying. You said Broly. I do need to add a bit of text here, though.
creating a giant.
This is also under the assumption that Kashirama can spawn an entire forest at faster than light speeds, which there is nothing to even remotely. This is also under the assumption that. I'm just gonna write, you also have to genuinely believe. Also have to believe that Hashi can spawn a forest at FTL speeds before Law literally just rooms and amputates. Before Law spawns a room and uses amputate. All of this literally loses to room amputate.
The giant forest is still an object within Law's room. Whether or not Hashirama can create a forest that is larger than the entirety of room doesn't really matter because he can't forcefully drag Law out of room without getting inside of its range.
Nope. Jubito obliterated half of himself and didn't complain. Fantastic. I'm thinking with his smarts and the 10 tails with Kamui, I mean, why does he have Kamui? Never once implied to have Kamui while in that form. What are we talking about here?
Forcefully drag Law out of room without getting inside of its range.
That looked weird. What the fuck?
Not Hashirama can create a forest that is larger than the entirety of room doesn't really matter because he can't forcefully.
What the fuck? Oh, there we go. That makes sense. There we go. Hey, what's up, Lapis? He still has his right eye, and he never uses Kamui during the entire context of those fights. So again, why would I entertain the idea that he could? Literally stated, cannot use Kamui. Who knows the chapter where it stated that Obito cannot use Kamui while using, thing? Who knows the chapter? Okay, it scales to Obito's attack and hits because Obito's the only person besides Kakashi that can perform it. He created it. No, he doesn't. It does not scale to it. That is not a justifiable reason. There is no statement that implies it within the entire context of the story, so why would I even remotely entertain that? Again, you're not giving me a reason to entertain it. You're just saying he can because he created it. Nope, that's not how that works. You help me look a bit faster. You know, if maybe... No, I don't have to help you look because it is a blasphemous-ass take to say that Obito's punches and kicks are as powerful as the creation of a dimension that simply came with his awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Poor report myself. Okay, synchronicity, take it down. Okay, underpass. Cool, cool, cool. Can't teleport anything that myself or my chakra are touching. Accomplished. Yeah. Obito's conscious, Ten Tails power, Rasengan flying flash, yeah. Last time, yeah, blah, 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 right here. Blocked an attack. Amaterasu blocks it, attacks, sends him back. Avoid those black orbs, yeah. I suspect no law ninjutsu, yeah. Kurama, Gamakichi, diversifying a combo, summoning, yeah. Hokage, how dare you put him down? Yeah. Both of them are there. Toad. Right here. I can't believe the Ten Tails Jinchuriki has such a weakness. And with the Ten Tails inside me, can't pass through things either. What a bother. You won't believe this. Chapter 67. Fan-fucking-tastic. Jesus goddamn Christ. Curse mark, other belief, single, marks or seems to respond to my chakra. If I use my chakra carelessly, the mark will take over my psyche, calling upon expending all the power. For this purpose of the match, not only is the Sharingan verboten, but also any restraint using my chakra even for the normal arts. Okay, cool. Begin jutsu, cool. My strength is fading. Where did all my strength go? Ha. Sasuke, you're feeding on my chakra. Figured it out. Your Roy's ability to absorb another's chakra. It's brilliantly art whereby simply experiencing the body gives the body consumed their mental and physical energies. Cool. And once all their chakra has been devoured, they will have no course but to call upon the power of the curse mark. Yada. Cool. If you try to resist this part, you will die. Son of a... Imagine a little vermin having the strength left to oppose me. I was too close. If he makes contact with me again, I won't have enough energy to move. If he keeps afterwards his reach. Yeah. You can still call yourself Sasuke Uchiha. You're an embarrassment. No, you couldn't pick up your Mandermine. I'll absorb all of his chakra. This is it. Cool. After this, I'll limit myself to only special skills, but for now. Cool. So, what about it? Page 14 specifically. Which is page 14 specifically? This one? That's page 17. So, 17, 16, 15, 14. Is it this one? 13, so it's this one. Fantastic.
The ability to consume their mental and physical energies. Yeah, cool. Cool. What about it? He's absorbing his chakra. Cool. Even if it's scaled, nowhere stated, or nor the dimensions already existed, comma, we just gave him access to it. Yeah. Yeah, what about this? What about this? Alright. Now that I've entertained that, cool. Anyway, now that I've entertained that, cool. Alright, can you guys, if anybody tries to make any kind of, like, weird arguments like that, can you guys just have the debate with them? I'm tired of that. And it's 4:30, and I still need to do 2 more minutes. So, from here on, I'm just straight grinding.
Forest that is larger than the entirety of room doesn't really...
You also have to believe that Hashi can spawn a forest before Law spawns a room, or uses forest. You also have to believe he can spawn a forest at FTL speeds. Okay.
Shirama can create a forest that is larger
Door dimension
than the
has no
entirety
stated
of room
size.
Doesn't really matter because he can't forcefully...
Just if anyone tries to, like, bring up any of those BS arguments, that's not really my fault. I'm rusty with the series. I mean, you say that you saw the series more than I did. What happened to, I've probably seen the series more than you do? What happened to that? What happened to that? I've seen this show probably more than you have. It's right there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. So you've seen you've seen the show more than me, yet you're rusty. Okay. Cool. I hope you guys can tell how, like, ridiculous it seems at times that, like, yeah. I hope you guys can tell that it's very ridiculous. What the fuck happened here? Oh, I deleted it. That's why. That's fine. This literally loses... This literally loses to room, amputate, or shambles. Oh no, you're fine. Hey, what's up, Jake? Also, vote on D&D alignment, poll 7. It's on the server. Same with Bruli. Yeah, I hope that video you're making gets deleted by Toy or something, because you're actually a jerk. Hopefully your fanbase stops following you, you disgrace. That's very mean of you to say. I think you're just mad that you came in here telling me that I am bugging for believing that Kaido curb stomps Madara, and then you not being able to not only defend it whatsoever, but also having basically everything you've said be wrong. Am I actually a jerk for simply pointing out that not only with you, but with multiple people before you showing up, saying a bunch of bullshit that is completely wrong within the context of the story, and simply not having the energy to talk to you like, oh, I'm sorry, sweetie. Here, let me show you something, sweetie. So here is exactly where you, might not entirely be correct on this. I'm so sorry, especially when you come in here to then say, oh yeah, I know more about the series than you, just to then say you're rusty. I don't know, man. Hypocrisy, lack of accountability. Like, I'm just tired. I'm just tired of dealing with the bullshit personally. So if I don't have the energy to simply coddle you and say, yeah, no, don't worry, my guy. So in this chapter, yada, 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 blah, 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 so on and so forth. If I don't have the energy to do that, dude, that's mostly on you. That's not really on me. No one's forcing anybody to be here. I'm simply not with the bullshit right now of having to listen to people say, oh yeah, no, bro, you're totally out of your fucking mind for having an opinion. You can believe whatever you want to believe, by the way. I don't really care. This literally loses to room / amputate or shambles.
Doesn't really matter because he can't forcefully drag Law out of room without getting inside of its range.
Also, Law tanks Big Mom's punches. Also tanked Big Mom's reinforced punches. Actually, I'm not gonna add this. You're all idiotic. And that's... You really need to go do some research. Damn. Somebody getting upsetty spaghetti because they walked into a thing, thought they were the guy, and then when they didn't have any evidence and their wealth of knowledge was put into question, they couldn't actually formulate an argument besides getting upsetty spaghetti. Unfortunate. Well, I watched Naruto mostly. I don't remember what episode goes, but I can describe what was happening. No, you're fine because you at least go out of your way to tell me the chapter number and etc. And I kind of get where your mentality is coming from because of the wording and etc. As a matter of fact, besides some specific wording every now and then,
you still pretty much still have some decently moderate takes. That's not an issue. And watching it and reading it, whether or not they're two different mediums, is completely fine. But at the end of the day, my issue comes from people making blasphemous claims like Obito punches as hard as the dimension that came from his movie are cleanly moon level, and they both have far, far less chakra than the basic mindless Ten Tails that isn't full power. Except the Ten Tails isn't as powerful as Naruto or Toneri, since it's stated in one of the, one of the promotional guides for the movie that Toneri's the most powerful opponent they've ever fought, so yeah.
Virtually every single shinobi can't escape this.
I'm not even pushing 40. I'm not even pushing 30. What the fuck, dude? Jesus Christ.
Every single shinobi
Damn.
can't escape this location.
You guys always have to like defend me, but always have to like just jab the knife in a little bit deeper every single time. You guys are some real so-and-sos sometimes. Jesus Christ.
Virtually every single shinobi can't escape this location because law can always just...
Again, it's the size of... It's greater than the size of multiple mountains. I know what panel I'm using for this. I need Punk Hazard. Once again, this is the size of multiple mountains. You can clearly see right here that is the size of multiple mountains, and by the time of Onigashima, Law can essentially teleport everywhere there. I do not believe that any ninja can scale this type of distance. I have no reason to believe that any shinobi... Yeah. I might start using pill scaling to lowball One Piece verse to uni or midball. If you're doing that, Jake, you might specifically have to go for the anime adaptation. Only the anime adaptation specifically has the pills, the pill scaling. The other adaptation kind of doesn't. From what I've heard, the light novel, Kaguya being stronger than Toneri. I don't know, man. I argued Jiren over Broly, but they put Broly statements and I'm stated in Broly that key control outshines raw power any day. I appreciate it, man. You work too hard. I haven't worked hard enough because I haven't gotten to the point that I need to get to in order to get this video out in time for you guys. And that's not me talking myself up. I'm just being honest here. Like, I have to get through 5 minutes every day, and I'm only at 30 right now. So we have another 2 minutes to get through. But I appreciate it, Drake. Can we get some W's for Drake, please? It's not about me right now, though. Can we please get some W's for Drake? Pretty please with a cherry on top. There's also the Draper Point Calc stuff. Yep. Just scale Horty's hand size. Yo, true. We just gotta scale Horty's hand size. True. Yeah, Horty Jones has a very big hand, and if you can cover that entire hand with pills, yeah, true. You might actually have a point there. Now we just need a pixel scale size Horty's hand. True. They thought Lucifero decently well together and got slammed. This are multiple mountains. This scan clearly shows that the range that room can cover is that of multiple mountains in addition to a facility and even spurting out somewhere into the water. Yeah, okay. I have no reason to believe that any ninja can cover this distance. Especially given the massive speed difference. This is a scan from back in Punk Hazard. This is a scan from Punk Hazard. No, not 12. I'm going to do at least 10. This is a scan from Punk Hazard. Which is... Okay, how many arcs behind is Punk Hazard? There is... Dressrosa, Zoe, Whole Cake Island, Wano... Specifically, 690, Punk Hazard, Wano. Okay, we'll just go to, and then we'll just go to up to Egghead. You can tell Eon is locked because he hasn't looked at any of the pictures of feet lately. I haven't ever looked at any pictures of feet. What the fuck are we talking about? Well, that's not exactly true, but it's always a fucking bit, dude. It's always a bit, dude. Theoretically, do you think Horty wipes every time he takes a... Oh, shit. What kind of a fucking question is that, Known? Come on, man. Come on. I said the last thing I need is for people to... The last thing I need is for people to fucking distract me. Dressrosa, Zoe, Whole Cake, Wano, Egghead. This is a scan from Punk Hazard's 5 arcs prior to Egghead, and
What is it? I need a calculator for this. What is this? 690? 690. When does Law fights Blackbeard in Egghead? SBS, Impel Down, Sabaody, Egghead. Law loses to Blackbeard around... No, it has to be way prior to this. Way prior. To his defeat in 18. So 690. 1081 minus 690 is 300. Egghead. 5 arcs prior to Egghead, and what was it? 391 and 391 chapters prior to his defeat at the hands of Blackbeard. I have no reason to believe. I have no reason to believe anyone in the verse can escape this kind of range bare minimum. This is a scan from Punk Hazard. This kind of range, this kind of distance, bare minimum, before Law starts swinging. Before Law starts swinging. What's good with ya? Who the fuck asks a question like, does Horty Jones theoretically take a dump in the ocean and then wipes? Where does Charmy scale? Charmy B? Quick question. You fuck with twink feet or women feet? Also, do you want Giselle or Astolfo? I guess if I had to give you an answer for the first one, I'd say women, but it's just a bit, dude. It's not that serious. And B, no, neither of those two. Those two are guys. I don't like femboys. There's nothing wrong with them. I'm just personally, there's just nothing there that even remotely entertains me. Before Law starts swinging. I have to move this slightly over so I have enough space to put the period as well. This arc, this is a scan from Punk Hazard, 391 chapters prior to his defeat at the hands of Blackbeard. I have no reason to believe anyone in the verse can escape this kind of distance bare minimum before Law starts swinging. I also don't have a reason to believe. Eon, how human does a robot need to look for you to consider cracking them? Basically identical. Basically fully identical. I don't want to see any wires, and they basically cannot have any kind of like glitches in them. I'm talking about some actually, I think like the best there was, I guess like the best example I can think of the top of my head, and not saying like this in a literal sense, but like there was, I think it was one of the Mega Man series where like Mega Man Legends, I think it was, where like they had evolved to such a point where like the robots in Mega Man had like evolved to such a point that they could literally be perceived just the same as humans in terms of anatomy. Where like, I think they were called like carbons or something. I remember watching a Johnny Versus. You guys, no, Some Call Me Johnny. I remember him talking about this with a review he did like years ago, and that was a point that he brought up. I think that's like the closest thing I could. Would Athena? Who the fuck is Athena? Athena. Who's Athena? Oh, from Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail. Fuck no. No, this is not even remotely close. No, I would not. Although, I would give you... Eve. I would probably do this. This is probably the closest I would do. In terms of like human to robot, this is probably the closest to a robot I would do. And only because in every sense she is deaf, uncrackable. I was never gonna say roll. I was never gonna say roll. Relax. I'm just saying, within the context of that series, I guess they were close enough to a human biology to where they're basically indistinguishable. I wouldn't crack a clanker though. She scales above Beelzebub too. Hey, wait, Steinixos is here? Is he? Oh yeah, no, the videos from before, yeah.
By swapping them out with a random pebble on the ground. Escape this location because Law can always just teleport them back in by swapping them out with a random pebble.
I need this one. Copy and then paste. And then we'll just stretch this out. I'm not being racist. This shit only happens in One Piece streams.
By swapping them out with a random pebble on the ground. Room can cover on the ground.
Fate verse. Okay, what about the Fate verse?
By swapping them out with a random pebble on the ground. Room can cover the range.
Would you crack a fish woman? Alright, what fish woman are we referencing? Can you give me an example of a fish woman? Because last time I checked, they're not really that attractive. I have no clue, dude.
By swapping them out with a random pebble on the ground. Room can cover the range of an...
I bet if you saw Sukuna in a room 2 seconds later, the room would splatter in white substance, and Sukuna would think his some attack that he'd slash you at you in return. Nah, my king would take it. My king would take it as he knows it's nothing more than a sign of respect from my behalf onto his.
By swapping them out, room can cover the range of an island, or at least multiple mountains, and most shinobi...
Would you crack Quaylag? Okay, I'm not... Okay, stop with the questions, guys. Just because I do not have the time or the energy to go back and forth with these hypotheticals.
Room can cover the range of an island, or at least multiple mountains, and most shinobi don't even have anything seemingly close to... And most shinobi don't even have...
My favorite flavor of ice cream? I'm partial to mint fudge from Cold Stone. Cold Stone has a mint fudge that I'm not gonna say is like my favorite of all time, but I can fuck it up. Basically anything with like a fudge brownie, like mint brownie, fudge brownie, cookies and cream. Like if it's got some chocolate in there, I'm fucking it up, dude. If we're talking like popsicles, I'll usually just do like a strawberry popsicle. You can't go wrong with them. Would you crack Alter Ego from Danganronpa in both forms? I'll look that one up. I'll look that one up because it's you, Lapis. Alter Ego Danganronpa. Sure, why not? No, dude, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, fuck no. Fuck no. 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 Just no. So do you eat beans since what is chocolate cacao? I don't eat beans. I don't eat beans, dude. Chill. Would you crack the time and energy you wasted reading this message? I almost timed you out for that, dude. I almost timed you out for that.
Room can cover the range of an island, or at least...
Alright, fuck, where the fuck was I? Wano. I need one. Okay, Wano. Alter Ego is basically an AI version of a femboy. I kind of gathered that. I remember that being the character that was a femboy. When I saw their face and I saw the big, like, monkey-looking dude, I was like, yeah, no, that's probably the guy. I remember them being like really smart. Why'd I get a Japanese ad? Nah, Lapis set you up already. He knew what was up with that Danganronpa. That's what I'm saying. Did you see the diss track from Afro Man Trial? No, I didn't. I did hear about some song that he made against like the NYPD or something like that. Um, uh, okay. With a small room, by the time of Wano, with a small room, Law was capable of teleporting himself deep enough into the island that he could find. Deep enough within the context of the island that he could find. Shoot, we switched with something flying through the air. And ran into Sanji. A few dozen minutes earlier, and where was Sanji? Okay, this is actually pretty tantamount. Oh, there's a female form from the second game. That's why I said both forms. Dude, that's an AI, A and B. That's a little kid, bro. No, just no. Ohio police, I believe. Ohio? That's crazy. You get devious when that cake gets caked up. What cake gets caked up? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm very partial to cake. But yeah, what we talking about here? What the fuck does that even mean? The second form isn't a kid? Dude, I'm fine. It's fine. I'm chilling. I'm chilling, bruv. I'm chilling. Okay, with this room, it's gone back down, back to the castle. We really don't want her searching for that cloud. I'm leaving you here alone. I'm taking everything else. Straw Hat. Okay, I need that. How am I gonna set this up? But I need all three of these. I need the Sanji one right here. I need the Sanji, and I'm going to need my glorious king, hardworking, diligent, Sukuna, glazing, foot-licking, bean-hating, Sakura-hating, Kaguya-hating, Bleach-hating, Eon, Peon, clip-farming king. Wow, that's funny. I didn't realize that my name could technically be... sure. I didn't think that my name could technically be also derived as Eon. That's funny. That's funny. Kind of set myself up for that one, I suppose. Fair. If I ever fall off, I guess that'll be what people reference me of. You be a hardworking man. I'm at the gym and he's still streaming. I try, bro. I try.
Multiple mountains and most shinobi.
Or at least multiple mountains. So copy and paste. Yeah.
At least multiple mountains and most shinobi don't even have anything seemingly close to lightspeed movement speed over long distances.
Most shinobi. Literally a vast majority of the cast here and Naruto without KCM. Literally the only person on screen... No. 1 second. I can do this a lot easier by pulling it up from here. Just click and drag. Yeah, just click and drag. Just click and drag. Okay, we are at 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Fuck me. You reap what you sold, Eon. Sigma from Overwatch is planetary.
Shinobi.
Quite literally, the only person on this panel is Lightspeed.
Shinobi don't even have anything seemingly
Neither
close
does
to lightspeed move.
None of the... Literally the only person on screen without... Literally none of these characters without some form of an amp can... Yeah, literally none of these characters without some form of an amp have any argument. Literally none of the characters on screen without some kind of an amp, including the Gokage, the 5 Kage, the 4 Hokage, Literally none of the characters on screen, including the 5 Kage, that verbatim puts... Bro is gonna miss the bus size of 15 meters with this one. I thought you were someone who gooned Tsunami over anyone else except your glorious King Sukuna. Who did I say I was gonna goon over that? Who the fuck said you reap what you 6-7? I'm crying. More like Loki versus the Ten Tails. Is the cake batter or is it a steak? Is it cake batter or is it a steak? I'm rimming, but alright, you guys have problems. Including the 5 Kage, 4 Hokage. Let's be a little... Alright. Literally on screen, including the 5 Kage besides A. 4 Hokage. The Akatsuki. Literally none of the characters on screen. The Akatsuki, including the 4 Kage, Akatsuki. The 5 Kage, 4 Hokage, the Akatsuki, Orochimaru, and Kabuto have any objective light speed movement feats, especially without light speed movement feats or statements, especially without any kind of chakra cloak amp. Minato needs markers. Need their cloaks. Minato and none of them would know, and none of them would know they need to escape the range of room before Law swings his blade once. His blade once. Khalifa solo Shippuden? Probably. All Mog every One Piece woman? Probably. I'll re-edit this later. Literally none of the characters on screen, including the 4th Hokage, the Akatsuki, Orochimaru, and Kabuto, have any objective light speed movement feats or statements, especially without any kind of a chakra cloak amp. Minato needs markers, A and Naruto need their cloaks, and none of them would know they need to escape the range of room before Law swings his blade once. Yep. If you had Sukuna's forearm body physique, what will you do? Bruh, if I had Sukuna's extra arms, I'd be editing like crazy right now. You guys wouldn't even know. You guys wouldn't even know how efficient I would be at this stuff.
Over long distances. Hashirama can't just summon the giant Buddha statue right at over long distances. Over long distance.
Yeah, this will give it way more time.
Light speed movement speed over long distances. Hashirama can't just... Hashirama can't...
Low-key, you're more of a feet or an armpit guy. What kind of a fucking question is that? Dude, I'm not answering that.
Hashirama can't just summon...
I'm not... You guys are stupid. I'm not answering that. Dude, I should have done this fucking... I should have done this off stream. I shouldn't have streamed today. Fuck me, dude.
Hashirama can't just summon the giant Buddha statue right at the start of the fight without first entering sage. As far as
Why does it go back, dude? I'm not clicking anything back there. What the fuck? Oh, delete.
Hashirama
Can't sense the Buddha statue. Which would literally add nothing to this fight. Literally adds nothing to this fight because Law once again, it has no answers for Room X Shambles. Prove me wrong. These armpit lasers are LARPers. They coming out of nowhere. You guys... Now we're getting upset that people have fetishes for armpits? That's crazy. I don't personally get that one, but, yeah, sure.
can't just summon the giant Buddha statue right at the start. Hashirama can't just summon the giant Buddha statue right at the start of the fight without first entering Sage mode, which means he has to stand still. Even then, the Buddhist, which means he just summoned the giant Buddha statue, which means he has to stand still. Even then, the Buddha statue wouldn't be larger than Room, considering that he can cover the entirety of Onigashima since he can teleport anywhere within the island by the time of Wano and even then, the Buddha statue wouldn't be larger than Room, considering that he can cover considering that he can cover the entirety of Onigashima since he can teleport anywhere within the island by the time of Wano, and the Buddha statue isn't the size of Buddha statue
Literally teleports.
And the Buddha statue isn't the size of an island by the time of Wano, and the Buddha statue isn't Wano, and the Buddha statue
Okay.
and the Buddha statue isn't the size of an island. Law could literally, which means he
Never pulls off this jutsu without... Hashirama never pulls out this jutsu.
Hashirama can't just summon the giant Buddha statue right at the start of the fight without first entering Sage mode, which means he has to stand
Against Madara. Eight. I don't have it. Are you serious? Type 28, right? 6. Look up in chat. No, I'm not. What? 628. Seriously, don't do that. Hey, what's up? What's up, Zachary? Even if you say that he should...
which means he has to stand still. Even then, the Buddha statue wouldn't be larger than Room, considering that he can cover the entirety.
For context, it's larger than some mountains. It is not larger.
Wouldn't be larger than Room, considering that he can cover the entirety of Onigashima.
To...
Can cover the range of an island, or at least multiple mountains, and most
I'm just gonna bring these back up. I'll fix this later. Just for context, by the way, so what I'm doing right now is it's just setting up the images for later.
Since he can teleport anywhere within the island by the time of Wano and the Buddha statue isn't the size of an island. Law could literally allow Hashirama to summon that thing.
Again, this is larger. Again, for context. Where? Okay. Okay, I have no fucking clue. I have no clue. I have no clue. I have no clue where I put that. I think it was earlier, right? It had to have been like super early, right? 12 minutes. Okay. Okay. Okay, we'll go by it slowly. We all love feet, by the way. You keep saying that we all love things that you like, Six. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if everybody here inherently agrees with that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Once again, to bring this up, the Ninetales is at, for a sense of scale, just to bring this up again. The ship in the front, the Sunny is 56 meters tall, and the best you could give Kurama, assuming it's 4 times larger than Gamabunta, is 80 meters. For context.
And the Buddha statue isn't the size of an island. Law could...
No, Eon, that includes you. See, you keep saying that. Lapis, you just sent me something, so are you cracking or not? No, I'm not cracking. No, I'm still not cracking. No, Lapis, I'm still not cracking. The answer's still no.
Isn't the size of an island. Law could...
Okay, let me think about this one. Okay. Front of the ship on the right. The pointed ship. The white ship. White ship is the Sunny at 56 meters tall. Is the Sunny at 56 meters tall. Kurama is, at best, 4 times larger than Gamabunta. Is, with every benefit of doubt, is Kurama is at least 3 times larger than Gamabunta. I guess you don't like tall women. She's not tall, she was just big, dude. 17 at 51 meters. At 51 meters. Is at least 3 times larger than... I'm not even gonna say least, is at best 3 times larger than Gamabunta at 51 meters. Toeless leggings, toe ring, anklets are goated. You guys, can we? Okay. Can we not turn this into a Goon Master General, a masterclass in gooning for my fucking fanbase? Like, dude, sucking and eating onion rings drizzled with ketchup is the best feeling. You guys are just 51 meters. No, I don't want to do it like this. No, I'm not gonna do it like this. I'm not doing it like this. I'm not doing it like this. I'm not doing it like this. Give me this scan again. For context, the best you can give Kurama is realistically 1-0. When did they get to Onigashima? The tiny ship in the front. Thoughts on Robin's armpit or Robin V? I'm not answering that, dude. Come on. Just let me focus on my work. Jeez. As Mr. Garrison once said, jeez Louise. Anyway.
Law could literally allow Hashirama to summon that thing, and he could swap positions with Hashirama as the fists are about. Law could literally allow.
Okay. What episode does Hashirama summon the Buddha statue? 621. 21? It's gonna be on episode 621? I said chapter, episode. It's 21. It's on episode 621. Do you like your woman with a bush or not? My girlfriend would say ew. My girlfriend would 100% say ew. What's wrong with you people? Yes, you people. What is wrong with you? You can't make fun of 6'7" now. I never made fun of 6'7". I like 6'7". I like it as a joke. People here have an issue with... People here have a bigger issue with 6'7" than I do. Ooh. Definitely can't watch that. Not right now. We definitely cannot watch that right now. I really don't go back and watch shows, though. That's one thing. I really don't go out of my way to, like, go back and watch shows. Has anyone seen The Bear? Anyone seen The Bear? The Bear's pretty good. 466. Oh, no, it's 366. Episode 21. Episode 21. 621. Anyway. I only really started saying it too. Your comment? What comment? You like femboy? No, I don't like fem... What's wrong with you people? Why do you people want me to like femboys so much? Why are you people going so hard to constantly ask me if I like femboys? The answer is no, I don't like femboys. Big R dot will cook you. The Bear, like Cocaine Bear. Cocaine Bear was fucking hilarious, dude. No one can tell me otherwise. Cocaine Bear was a fucking masterclass in funny shit, dude. There is no way he doesn't summon the fucking Buddha statue on this episode. Fuck me. Alright. Alright. The mentally nerfed? Mentally nerfed? Do you like masculine girls then? What kind... Hold on. And no, when I mean The Bear, I mean the show. By the way, I saw the Fantastic Four movie yesterday. That shit was great. Not yesterday. When I was flying on my plane back,
When I was back on my plane, flying back home, I was watching the Fantastic Four movie, the new one. It was great. Does your girlfriend know there is a public video of you sniffing Brandish's feet and Mira's ass? Technically, yes. She sometimes comes on streams from time to time. She sometimes watches. She sometimes catches the things that I say. Mal girls. Well, if it isn't the best Hokage, Toby... There is no way you like the Giants and yet you think Tobirama's the best Hokage. What kind of shit is that? Dude, that's crazy. Absolutely crazy. And just shambles himself with him, yeah. Yeah, he could probably just do that, right? 21. It's all about the 21. 369. Depends on what type of muscle mommy it is. Eon into bears, clip it. No, the fuck I am not. So do I... What does this mean? SDIYBT. What does that even remotely mean? People got problems, dude. You people got fucking problems, dude. Let me just take this out of here and just do it over here. Okay, let me see what's up. Holy shit. Saw like my ear. Natsu's power of friendship or Zoro's power of racism. I don't think Zoro's necessarily racist. I don't think Zoro is necessarily racist. Sure. This copy, cut. We'll just throw them over here for now. And then what do I need for this? Tobirama objectively is the best Hokage, by the way. You see, you say objectively, but what makes him the best objectively speaking? Right? Like why should we give that racist the room a day? The time of day. I said room. Room! Anyway. Tobirama, lots of chapters, seeing new giant upscale, yeah.
Law could literally allow Hashirama to summon that thing to stand still.
Yeah, yeah. Let's just move these out of the way real quick. Yeah, anyway, yeah. Okay.
Which means he has to stand still. Even then.
2 more minutes to go. Keep pushing until you white splash on Sukuna. No. Just no. It's fine. Just no.
Which means he has to stand still. Even then, the Buddha statue wouldn't be large. He has to stand still. Even then, the Buddha statue wouldn't be larger than room, considering that he can cover the entire... Wouldn't be larger than since he can teleport anywhere within the island by the time of Wano, and the Buddha statue isn't the size of an island. Law could literally allow Hashirama to summon that thing, and he could swap positions with Hashirama as the fists are about to hit him. One thing I failed to mention is that Law simply has the ability to switch people's personalities against...
Created the foundations of the village, even though he was squabbling with them his whole life. The Uchiha police force and Naruto's papa stole his jutsu.
Gum gum, big gum gum, gum 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 this, gum 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 shash. To be honest, Elbow was rushed. While I do like Brooks standing up to Emo, I wish Usopp would actually get a win or advanced his hockey. Killing him got off-screened. Oda fell off, he's a bum. We had somebody else say that earlier. I don't agree with you in the slightest bit, but sure, I guess. If you're not liking Endelbeth as much, that's completely fine. You don't have to. I get where Oda can, at times, probably falter in terms of what fans want.
Law could literally allow Hashirama to summon that thing, and he could swap positions with Hashirama as Hashirama as the.
I liked it before, but it's getting rushed. I don't feel like it's getting rushed.
And he could swap positions with Hashirama. As the thing, and he could swap position, and he.
This is you to femboys. Definitely not me to femboys. Definitely not, dude. Absolutely not.
Law could literally allow Hashirama to summon that thing, and he could swap positions with Hashirama as the fists are about to hit him. Fists are about. Fists are about to hit him.
Right here. It's definitely not within this point in time right here, but I do think it's still worth bringing up. I went from saying that, like, Trafalgar Law could unironically fight DMS Kakashi to just making a video about how he solos the entire verse. I think it's kind of crazy. I mean, people are complaining about Wano, but now Elbef's too short. Yeah, you can't please everybody, and that's really what it is. That's why I don't really say anything. I'm just like, you know, if you just don't like it, you just don't like it. That's fine. If you feel like there are things that are off, I think that's completely fine. I don't think there's anything whatsoever wrong with that. By the way, what do you guys think about this right here? Minato is capable of teleporting the TSO, but this feat isn't necessarily light speed. You have to believe Lee can throw a kunai at light speed while using the 6th gate with no statements or other feats to back it up. The TSO are not light speed, which I will go into more detail later in the video. As for A, he fought Minato at least 17 years prior to the start of the story. He is shown to consistently train and is stated by C to have reaction time on par with Minato as the Raikage. So he's definitely not as fast when he's first fought Minato. Yeah. Pretty simple logic right there. I need the one where, like, Law swaps with Luffy. Law swaps with Doflamingo, I mean. Doflamingo. Yeah, he just takes those. Jesus. I really wish I could have done this a bit better. I feel like I could have done the script just a tiny bit better. I could have probably explained things a bit further. I don't know how I feel about that. Now, people hated the length and girth of Wano. Ooh, the length and girth. Ooh, ah. Ooh, ooh, ah. Anyway. Length, both length and girth.
And he could swap positions with Hashirama as the fists are about to hit him. One thing...
Wait, no, wrong. Move here, move here. Okay, put it there. It's perfectly lined up.
Fists are about to hit him. One thing I failed to mention is that Law simply has the ability to switch people's personalities. Against any group of people that...
What did you get louder all of a sudden? Who, me? In terms of the mic or in terms of the video? Yeah, nothing really shows the TSO being fast at all. The Lariat is like light speed, so put the Raikage at sub-relativistic or relativistic version 2 is LM. Am I right? Am I right or... that depends on whether or not you're just willing to give the Raikage light speed with nothing to really, like, verbatim prove it. Dude, what the fuck are we? The Straw Hats versus the Holy Knights? Where's Bonnie? Where's Ja Rule? Ragnar? They're just showing up. This shit... It's been a shit show. You guys forget that it's One Piece. Was rushed to a degree, too, towards the end. People talk about Oda making arcs too long, but that's just stupid. He's rushing everything. As a matter of fact, they make it, there was an actual statement from one of his editors saying that, like, he wanted to make Green Bit its own arc. They ended up having to combine Green Bit and Dressrosa into one arc. Because they were like, dude, no, it's just too much. Like, this is literally just too much.
One thing I failed to...
Edit more in. Dude, I'm not adding more to this fucking video. And I'm not changing some of the things that I said in this video just to clear it up. I'm not doing that. That's mad work. If you guys want me to get this video out at all, and you guys ever want me to finish Naruto vs. Luffy, I just gotta push through with what I wrote. Which, to be fair, there's not really like a big issue with most of it. It's just I feel like I was a bit more in detail with certain things, which is why sometimes I type in the text. Usually when you guys see like text over a stream, text over like images or videos, usually when you guys see that, there is that's just me thinking about things as I'm writing it down, just to like express my point a little bit further, but it's not necessarily our village are intimidating anymore. I don't know who said that. I'm sure they're struggling against the Holy Knights, then that's bad. I can understand Gunk or Shammer, but definitely not Summers or Killingham. I mean, Killingham made a bunch of immortal, indestructible... I don't know, I don't want to say indestructible. Just giant fucking nightmares, and... What's-his-face was kind of focused on the kids. I don't know, man.
One thing I failed to mention
Summers.
is that Lost simply has...
By the way, after completing all the quests in RuneScape 3, I can say lore-wise, the world guardian, the player, is planetary scaling, considering I've defeated true full on gods with planet feats. Cool. Your mic, 2:30 minutes ago, just started shouting, ah, Lost swaps with Luffy. Oh, okay.
One thing I failed to mention
Weird.
is that Lost simply...
Let me see something. Is it bad? Ooh, that's a little loud. Let me, okay. That's a little better. That's a little better, yeah. You'll be fine.
One thing I failed to mention is that Lost simply has...
Because the Holy Knights aren't meant... the Holy Knights are meant to be, like, one of the final crews we fight, but they're not meant to be, like, you know, the end-all, be-all villains. In terms of, like, how powerful they are. Every single group has weaker characters within the context of their thing. You just look at the Straw Hats themselves.
One thing I failed to mention is that Lost simply has the ability to switch people's personalities against any group of people that could even remotely be perceived as a threat. Law can quite literally swap their personality.
I'm not saying that they are, but...
One thing...
Okay. Let me see. Exactly what? Whole Cake, Wano Egg had all irritating villains. What the fuck happened? All had intimidating villains? Not really. I would probably disagree with that. Opera, Montador, like I'm not here to say, like, I'm not here to, like, really shit on those characters particularly, but, like, come on now. If Luffy, if Nami or Luffy, like, you know, curb stomp Opera, Montador, blah, 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 like, if they just beat all those dudes, like, is that really, like, oh, man, I didn't know Big Mom's crew was so weak? It's like, no, they're going to have characters within the context of their story that are just also just going to be a little bit weaker, you know? I don't think it's anything crazy per se. Personally, I don't think. Yeah, we're still up. What's up, Marcos? Okay. Let's see. This is the start of the story. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Denim. Bonum. Boom. I'm pretty sure Summers and Eric are constantly attacking the Roger pirates. Yeah, I mean, What do you want me to tell you? Okay, we'll take this. It's about activate video crop. Do here, here, here. Well. Copy. Slice right off. I caught a bit of you talking about Nami beating Big Mom pirates. We have an explicit text of Frankie saying we are an Emperor crew. Now naysayers can go eat beans. That's crazy. He's multi-continental, right? So he equal to the Naruto verse? Probably above considering actual feats. The Holy Knights rely a lot more on hacks and devil fruits. When I think about it, Killingham and Summers didn't show much hockey. They don't really show much hockey at all. They're entirely reliant on having Imu's contract essentially making them immortal, which is why they're so troublesome. It's like, imagine fighting Logia users, but Logia users that can just have whatever fucking powers you want to give them.
One thing I failed to mention is that Law simply has the quite literally swap their personalities from against any group of people that could even remotely be perceived as a threat. Law can quite literally swap their personalities from threat. Law can quite literally swap their personalities from one another, massively limiting their capabilities as combatants since they may not be capable of reproducing their own jutsu in other people's bodies. Especially if they have Kekkei like many of the most powerful combatants in Naruto.
Kekkei Genkai, so in that case it would be like, let's say, particle style. It would be like, you would have to somehow teach them how to activate the Sharingan. Let's see. Renegon abilities. In the end, all that matters are the feats of the 1v1. And where are you going to be? Yeah. Okay, so I have to figure out how to do this. Okay, so this is like 22 seconds. I don't need... that. Okay. Let's go here. Let's make this smaller. I don't need that bit right there.
One thing I failed to mention is that Law simply has the ability to switch people's personalities against any group of people that could even remotely be perceived as a threat. Law can quite literally swap their personalities from one another, massively limiting their capabilities as combatants since they may not be capable of reproducing their own jutsu in other people's bodies. Law can quite literally swap their personalities from one another, massively limiting their capabilities as combatants since they may not be capable of reproducing their own jutsu in other people's bodies. Law especially if they have Kekkei Genkai like since they may not be capable of reproducing.
There is a point in Punk Hazard. I've been using observation hockey, but his life signals must be so weak that I can't tell him apart from the fish. I want to push her under more stress. Brewok. Yes, anyone within the context. Okay. I need the point in the arc where I don't need these since I already got these, so delete. When does Chopper give Frankie body? What did you do? What happened? You went berserk and attacked Chopper's body. Why is he giving you so much trouble? They're fighting, frankly, from above. It's so funny that Chopper literally super tracking 3. Okay, 663. I'm just gonna go back to 663 and 664. Right? We have to go back to that one. Yeah, 663, 664. Color. Says Trace. Naruto and Sasuke switch bodies. They start touching their self, saying, I need thorough research to see if it's not my body. I'm crying. It's always some joke about somebody either liking femboys, like eating beans, or wanting to be with their fucking gay lover. That's so funny. All I need is a damn camera. I need a picture book. What kind of a picture? Stop bleeding, nose over the money. And you, Nami, stop buttoning my aloha all over my body. So your insides get switched all around. Yeah, you put it a bit longer, a bit cold. To give them that. Give them clothes. We ran. I've damaged my beautiful, fragile body. I'll fix you right away. What are you doing? Shut your filthy traps. I'm Frankie. Don't expect me. I will help you if you get hurt. I'd rather die than shoot a laser beam. And these babies are our beloved Nami. The star of the show was, I always that shameless. I won't do it anymore. Please don't ruin my sweet Nami anymore. It'll be 200,000 berries for every grope of my body and 100,000 for every peeking, and you guys can't do the same. Dude. It was that man, 7 Warlords of the Sea. Yeah. I need the statement of where Chopper gives Frankie... Uh-huh. I'm all fuzzy now. That's guard point. You can switch between 6 forms using your imagination. Talk about an unstable body. You'll get used to it. Samurai went out. Okay. I had mentioned it. Then I'll show you my camera. I ask a peek at your panties. Hey, call in. Hey, good call. In fact, let's go find a camera so I can wait a goddamn sec. Okay. Well, first I'm gonna need this. Elian, if there's one thing live action has done is make Sanji more charming than perverted. There's a real emotional scene in the second to last episode. That's good. I'm excited for that. My girlfriend actually said she wants to watch the One Piece live action. She said she really liked the first one, and she's making me watch it with her, which is not a bad thing in the slightest bit. I sometimes I need somebody like force me to watch things. So I really do appreciate her for that, because I really wasn't gonna give it a look at otherwise. I really wasn't gonna give it like a look at until like maybe later. I'm guessing with anybody switching around, I'm guessing the four of us need Trafalgar Law in order to find him. By the way, Monet right here can 100% get it. Monet right here, 100,000% can get it. I watched it with my mom. It was fun. It was fun. Her being all curious and asking questions. It was good for family and a friendly bonding time. Yeah, it's nice, and it is also written in such a way where like I feel like especially people of like a slightly higher age range can also enjoy it, because my mom really likes like a specific kind of humor that's like more on the innocent side, but also like kind of like on the nose, kind of stupid. So it's really nice. Wait before taking it. It's completely out of control. Yeah. Also, yo, I guess this kind of implies that Luffy can one-shot Chopper. You use your biggest attack on him. Dude, I love this so much. Hey, I like her dork glasses. I like the dork glasses too. Like the dork glasses on a girl that is like objectively hot. I don't know what it is about that, bruh. Yeah, damn, that shit's good. It's good stuff. It's very much so good stuff. Very, very, very much so good stuff. Okay. Okay, I needed this. Okay.
Could even remotely be perceived as a threat.
Anyone who could even remotely be perceived as a threat, which if I'm being honest, it's kind of just these guys. Where is the choo 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 choo? Oh, choo 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 choo. Nope. Just gonna have to fourth profiles Naruto. I'm going to need one. No, I need ugh. Okay, if I'm being honest, I'm going to need Goromo Otsutsuki VSBW. Sure, give me the game version of this guy. Save image, I cannot do it like that. We are doing save image as PNG. Ah, shit, I'm gonna have to cook after this, that's right. I ran out of food. I ran out of FUD to just heat up. Naruto, we do Hagoromo. Save. Hamura, which is implied to have taken months. So, not really all that impressive in my opinion. Sorry, no better image. It's kind of crazy that, like, Hamura essentially has, like, no kind of expansion on in the entire story. It's like he went to the moon. Fantastic. Went to the moon. Had some people up there. That was kind of it. That was kind of it. Sasuke Uchiwa. Uchiha Sasuke. Save as PNG. Profiles, Naruto, Sasuke. SP, six pats. Bro, he had a single jump, guard the ghetto Mazzo. That's what I'm saying. And it just got summoned back. Do you like kaiju stuff? Not particularly. I've watched some I watched some Godzilla stuff, but I can't necessarily tell you. Oh man, yo, I could. Oh, Godzilla's one of like the greatest things to come out of man. Like I really don't care. Kaiju stuff is fun. Kaiju stuff is all right by me, if I had to be honest. Is there a thing of Six Path Sage mode, but from like the Storm games? No, there is not. Wait, from the Storm series. Wait a second. From the Storm series, yes. Post Six Paths, yes, yes. Save PNG. That's the one I wanted. Dude, I could have just done that. Holy shit. These are way better. Naruto SP. Sage of Six Paths. What the fuck? What kind of wings are asymmetrical? We can assure that the money used in the ancient ninja space problem was not an embezzlement of chakra drugs and kunoichi figures. What the fuck? KCM. Naruto KCM. You guys are creative. I will always give you that. You guys can definitely be creative. You guys can definitely be creative. KCM 2. This loses to amputate. This loses to amputate. This loses to amputate. I have no reason to believe they make up these. Manga approves it. If Zoro were to fight right now, Zoro mid-divs him. Sanji will need a DR buff. Not really. It's stated that they're equals, right? Isn't it stated that both of them are equals or some shit? I don't know about mid-diff. Majestic attire Susano. I'm just gonna call it the mass. These are pretty cool. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. I'll save these for later. Naruto profiles. Naruto. Oh. Oh. This is fine. Okay. Madara Uchiwa. Madara Uchiwa. Madara. Oh, that's a cool render. I'll do this one. This just feels safer. Madara Uchiwa. Uchiwa. Madara. Oh, I don't have anything for Madara EMS. Madara Six Paths. That's a pretty cool thing. Susano. Madara. Perfecto Susano. Madara. Susano. Ooh. Sorry if I'm making noises. I might just be going full blown. I might just be going full on tism. Might just be going on my full on tism. Anyway, Obito Uchiwa. Really, I feel like Madara should have just taken longer peace, just taken a long peaceful vacation, gone somewhere, get over his ninja PTSD, and get his feelings for Hashirama's sword instead of going for the magical matrix. I agree. Shit is crazy. Bro unironically crashed the fuck out. Bro really crashed the fuck out because he lost the fight. Absolutely crashed out. Absolutely lost his shite. Is there really nothing I can use? Do they not have like a Six Paths render? Is this not, like, is there really no 6 paths render of this dude? Obito, 6 paths, storm 4 render. Don't just take me out of the goddamn page at least. God damn. No, continue. Save as PNG. Profiles, Naruto, Obito, SP. Let's see if this one works. Which, literally, only these guys.
Against any group of people that could even remotely be perceived as a threat, Law can quite literally swap their personalities from one another, massively limiting...
Totally didn't have a crush on Hashi. To be honest, he acted like he had one when they met as Edo. Well, he was excited to fight his friend. I don't know if that exactly... I don't know what you guys were, like, perceiving to be, you know, sexual tension, but I can probably tell you that for Madara, it was mostly just, oh man, I haven't had a good fight since I got here. Hashirama showed up. Great. I don't know, though. That's just me, though. Hagoromo. I should've... Did I download the Hamura? I did download Hamura. Hagoromo. DMS Kakashi. Sasuke 6 paths. Naruto. Kaguya. Kaguya. Wait, 1 second. Kaguya love is war. Kaguya-sama love is war. There's no way there's actual power scaling for this shit. What's Kaguya Shinomiya stand at? What's her stats? She's 9B or higher. Holy shit, she's 9B or higher. Crazy. She, let's see. She has wall level attack potency. Shit, she's at least subsonic. Insane. Athletic human capabilities. Wall level. Yo, that's actually way higher than I thought this verse would be. Wall level for the verse is crazy. Unstable form. Odo. Odo. Would you live in the leaf? The leaf after the 4th Great Shinobi War is over. I'll live in the leaf after the 4th Great Shinobi War is over. I could probably stay there for a couple years. I wouldn't lie. Probably fuck around, walk around, take a stroll, Mommy Kaguya. Damn, I need you. Alright. That's enough of that! That's enough of that. Alright, enough. Stop gooning. Jesus Christ, people. You don't need to goon to these characters in order to just like them. It's not that serious. Obito, did I do Madara? And I did Kakashi already, right? Alright. That's Obito, that's Naruto, that's Hagoromo, that's Kakashi, Kaguya, and then... Ah, shit. Control-Shift Q. And then Madara, or as the people like to say, Madara Uchiwa. Actually, nobody says like that. I do, though. Okay. I will figure all of this out later.
Log.
Look at what I just posted in memes. Not right now. Because I'm not even at 31 minutes yet, and it's already 6 p.m.
Law can quite lip.
Ah, shit. I forgot about Sasuke. Boom, boom. And we'll put, like, Sasuke... Sure, one more. Put, like, Sasuke up here. Sure, why not? Uh-huh.
Law can quite literally swap their personalities from one another, massively limiting their capabilities as combatants since they may not be capable of reproducing their own jutsu in other people's bodies.
Okay, and then we had the stuff from this arc right here. I needed this. I needed this. Was a capability. Are you forgetting Hamura's PNG? I'm not forgetting Hamura's PNG, but like, let me show you something. This is what Hamura's PNG looks like. I'd just rather throw it in afterwards. I'd rather throw it in afterwards than throw in like an asterisk or something of Ishiki's feet, but none of Kaguya. Yeah, we also got robbed. Absolutely got robbed. Anyway. But as I was saying, I didn't forget Hamura's PNG. It just doesn't go well with any of these. I might as well just use it whenever I talk about Hamura later on, which honestly is kind of featless. Like, yeah, he helped Hagoromo beat Kaguya, but they also took months. I don't know what the fuck exactly made them take months if Naruto and Sasuke could do it in like less than an hour. Cool. That's not stated anywhere. I don't have to entertain it. I can't fight in this body. Okay, let me see how actually no, I don't care. I'll do that later.
Especially if
Okay, we'll just stretch it up here, move this here. Can't do the same to Zoro on a rough.
Especially if they have Kekkei Genkai like many of the most powerful combatants in Naruto, with many jutsu requiring specific
hand signs. Can you come up with a calc for how strong 100% Kaguya is? Shippuden keeps hyping her up because of her Deva statue, only for a portion of the chakra from the Biju instead, and her sons needing to seal her. I don't have a way to calc Kaguya. There's literally nothing for me to go off of. I have no numbers to go off of. I can't tell you how many times stronger she is than Naruto. I can't give you an actual quantifiable metric for it, even within the context of the story. It's a better... Hamura on Google. Hamura Otsutsuki, sure. Hamura Otsutsuki, render. I guess I could use this one. What an ugly motherfucker, by the way. Can I just say that? I don't usually talk about people like, you know, being ugly, but like, god damn is this dude ugly. Sure. Naruto profiles. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yes. Remove the existing one, then we'll just throw it in. Cool. You were really fucking hoping for me to put up Hamura then. Bro actually went out of his way to, like, look up a thing for Hamura. Q. Bro really... Hamura's kinda ugly, bro. This motherfucker kinda ugly. This motherfucker kinda ugly. Look at his face. Look at his face. 1 second. Mask. There you go. Look at his face! There's like no emotion behind his eyes, bro. There's like no emotion, no features. It's just long hair, horns, and he's pale as fuck. Bro needs some melanin. Sorry, no, some melatonin. No, melanin. It's melanin. What jutsu would you want in real life? Just give me shadow clones type shit. That's why I love Fairy Tail. Everybody gets their feet shot. Alright. So, Aster confirmed as a feet guy. Fantastic. I admit I like it when my girl takes control in bed. Yeah. Yeah, that shit goes hard. I'm convinced Hamura only exists so the manga, so it took the Sage of Six Paths, a twin brother, to hold her shit down. Yeah.
since they may not be capable of reproducing, especially if they have Kekkei Genkai like many of the most powerful combatants in Naruto, with many
No, I can promise you not everybody likes feet. I can promise you and not everybody likes feet.
With many jutsu requiring specific hand signs, characters like Hashirama and Minato having an entire characters like Hashirama and Minato.
Whoever said I like them. Just because I have a bit of me sniffing some shit every now and then does not mean anything, especially when I've also sniffed at other parts of the characters' bodies. Just saving you from the trouble of talking about that feetless bum later. Oh, I appreciate that. Would have been cool if we got to see Hamura with the Tensegon. I agree, but we never did. Existed half a year now.
Especially if they have Keke.
It's not even really allegations if it's not anything crazy either. Like, let's be honest here. It's not even the craziest thing to begin with, even if it were true. Okay, let's just throw you in. Keke Genkais. I need guys with Keke Genkais. Sure, I'll throw her in. I'll throw this guy in. I'll throw, does anybody else have a Keke Genkai? I need somebody else with a Keke Genkai. Really thinking Madara should have taken the final fight more seriously. He had so many ways to win, but too smug, yeah. Eon doesn't just like feet, he loves them. Alright. Alright.
Powerful combatants in Naruto, with many jutsu requiring specific hand signs.
Oh, these are just examples, but you get the point. I miss when Rage Bait was a bit more intellectual. I agree too. They're not allegations, there's concrete proof. What's the concrete proof? When have I outright stated with full context, not including this time, I absolutely love feet? Like, what is the objective evidence? What is the concrete proof? Nobody rage baits anymore. No, people people rage bait. People rage bait.
With many jutsu.
Not, by the way, not saying these are just examples, not saying Mei Terumi is one of the strongest in the verse. These are just examples. Okay. I need to write this down before I forget. These are just examples. Okay. These are just PNG. These are just... I'm not going to write PNG. Examples. I do not think Mei Terumi is one of the strongest in the verse. Are we cool, by the way? Just checking in. No, we're fine. Why wouldn't we be cool? I'm cool with everybody. I'm chill. I don't have any enemies. I don't really have an issue with people in general. I'm actually pretty easygoing even when it comes to like most things. Funny enough.
With many
See you later, Six.
Requiring specific hand signs,
what was the image of the Reaper Death Seal we used before? That was using the image prior to 500, yeah. It'd be like in the early 500s. Does Minato... No, that's Minato defeating Obito. And then with many jutsu, yeah. Many jutsu requiring different types of hand signs. And many characters within their bodies not having akin chakra natures. Naruto, tuning exams. When does Sasuke fight against Wazits Whoozits? Flies up. We can maybe use the... specific jutsu.
Characters like Hashirama and Minato having an entire combat style derived around wood style or flying Raijin would likely have absolutely no idea.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like, if the personality body swap surgery, right? If it doesn't put, like, let's say like a character like Sasuke in a person's body that, for example, has absolutely no form of, one second. You expect if like Sasuke gets put in, like, let's say a body with like a person that has like water style and earth style jutsu, he's fucked. I have a good one, Aster. Bro, how long is this live? 5 hours so far, which isn't even as bad. Would Ino and Shikamaru count as examples? Yan has a heated beef with everyone. He's always ready to throw down. Type shit. I'm not cool. It's freaking 90 degrees right now in OC, California. That sucks. It's like 30-something degrees where I'm at, I think. Like, you can't teach mind transfer to a non-Yamanaka. Well, that's not really what the point is. The point is that, like, specific jutsu, like, let's say, Choji, for example, performing the expansion jutsu, I can't exactly tell you if he can perform that jutsu in somebody else's body. Berate all the ones around them. I'm sorry. You didn't piss me off, Zachary. I'm just, like, gleaning in and gleaming out. I'm not exactly, like, targeting somebody right now. I'm not really targeting anybody. I just look in, something catches my attention. If it doesn't, I'm just kind of just moving on.
Having an entire combat style derived around wood style or flying Raijin would likely have absolutely no idea how to fully optimize their capabilities if they had their bodies swapped.
Like flying Raijin or wood style. I hope you read Fairy Tail because I need to vent about that series. Did you cover how Law can deal with summons? They're never a factor. Summons aren't even a factor. I didn't even think about it. Summons aren't that big to begin with, and he can just, I mean, they lose to the same condition anyway. They just lose to the same condition.
Derived around wood style or flying.
Wood style secret jutsu. Wood style. All right, I have to overthink through. Just no, it's fine. I'm not really mad at you or anybody else here, really. I only really get like upset. I only really get like upset for like small moments. If I ever get upset, like I'll usually like make a remark to it in terms of like, you know, what we're doing. But regardless, I'm usually not upset for like, at least I try not to be upset for long after, you know, I talk with somebody or whatever. I usually never try to be upset for too long, personally. Like, the shit that happened earlier, I know I like yelled at the top of my lung earlier. Ah, shit. I know I like yelled at the top of my lung earlier, but like, my lungs specifically. But just like in general, I don't really put too much thought into it afterwards. It's just like, people are like that. I vent about it for a little bit and then I'm good. I'm good to keep on moving. I try not to stick on things too much, if anything. Entirely around wood style.
Derived around wood style or flying Raijin would likely have.
What was it, like 50 something? 50, 50, 50, 50.
Raijin would likely have absolutely no idea how to fully optimize their capabilities if they had their bodies swapped. Law performed this feat against the Straw Hats and the Marines. One character I'd like to mention here is Chopper. He may have eaten the human fruit, but he is still an animal by all means. If Law can affect swapping the personality of an animal with that of a human, then any scenario where you place Law in a location that has living fauna becomes an ocean of instant win conditions beyond what he already has. There is no defense that any shinobi has against the personality swapping surgery. Moving on.
I'm probably gonna throw some text above this. Also, if characters who focus on specific chakra natures get put into their bodies, for example, Sasuke in a body that is, let's say, water style and earth style only, he has absolutely no way of developing any jutsu.
Law performed this feat against the Straw Hats and the Marines. One character I'd like to mention here is Chopper. He may have eaten the human.
When does Punk Hazard go back, right here. Okay. Ooh, I have an idea. Mr. Krabs, I have an idea.
Law performed this feat against the Straw Hats and the Marines. One character I'd like to mention here is Chopper. He
Okay, one second. When does Law swap souls? What was Yunk yelling about? Some guy came in here saying that, why did I mute him when I said that the summoning animals within the context of... He was like, why did I say that, like, the summoning animals within the context of Naruto have... It's just a secret clan jutsu, not a bloodline jutsu. True.
One character I'd like to mention here is Chopper. He may have eaten...
Okay, so... We put this one on top.
Chopper. He may have eaten the human fruit, but he is still an animal by all means. If law can affect swapping the personality of an animal with that of a human fruit, but he is still an animal by all means. If law can affect swapping the personality of... If law can affect... If law... If law...
Cool. Wait, move this up here. Okay. There is something I do need to do here, though, and that is... I'll work on that. Anyway, can you infect... Universal, you only reject it because it's all for writing and a huge power jump from country to uni. Yeah. Also, creation feats don't scale to attack potency. Nothing implies that her space was an actual universe, and she doesn't inherently scale to the jutsu that she performed that was kind of quote-unquote wipe it out. I can give her the whole universal meta. It doesn't change a single thing, though. Yeah.
If law can affect swapping the personality of an animal with that of...
Why are people still saying this universal Kaguya nonsense? Because they believe it, and I have no reason to try and convince somebody who chooses to believe it that it's not real if they want to believe it.
If law can affect swapping the personality of an animal with that of a human, then any scenario where you place law in a location that has living fauna becomes an ocean...
Any location, literally, any place.
Then any scenario where you place law in a location that has living fauna becomes an ocean of instant win conditions beyond what he already has. There is no defense that any shinobi has against the personality swapping surgery. Moving on to Six-Path's character.
This is also...
There is no defense that any shinobi has against the personality swapping surgery.
I also need to make a point of the Ino Yamanaka stuff from the war, specifically in regards to putting Obito... Yeah. Tailed Beast Bomb, Allied Shinobi Forces Jutsu... they attack. Wind style, flare. Then they force themselves right out. They're losing their shit. They shoot one all the way out there. Yeah. Not again. I'm in. Gah, not again. Zero. Hold on. Okay, so this happens here, right? Mud wall through connection. They felt Naruto feeling and sharing their chakra. What does that even remotely matter? You have to basically have her first connect to everybody. Then you require them to essentially start performing jutsu. And all I said Law has to do is room, amputate. Like, what does it matter? Again, listen, let me put it like this. In any scenario where you bring up a Naruto character that isn't a Six Paths character, ask yourself this. Do you genuinely believe from the bottom of your heart that character can perform that feat with no statements, implications, feats, etc., that they can perform this technique at faster than light speeds? If the answer is no, I have no reason to entertain it. Close that one. I don't need the heroes and stuff anymore. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need that. I'll go back. Yeah, I'll leave this right here for a second because it says gah, not again, which implies that he was already taken over once, but I thought I had every single page. No, it says it's split multiple times here. 6, okay. When does the Shinobi Alliance first show up? What is it, like 610-ish? 610, so let's go to 610 real quick. We'll go to 610. Yeah, no, that's when the Shinobi War, like, that's when the crew. Something, it seems the A-Tails are running out of chakra. Yeah. Oh, okay. So this was the feat. Okay. Right here, Naruto. Save. I already have it. Cool. He missed deliberately. Sorry. Are you okay? I can't believe he shook off my Bianca in just 2 seconds. The difference between the mind transfer jutsu and the mind transfer jutsu does not even remotely work. You're talking about personality swapping. I'm not going to keep track of everyone and keep them coordinated. Law hasn't taken out command, so Ino's dad could do it. Cool, so they're going to be able... So again, let me ask you this. You're telling me that Ino Yamanaka and everyone there is going to not only figure out that their bodies have been swapped at faster than light speeds, are going to transfer that kind of information over to her father... And then he's going to somehow figure out a plan to figure out not only how they can coordinate, but also start pulling out jutsu from each other, which she already seemed to struggle with just doing a single jutsu. You're telling me they're going to coordinate all of their separate jutsu all at once before Law swings his blade. Do you realize how insane that sounds? Do you realize how insane it is that you're telling me that by that logic, Ino and everyone else in the Alliance is going to realize extremely, just at faster speeds than anything they've ever even remotely implied, that they can just figure out a counter, put a plan together, and then the people that can start pulling off jutsu because they have like similar chakra natures can just start doing shit before Law again swings his blade. Mind you, this isn't even a jutsu that he has to use against the Alliance. He just rooms amputates every time. There's no need for personality swapping against the Shinobi Alliance. No yell, please. I'm not yelling. I'm really not yelling. But anyway. Okay, so I already have that. Perfect. So 611. So I need 611, this, Cool. I need these, and I need... We took out the brain. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. The difference between the...
Then any scenario where you place Law in a location that has living fauna becomes an ocean of instant win conditions beyond what he already has. There is no defense that any shinobi becomes an ocean of instant win conditions beyond what he already has.
I need an image. I need a picture of the... you know what? I'm going to do the Amazon rainforest. Let me do the Amazon rainforest. I'm going to do that. I don't know. I'm just going to throw in something. The whole verse. If so, they are in character and how they get along. If it's just the war arc, same thing still applies. Well, I'm throwing the whole verse in different droves. Just for sake about talking about the characters. Amazon rainforest of praising your goat. Who is my goat? Plus animals. Law D goat type shit. Wouldn't they be fighting each other instead of fighting Law? And under a scenario, you could just say they're fighting together. It doesn't change anything. That's a very nice image. I'm gonna save that. I don't... profiles, documents, library, content, miscellaneous. Amazon. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You brought up the idea and I'm having fun with it. Well, the idea really only works if you're talking about characters that might actually threaten Law. I never really referenced this jutsu as an option. I never really referenced the jutsu even remotely as an option in terms of like the Shinobi Alliance, because there's also the argument that there's probably too many of them. I don't know. In truth, I don't even know if Law could technically personality swap 10,000 Shinobi. Or 80,000, I guess would be the number. Yeah, sure. Shikamaru's dad is pretty good at planning. Amputation doesn't kill them, so he can still think of something to communicate. And that's true, but then you're also forgetting one thing. How do they perform jutsu in the first place if they're all split up? Like an alligator meat, I heard. It's good like chicken and fish. I've considered it. I've considered like different kinds of like meats. I heard that like kangaroo meat is something that some people have done. I don't know if I could like personally stomach that, but there's kangaroo meat, there's bear meat. I heard it's very like, what's the word I'm looking for? Gamey. I've heard that like it's very gamey. Amazon rainforest.
Then any scenario where you place Law in a location that has living fauna becomes an ocean. Place Law in a location that has...
Any scenario where you place Law. Hamura, Hiruzen.
Where you place Law in a location that has location that has...
Okay. Right here.
In a location.
And then we'll do Chung. Uh-huh. And we'll also just make Law just a tiny bit smaller. do it up to 10, and then we'll...
where you place law in a location that has living fauna becomes an ocean of instant win conditions beyond what he already has. There is no defense that any shinobi has.
Do you think Emu saying their fight will divide the world is a literal statement or not meant literally? I'm just asking because I've seen theories on it. Okay, I spoke about this earlier, actually, at the start of the video, Realness. If you want, like, my thoughts on that, you can probably go back to the start of the video, but if you want something right here, right now, it's simple. There are 3 references to the word, to the term world. This will divide the world that it could mean. The Emu has been described as the world, as the creator of the current world that they live in, as in the mastermind that has plotted everything that has happened up until now. There is the physical world, which would mean that, you know, this battle between Luffy, Loki, and Emu would split the planet in half, which I don't think necessarily pertains to. I don't think it, and the world itself, which would mean, and the world as in society and factions, which would mean essentially anybody, including the Yonko, world government, cross guild, marines, etc., 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 as in large factions and nations, right? It obviously doesn't mean Emu because Emu's not saying that this battle will divide him in half, or her. It's not the literal planet. It's not meant to be taken literally because I don't think that they're going to literally split the planet in half. So it has to be that essentially from here on out, since he's standing in front of Nidhogger and Nika, he's essentially in a position right now where, like, the guy that is the personification of everything he stands against, the potential new leader of the Giants, which is also their strongest combatant and extremely pissed off at him, and are basically both standing in front of him. So it's like, well, this might be the start of a war. So now it's basically us versus them again. That's my reasoning for it. I don't think that it can mean literal splitting. I think if people are being literal splitting, I think they're just trying to split hairs at that. Hard art Nidhogg. It's not Nid... Alright. That's enough of that.
There is no defense that any...
Just to be clear, this is not like the mind transfer jutsu, because Ino is simply supplanting her personality on another person. You've seen, and the Straw Hats physically could not break out of this. The Straw Hats required law. Where's Punk Hazard? I need to go back to Punk Hazard. Oh shit. 1, 2, 3. When do the Straw Hats get their bodies back? So it's 668. 668. Dude, I don't even know how far into the video I'm at this point. 668. 668. This probably would make... this is probably what Emu would call him, though. I'm not convinced by that, Zachary. I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that. I don't know if, like, Emu's necessarily saying that this fight would, you know, put him back. Wait 1 second. Shambles. Okay, no, so then we're just going to use that. The Straw Hats specifically required... let me see. What if I do... I just need to know how well I can do this right now. What if we do... this right here, only this portion right here. And then we do... No, I'm saying who would pronounce Nidhogger like you. Oh, yeah. Alright, just give me 1 second now, because now you got me double checking this shit. I'm sure, I am like 99% sure I read a chapter where Emu said, so Nidhogger was in, Elbaf this entire time. The sun god. Okay, it was definitely after this chapter. I see, so Nidhogger. That's where that were. Okay, so he did use Nidhogger. The statement is not a planet-splitting one. I'm sorry about that, Zachary, sorry. It's just because... Definitely misheard that. But anyway. Low-key. I'm gonna make... You know what? when we get back to regular streams where we're doing like Naruto versus Luffy, I think I'm gonna edit a video in real quick, where I talk about the ten tails essentially only being slightly larger than the tailed beasts, Yamabunta being 17 meters in size, Loki being. I'm probably just gonna write up a script for it real quick. Let me see this. Okay, now let's see. Emu did say that. Yeah. No, we just checked. They did. They definitely did. Orochimaru still has mouth tricks. Kakashi's got dojutsu, which he evades. Karin's got her chains, which don't really do anything. And there's probably some other no hands jutsu I'm forgetting about. You essentially have to believe that Kakashi can essentially attack Law without him ever figuring it out. Nidhogg, as in the guy that has the Nidhogg fruit. Yes. Let me, move this here. Why shoot this up? Dude, I am really hungry. Holy shit. Okay. The mind transfer technique does not innately... Orochimaru's mouth tricks, that's crazy. What if I make this a little bit smaller? You had a PB&J burger earlier? What the f... No way, dude. I'm not a fan of PB&J, to be honest. I'm just not a fan of PB&J, so... that probably wouldn't be something I would enjoy. I don't know. I never liked PB&J growing up. I remember whenever I was in detention in middle school, and they would like still give us. By the way, my middle school was on some bullshit, bro. At my middle school, I don't know if you guys have ever dealt with this shit, but my middle school, if you didn't do your homework, you would get detention. The Yamanaka mind transfer jutsu does not even remotely work. The Straw Hats could only... Okay. You gotta try pickled onions. I can't. I'm not doing anything pickled. Pickles themselves, and I know pickled something is not the same as a pickled whatever. I throw up. Pickles, anything like pickled specifically, like most of the time it'll make me throw up. Would Law ever suspect an amputee to spit a forest-long sword out of his mouth after he believes he's won? Would that sword-spitting amputee be capable of shooting out that sword at faster than light speeds to catch him off guard while he also has observation hockey active? Let me see. The Yamanaka mind transfer jutsu does not inherently... True. True. These Straw Hats were only capable... what? Okay, and then we have to make it bigger, so... Harder, better, faster, stronger. Da-da-da-da-da, don't kill me. can only make me stronger. Need you to hurry up now, because I can't wait much longer. I know who I've got to be right now. What chapter does Law give all of the Straw Hats their bodies back? What chapter? Does anybody know the chapter where Law gives all the Straw Hats their bodies back? It would have to be after 672, right? Yeah, it would have to be after 672. Uh, 672. Let's go to 673. Pickles are fantastic. I can't do that. I can't do it. Pickles are way too much for me, dude. I will actually throw up. Every single time I try to taste pickles, I have thrown up. Every time. Library, Ohara, One Piece, Punk Hazado, and then we throw that in. Give me that. We do... Yo, Nami makes so many demands. I love her. Okay, a key. And let's make it about as big. And then we put this above this. Oh, wow, you should probably stick to... Dude, I swear to God, you people are gonna give me a heart attack one day. Correct me if I'm wrong, but people don't realize that Law's ability, spatial manipulation are broken cross-verse. Without hockey, it's GG's. Yeah, no, they don't realize that. And whenever I make the video, whatever it is, yada yada yada. Could the 20 MDs save Luffy after Marineford? What's the 20 MDs? It's my usual order at a local place, and their best-selling burger, really cheddar, bacon, pickled, slice, peanut butter, strawberry jelly. I guess I'm assuming that it's a bit of like the heartiness of the peanut butter with the jelly to add on like a bit of the sauce. I can't do the jalapeno slices. I can't do the like literally 3 of those ingredients I can't eat, and technically I can't eat bacon either. Fuck, that's so upsetting. Also, that's a 1-minute timeout. My body can't handle corn. Nobody's body can handle corn. Yeah, I know you meant the vegetable. You could have just wrote corn. You didn't have to write the vegetable, I mean. Not everybody here is so brain rotted, dude. Come on. Alright, this is going to be the last bit I do, and then I'm heading off, guys. I was able to meet it within a timely manner. A little bit longer than I would have wanted, but hey, it's fine, it's chill, I don't really care. The mind transfer jutsu does not inherently change personalities, more so it places one personality into a body that already has it. I have no reason to entertain the idea. Law literally swaps it. I don't have a reason to entertain the idea that they could force themselves out when it's literally shown that, okay. The mind transfer jutsu technique does not inherently work. The mind transfer jutsu doesn't work like the okay, I gotta make this smaller. It can't be I'm gonna make it 10. Doesn't. Now why is it doing that? Okay, doesn't. Alright, just delete this. Fuck you. Fuck you. Just delete it. Oh my god. Okay. Let's try that again. 10. The mind transfer jutsu doesn't function like the personality swapping surgery. There is no argument for this. Ino has to place her consciousness, that's how you spell consciousness, right? Right here. Consciousness. Yes, it is how you spell it. Has to place her consciousness. Are you Illuminati? No, I'm not. Damn, no making. Does that mean you get unlimited games or something? No. I have a... Hey, what's good, Bob? I have a... Would hockey counter moves ability to erase his presence? I don't know. I have a bit of a... I have like a specific diet that prevents me from eating greasy foods, spicy foods, and oily foods. I can't really eat the stuff. It's not good for me. It not so much like it hurts my stomach, more so it's just not a pretty sight when that happens. It's a brain thing, personality swap shown targeting the heart, so it's clearly different. Has to place her consciousness in the target's body and in the target's body. She's not... They can force themselves out of it. They can force themselves... Let me see. They can force themselves... that's the one thing I will say. They can force themselves out of it through willpower, but in Law's case, their personality isn't in the body to begin with. So there is no argument for that, for any character having the capacity to counter this, especially if the Straw Hats could only switch back through his own switchback by could only switch back through Law performing the surgery again. Okay. One Piece humans are so weird, especially Soul, Shadow, or all of those seem to be different things. Yeah. It's like all parts of you, but not... It's like all parts of you... I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. So if you ate some fried chicken, you're saying it's over for the pipes. It's not that bad either. Check DMs real quick. Auto drop some interesting lore. I got you, Bob. So how does Virgo's hockey technique change your scaling? What's this? Hem covers whole body in armament hockey. Does that mean he can imbue his penis? Hem, he can. It certainly would make a man great. Wow. It doesn't change my scaling at all, but it does. It does certainly put into some perspective that if you wanted to give a girl the craziest back shots of her life, you can quite literally you can you can quite literally just imbue your penis with hockey. 1 second. I just got to pull this one up. Virgo hockey SBS. Who doesn't like bread, so we made him onigiri? Type shit. Did you touch toilet paper this morning? There was toilet paper around my mouth. Yeah. Virgo. Was it maybe 72 then? So it would be like 1 up. Don't forget, yeah, Buggy can reattach and detach. Why did I say deattach? Detach his yeah, his schlong. No way. Yo, Bob, what was the page that you got this from? Whatever. I don't care. That's fine. That's a joke for later. Anyway, the mind transfer jutsu doesn't function like the personality swapping surgery. Ino has to place her consciousness in the target's body. They can force themselves out of it. Is this grammatically correct? They can force themselves. They can force themselves. I guess it's not grammatically correct, no, because it wouldn't have the apostrophe on it. Wouldn't be the apostrophe. They can force themselves out of it through willpower, but in Law's case, their personality isn't in the body to their original. Oh, I have to put original. Original. Their original. Alright, we'll just figure this out. Personality isn't in... Ooh, I'm gonna fucking crash out, dude. Why is it like this? Oh my fucking god, why is it like this, bruv? Jesus fucking Christ. Isn't in the body to begin with. Why does it do that? So I can't even hit this? God damn. Why does it just delete it? So if I type in, or... Dude, I'm gonna... Alright. Let's do it like this. Let's do it like this because this is just being a bitch. I don't get why it works like that. Why does it erase the words like that? It's starting off from top left. It's the outline. No, it's not that. It's not the animation. I don't know, man. I found out Chuck Norris died yesterday. Yeah, unfortunate state, but personally, I think this puts him above Sanji, to be honest. Sanji gets no cheeks. Virgo clearly gets plenty. I mean, haven't you seen all that steak around his face? Yeah, that's the new SBS, I believe. That's the new one? Ooh, funny. Some new lore that Oda added. Funny. Alright, okay, the original... There... Okay, let's try that one more fuck-ass time. Argument. their original space personality. Cool. Okay, so now I just have to fix this up. So if I hit the... Why does it delete the next fucking word? Explain to me right now why the fuck it deletes the next fucking word. What the fuck, man? Okay. Dude, get the fuck away from me. Okay, I need my phone off of me right now because I'm gonna crash out. Okay. Original. Okay, there's the word original. Fuck off, surgery. Okay, original. I can't put the word surgery after personality. Personality. Cool. Space. There we go. Gotta do shit so fucking hard, man. Making things so much fucking harder than it needs to be. Space. Right there. So, space. Right here. Right. Go back. There is no argument. There we go. Space. There's space already there. Fantastic. Here. Having space. Counter. This. If the space Straw Hats could only switch back space right there. The amount of tedium law performing the surgery again. Cool. Still fits. Fantastic. They said Chuck Norris didn't need heaven. Heaven needed him. I used to Walker, Texas Ranger. I never watched any of his stuff. I really can't think of a time when I watched anything with Chuck Norris. Like I said earlier in the stream, my condolences to his family. It's fine. Yeah, it's tedious as fuck. I don't personally, I'm not gonna sit here and say like I don't personally care, but it's like I'm sorry for the family. The man definitely lived a long life. He had a whole internet meme which was pretty funny. I did like the meme, but I mean I don't know, man. When I see people die I don't know. It just doesn't really hit me. That's just me. That's basically just how I deal with that kind of stuff. All right, guys, gentlemen, ladies, whoever is still here. I'm gonna head out. I've been working for like almost 6 hours. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I gotta go cook now. I will chat with you guys later. Please have a good rest of your night. Please take care of yourselves. Oh, Olens, you're back. What up? What up? You got any more? I don't care. I hope everybody here has a wonderful rest of your day. You enjoy your beans. Fuck off. Okay, that's you know what? That's a 24-hour ban there, buddy. That's a 24-hour timeout there, buddy. Yeah, I'm heading out. I'll talk to you guys later. Please take care of yourselves. Please drink some water. Please brush your teeth. Please, if you're going to try to make a claim, at least have some evidence to really back it up. Oh, I'm not coming back tomorrow. I'm taking the weekend off. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. Take care of yourselves. Peace out.